The latest one.
What he read was the latest one.
It
Yes.
was?
Yes.
Originally, it didn't- yeah, there were
What was your amount in number one, Ralph?
50,000
That's for three, number three.
in section 3. In section 4, then it would, taking that from the budget and taking the 6,000 out would bring that to raise and appropriate 145,876.
Okay. Well, since you read it, I'll second it.
Well, it was.
I already seconded it so we could
Oh.
discuss about it, so we could
All
talk
right.
about it.
All right. Do you want to do the 50 or do you want to do the 60?
The motion on the floor is at 50.
Okay. No,
I
that's why I'm
won't,
just talking discussion. Sorry.
I won't be supporting 50. I would go with 60.
Okay. Sam, what do you
And we-
think?
We don't have a number to go with how much money's coming over. So are you gonna put in 195,000?
I will go with 60.
Wait a minute. What? Wait. Where's all my numbers I just had? Da, 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 da.
Under number one,
We're at 195 right now.
right? But
As
during the
far as-
motion, that wasn't put in there, wasn't it?
No, the new motion doesn't have, the new motion, what it did was made reference to the MOU, which says that all
Yep.
those assets come over. Because that true number won't be known until they close the books anyway, because
Right.
of other things coming in plus expenditures it was gonna do. So the original write-up on that had a figure, but in discussions we went through and said, if you put a figure in there, it's not gonna be right. There's no way it's gonna be right anyway.
So when do you put the figure in?
Well, what it does, the MOU says that all those assets come over. So when they close the books, then all those assets, with the exception of 15,000 comes over.
So people aren't gonna know what they're voting on?
They're not gonna know a precise figure there. We can tell them what the, what the
Yeah.
approximate number is, but the actual number won't be known until they close the books.
So when you put in there, as of what, April, whatever date, estimate is $195,000.
Rather
So
see
people
that
have
than-
an idea on what
Yeah.
they're voting on.
Totally agree.
I agree with that.
Or even put in an approximate amount
Right.
Well, not to
of
exceed.
194 or 195. Yeah.
I made that suggestion today with the attorney, but he didn't feel as though that was necessary. Or maybe even advisable, if I'm recalling that correctly, Rolf.
Yeah. I mean.
So then people vote for something, and let's say the library decides to buy $100,000 worth of books.
Joe.
Just saying. It probably won't happen, but it might. What happens then?
Well, first off, we got a very, very, very responsible librarian. Very responsible. Second off,
Teresa, I'm not questioning her responsibility.
Well,
I'm
but no
just
one else
saying
is going to do it between now and then.
Okay.
So no, Joe, I want to debate on this thing. So the second thing is too, is they also have grant money they still have to use, correct, Allison? Yes.
Right, but people should know what they're voting for.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
But they're not going to vote for it.
And I don't have a problem putting a number in there. I wasn't in the conversation with the attorney today. And so I don't have a problem putting a number in there.
My suggestion was what Joe said, was to put an estimate in. And
Yeah.
Phil did not think that was necessary, but I don't think it's anything that's prohibitive. And I agree with the logic that people need to know what they're voting on. That's why I suggested it, but he didn't feel as though we needed it. Correct, Rolf?
Yeah, he didn't feel we needed it. If we put it in, if you put it in to be, an estimate of, 195 or 200, whatever figure you want to say that, as long as it's identified as an estimate to be,
Yeah.
to be definitized that, but I mean, the MOU says that, when it's done and it starts, all that gets transferred with the exception of that 15K.
Okay, so what about this, where it says, in the number 1, where it says such funds, second line from the first paragraph from the bottom, such funds, and you put in parentheses approximately 195,000 to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account separate from the general fund.
Yeah.
You guys good with that?
Where are you putting that?
Number 1, Article 4,
No,
number
but
1.
Where in the sentence are you putting it?
Okay, so it says, where it starts, the paragraph and the line starts with request in parentheses.
Yep.
Second line, so it'd be request, parentheses, comma, such funds, and you put the funds in the parentheses, approximately 195,000 to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account separate from the general fund and to be used for library purposes only.
Right, but I would put that estimate after startup costs, comma. Because the startup costs are being taken out prior to that.
No, wait a minute.
So that 195, that 195 accounts for that 15K being retained. So if you
What?
put it prior to that, then there's the question of where is that 15,000 not in that 195? If you put it in after startup costs, then it says that the money that's available after the startup costs are retained is 195,000 approximately.
Well, right, that would be after that. It'd be towards the end.
That's what I'm saying. You put it at the end, you put it after that comma.
The cat.
Now that you've gone back and forth a bit, would you like to read what I came up with and see if this will work?
I would love to.
Listening to what all of you are saying. So accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library, RVL, the assets of RVL, including the land, building, books, and all personal property, and all monetary assets previously raised, minus $15,000 for startup costs, open paren, total estimated as of April 4th, 2022 is approximately $195,000, and close parens, comma, as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between RVL, and it continues the same as you have.
I
Yeah,
make a motion on what she just said.
Second that.
I would second that, yeah.
Okay, well, wait a minute.
Oh,
though.
we have a motion on the floor, madam.
There's a motion on the floor.
True.
So
let's vote on it.
if Lonnie retracts his second, then we can do that. And then the other was, are we amending 0.3 to 60,000, which would then change 0.4 to 135,876.
Okay, so hold on a second. So we're amending several things and we're gonna vote on the whole thing then. So,
Right.
so we're not making a motion, so no procedure rules, but if everybody is in agreement, right, kind of now hold that in your head with what Sue just said for number 1. Number 2 is good. Number 3, we put 60,000 in there. And then 4, it would be, what's the new amount, Rolf?
135,876.
Okay, so retract your motion, Lonnie.
Correct my second.
He's retracting his second.
Second.
So it'll be removed as read.
Yes. Again, with the numbers of approximately $195,264 in number 1. Number 2 is okay. Number 3 is 60,000. Number 4 is $135,876. Select board recommends or does not recommend that.
Recommends.
It's moved and seconded. Lonnie seconded. That was the motion, so it's been seconded.
All right. So any more discussion on this one? Nope. All in favor? All right. Article 25, referendum question W, to see if the town will raise and appropriate 66,000 for the Raymond Village Library. Such funds to be raised and appropriated only in the event Article 24 does not pass. Select board recommends or does not recommend.
Recommend.
Second.
Second,
Any discussion?
I'm just wondering, under Article 24, if there shouldn't be a note on there saying if you vote yes for Article 24, skip Article 25.
We had some big discussions with the attorneys on this to try and make sure that we had things lined up. And what we need to do is we need to have people vote yes on Article 24, yes on Article 25.
Well, and Joe, what you said would make perfect sense if we had open town meeting. And that's exactly what we would do procedurally. But
Yeah.
with a ballot, we really can't put a note on, please don't bother with this one if you vote yes for this easily.
Okay.
Can you put something like, if you vote yes on 24, then you should be voting yes on 25 as well, just so they kind of get that.
No,
and they don't-
because then you're influencing the vote.
Right.
yeah, you can't, so, I mean, it says in there that, that will only come into effect if 24 does
Yeah,
not. pass.
only,
But
So-
that's the safety valve that says that if for some reason 24 does not pass, then they're not hung out to dry with nothing.
Yeah, because worst case scenario with two questions like this is if they both were to fail,
Right.
then we'd be talking a special town meeting. Probably.
we
So
love.
the
special
vote,
town
the
meetings.
vote is going to be article by article.
Yes.
We're gonna put a lot of information in the April and May Roadrunner for the town, so we can educate the public on this. So they can make an informed vote. So are you guys good with 25?
Yeah.
All in favor? All right. 26. All right. Okay, samples of the wordings. All right, Article 26, referendum question X, LD1, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,401,749.27 established for the town of Raymond by state law in the event that the municipal budget approved under the preceding articles will result in a tax commitment that is greater than that property tax levy limit. Or LD1, to see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,401,749.27 established for the town of Raymond and the state law by X number of dollars for a total levy limit of blank. All right, so we have to pick one here.
So, well, you have, these are the two that Kurt suggested that you could do. The first one, as I understand it, says if the budget goes over the levy limit, then we'll increase it to the budget. So it would fix it for this year. The other, what happened in 2014 was the levy limit was raised by 500,000, and you haven't had to look at this sort of thing in the last 8 years, or it's come back 8 years later.
With the current changes we made in the budget, does it put us over LD1?
I don't know.
It's very close. Very close.
Like how close?
Like a lot closer since you're not going to use 300K.
Very close.
Like probably a little bit over, I would say.
So,
I say we go with the first one.
The problem with the first one is you're going to have to do that next year.
All right, say we go with the second one.
Probably. I mean, in 14, you decided to make this problem, go away to some degree for, as Sue said, for 8 years. Many towns, I think it's pretty rare that we've done it just one time. It's happened a lot more frequently other places. And as I pointed out during the budget discussions, I mean, we were starting from a very low number where we were set originally without some of these new departments. So, you're doing some new things. So I don't think it's unreasonable to raise the limit, as you did in 14. Or if you do the first one, you're going to do it this year, you're going to do it next year. You're
Well,
probably gonna do it.
we may not do it next year because we have 2 bonds that are expiring next year.
Well, okay, you may not, but you could. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's really how you feel about it. If you want to do it this 1 year and then see what next year brings, that's a reasonable way to go as well.
When will we have a better idea how close we are to LD1?
I'm,
Because we could always go back and amend some of the things we've done to stay under LD1.
Is it that we won't know until commitment on?
I think that's true. That's the thing. I'm thinking he's not gonna know precisely until then. And so we got the audit, we got commitment. It's not gonna be in time for town meeting.
Well, I mean, the issue you have if we go with 2 is we then have to arbitrarily assign a new number.
Yep.
Which is what
Without-
you did, 14 apparently, yeah.
Without really having a, good handle on, if we do 1, it gives us the chance to, then if we have to revisit it next year, we can do some research during the year to see where that number should be.
Sounds good to me. I'm just pointing out the differences, but it's
Yeah.
one or the other, yeah.
Man, Dawn jumped on that one so quick.
I mean, it's really your choice. I mean, it's gonna be one or the other, I'm pretty certain.
I'm just wondering if we can't get under LD1. But,
How much do we have? How much is it though? That's just it.
right, we don't really know.
Well, it's
Right.
worth the time to figure it out.
Well, you're not gonna be able to figure out in time for town meeting. I think his calculations were a bit, based on the conservative estimates that we're using for everything right now. And without the audited, numbers, he thought it was really close. It could go either way. So it's not, if you have an increase, it's going to be, I think, a relatively small one. If you do it the way Rolf has suggested, and then you can look at what next year brings with some of the bonds retiring, and maybe you don't have a problem. That's your theory, correct, Rolf?
Yeah, I mean, the other side of it is that if when he does the calculation, we don't exceed it, then that article never comes into play anyway, because it only invokes if you're gonna go over that, if it's
Right.
gonna go over that. So that gives us a safety valve that if the calculation says that we're going to, it does. But if not, then we haven't reset the bar yet. But it gives us then the time to look at what we need to do, where things are with what else, with all the things that are in the budget, I mean, when you look at the fact that we've got some bonds that are retiring. We also are accruing some money for reval and whatnot, which, so we have some expenses that are not quote unquote the overall recurring, so it gives us a chance to look at those and take a better shot at what happens. Do we need to go into version 2 next year?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a legitimate way to go. And if I were go, I'm just going to go out on a limb right now and take a guess based on the fact that everything we're using are conservative numbers. My guess, based on what you did with the budget, would be that, and it is a guess, don't hold me to it, so we might just slightly be under. That's my hope.
From
But
what
if I'm
Kurt told
wrong,
us
if
the
I'm
other
wrong,
night,
we don't have the article, then you have a problem.
I would say we're probably going to be under, looking at what Kurt gave us the other night.
That's what I think too. But so you go with the one that Rolf suggests, and then if you're under, great. If you're over, it's a small amount, and then you got next year.
Yep.
All right. So are we in favor of the first one or the second one?
First one.
First
Because you
one.
don't know what the numbers are for the second one.
Right.
Right. All right. Any motion?
Make a motion to accept Article 26, first version.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Article 27, referendum question Y, non-binding referendum. Do you support allowing adult use and medical marijuana establishments to operate in, you have 2 ins in there, the town of Raymond, and the development of an ordinance to regulate the location and operation of those uses? select board recommends or does not recommend or no recommendation. I don't think we should give a
I
recommendation.
don't think we should give a recommendation. The whole purpose of that is to get the feeling of the townspeople. If we put a recommendation in there, that that tends to drive voters one, is gonna tend to drive things one way or the other. If we say,
Right, we should
if we
recommend.
have no recommendation, then we
Listen
get
to
the-
Lonnie.
So my
Make a
my
motion.
recommendation would be to make no recommendation.
Second,
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Opposed? All right,
Because it's gonna bring business to town. What if?
I think we
Yeah, but
need
this, well, the fact
to
is,
referendum
Money up it so we
someday.
can use it to
Yeah,
regulate it.
the issue
It
here
shouldn't
is
be in one
we're
all in
trying to
one
get it.
referendum.
The purpose of this article is to get input from the townspeople as to what do they want.
True.
If we put in a recommendation, then we're driving the vote one way or the other to the middle.
Right.
This way,
May
we're
not
trying to
get
say,
through.
okay, we're trying to get their input. What do they want? From there, if they say yes, now we drive the whole ordinance procedure and whatnot.
I
This,
understand.
a yes vote here does not open the floodgates. All it does is takes us to the next step.
it doesn't knock them out. It just, yeah.
But
And by
somebody,
you,
Definitely the best way to go and the most fair. So yes, I agree.
And- but by you not making a recommendation, it is not going to say on the ballot, the selectmen didn't make a recommendation. It just won't have anything. So
Right.
it'll just be the question.
All right, so we're done with those. I didn't miss any, did I? My papers were a mess.
You did well.
Yay, thank God. All right,
It seemed like there wasn't as many articles this year as they usually.
no, that's what's nice. That's what's really nice.
You have another go round for the ordinance changes on the 14th.
right?
good.
Put your hand up over her head. All right, moving on, public comment. Anybody? Nobody. All right. Selectmen comment. Anybody?
I don't really have a comment, but I was curious on the work being done down to the ball field. You know, that down to the senior league field, there was, they're taking out those dugouts, and I was just curious as to, is that field or set of fields finally gonna get a facelift, or is we still gonna be, gotta go to Raymond, that stinks.
Mm.
But, so I guess the comment isn't a debate or a discussion, so.
No, Nathan, yeah, Nathan, because people were asking about the playground down there, yeah.
We're getting ready to make another stab at putting the playground equipment in down there. On the baseball stuff, Joe's got a plan, and I don't dare comment on it because to be honest with you, he's been pointing and we've been doing. So I haven't really asked him what he's doing. We took the bleachers out, the dugouts on that back field out because they were rotting and in pretty bad shape. They got blown over by the wind. And
50% of the time, they're underwater anyway, aren't they?
correct. And the playground stuff, we're gonna try to get that in. It's drying up pretty good down there. But the rest of it's just been maintenance to this point, but I think he's got a plan. I'm not sure what it is, though.
Maybe we'll get an update for the Board of Selectmen and maybe put something in the Roadrunner.
That's great. Are we going to go to the next level and put cameras up for that area? I mean, nowadays they're so cheap to be able to have them, and even if they don't work, it's better
Yeah,
with a light up there showing that it does, for people just to kind of keep the honest people honest,
So you realize what's gonna happen, Lonnie? People are gonna say, God, I saw it in a meeting the other night. I don't think these cameras are real, because they said even if they don't work.
Well, then they won't really know. So then
True.
I don't know. I just hate to see that stuff become non-usable just because of that 2% of not nice people.
No, right. Well, we've cleaned up our share of messes down there. Yeah.
No, big time. And we've had many days of hard work down there to get it just so it's at least workable and usable. And I know it hasn't changed.
Right.
I talked to Kevin about it a couple of years ago, and I think we're gonna probably move forward on it. He's got to put internet access in that building first.
Excellent.
Till we get that, we don't have camera ability.
Right. I know I had donated the scoreboards probably close to 15, maybe even 20
Right.
years ago,
Yeah,
and I'm
so-
definitely willing to redonate 2 more or do whatever I can do to keep that experience of, playing baseball up to par. I know I had blast back in the day, and my kids, we talk about it all the time, and their friends. I think baseball, softball, and even that place down on Mill Street, unbelievable memories for many, many years, even if it's just in 2 different locations down on Mill Street. But yeah,
Hopefully this is a new change on it all over again and reopen, you know what I mean, and a new start for it.
it's all about the president and the people underneath them. If they're go-getters like they were back in the day, then we're
Well-
able to make a difference. But
But they're under Joe now. Baseball's under Joe, correct? Yeah,
oh, nice.
yeah.
That's
So which is
fantastic.
good. They're now under the town with rec. Yeah.
That's fantastic. So
And
yeah,
he's-
John, let Joe know if he needs any help with whatever, if I can, I've got equipment. Nathan, you know that, whatever, I'll do whatever to help. Yeah. And
Good.
again, I'd do that for any organization. I'm just saying baseball because it's closer to my heart, right?
Cool. Thanks, Lonnie.
Thank you.
Well,
All right. Can I get a motion to go in executive session to
Can I
consider?
ask a question before we do
Oh, yeah.
all that?
Yep.
When are our next meeting dates? I've got so many on my calendar that say budget finance. Next, on the 12th, that's budget finance, correct?
That's the Budget Finance Committee meeting. They will make their recommendation on
Okay.
the articles that you just went through.
What about
with
the
exception
14th?
of the referendum?
Do we still have a meeting on the 14th?
Yes, because the planning board doesn't meet until the 13th, so the planning board ordinance changes weren't ready for tonight's meeting.
And then we have one on the 19th.
That's your regular selectmen's meeting, and I apologize profusely.
All right. And just one announcement, I will be doing booster shots at the Windham Hill Church tomorrow from 3 to 6. If anybody wants to come get a booster shot.
I need to. Where are you gonna be?
The Windham Hill Church on Windham Center Road
Oh, cool.
from 3 to 6.
You want me to bring you a coffee?
Coffee?
Anything?
With,
6-pack? Bottle?
what's that?
Want me to bring you a bottle or something?
Yeah,
Big
bourbon.
coffee?
Calms my nerves.
Let me put the shot in. All right. I need a motion to go in executive session, please.
Moved.
Nate White.
Teresa,
do department heads need to stick around, or do I need to stick around for after the
Uh,
session?
no,
No,
You
but
can
if
leave.
you were a dedicated employee, you would.
you are
Thanks,
dismissed.
Lonnie. Thanks.
Teresa, this is Bill.
It's a mess, Nate.
Hi.
You too,
Yeah.
Bruce.
When you go into executive session, are you going to come back to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay,
No.
thank you.
We have 2 executive sessions tonight.
Yeah,
Oh,
they'll
okay,
be
thank you.
coming out of, Bill, they'll be coming out of executive session, then I'll put them back into executive session, then they'll be coming out, then they'll adjourn.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I missed who made the motion to go in and who seconded. I'm sorry.
We didn't.
Okay,
Yeah. Joe was getting an update. So I need a motion to consideration of town report dedication pursuant to 1 MRSA section 405-6A.
Move.
I would move to select or consider,
we're not quite there yet, Sam.
okay,
Let me want me to make a breakout room? Yes.
Yes. All right. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So move.
Second.
All in favor? All right, Joe and Sam, you guys are muted. Can I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the report as talked about in executive session.
Second.
You like that one, Sue? Any questions?
You know what he meant, Sue.
All in favor? She's sitting there going, yeah, okay, I guess.
It was translated, Lonnie, to instruct the town clerk to proceed as directed.
There you go. I heard that.
Thank you.
That works. All right, I need another motion to go into executive session.
Move to go into executive session under MRSA 4056D.
Discussion of labor contracts and proposals. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right.
Move
Motion to come out.
of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Did we lose Lonnie?
He's up in the ethers field.
All right. So I need a motion.
Move to adjourn.
All in favor? Lonnie's gonna pop in and we're all gonna be gone.
Good.
Bye.
Talk too much tonight.
Lonnie? Oh.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to the select board meeting. We needed to come back to a meeting because some of the wording in Article 24 was changed and we have to vote on that change. So new business, call to order. We're all here except Lonnie. New business, consideration of town attorney's rewording of Article 24 for RVL. Sue? Do you need to say anything on that?
No.
Okay. All right. So first, I need a motion to either reconsider or rescind.
Move to rescind the action of approving Article 24.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right. So now, Article.
Move to accept Article 24, referendum question 5, to see if the town will accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library the assets of RVL, including land, buildings, books, and all personal property and all monetary assets as of June 30, 2022, minus $15,000 for startup costs. Total net estimate as of April 4, 2022 is approximately $195,000, as outlined in the memorandum of understanding between the RVL and the town of Raymond, signed 10/12/21. Available for view at the Raymond Town Office upon request. Such funds to be set aside as a non-lapsing town account separate from the general funds is to be used for library purposes only. 2, to establish the library as a town department. 3, to appropriate $60,000 from the non-lapsing town fund account to be used for the fiscal year 2022-2023 for the new library department. And 4, to also raise and appropriate $135,876 for the new library department.
Second. And shouldn't that be a period at the end instead of question mark?
No, it's a question to see if the town will.
Okay.
Oh, wait. You're right. You are right. It should be.
Yeah.
So Rolf read that pretty slow. I would have read it faster, but anyways. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second, third, fourth.
All in favor? Thanks, guys.
Bye. Nice
you.
job.
Thanks.
Good job.
Good evening. Welcome to the Budget Finance Voting Meeting, where we will make recommendations on the warrant articles. First order of business is the approval of the minutes from March 31st.
I move approval of the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Like to have a second.
I second.
Thank you, Abigail. Any omissions, additions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. We, how this process will work. And I will read the full, excuse me, Kathy.
What do you need?
Getting feedback. Thank you. I will read through the warrant article and ask for a motion to either recommend or not recommend the article. When it comes time to vote, since we're in a Zoom environment, we will do a roll call vote. I will call your name and you will state your position, either recommend or not recommend. Article 3, referendum question A, to see if the town will vote to set the date of the first half of taxes due to October 31st, 2022, and the second half of taxes due to April 30th, 2023, and set the interest rate for unpaid balances and for abated taxes at 4% for the fiscal year. Authorize the tax collector or treasurer to accept prepayments of taxes not yet committed pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 506 with no interest. And authorize the select board on behalf of the town to sell and dispose of any property acquired by the town for non-payment of taxes pursuant to the policy adopted by the select board, as may be amended from time to time. The policy to remain consistent with the state statutes and laws. In all cases, conveyance to be made by municipal quit claim deed. The select board recommends Article 3.
I move to recommend Article 3.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Dennis. Any questions? All those in favor? Well, Karen, what is your pleasure?
I vote in favor.
Bob? You're muted.
Sorry, in favor.
Dennis?
I'm in favor.
Abigail?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Article 4. Referendum question B. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $2,166,464 for general government services, administration, employee compensation and training, insurances, worker comp and benefits, assessing, code enforcement, parks and rec, technology, and general assistance. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Administration, $516,490. Employee compensation and training, $55,000. Insurances, workers' comp and benefits, $934,087. All right, I'll say that again. $934,087. Assessing, $79,481. Code enforcement, $213,412. Parks and Rec, $153,334. Technology, $204,660. And general assistance, $10,000. The select board recommends Article 4.
I move recommend Article 4.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? Then we'll move to the vote. Karen,
In favor?
Bob,
In favor.
Dennis,
In favor.
and Abigail.
In favor.
Thank you. Article 5, referendum question C, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $131,353,910 for public works. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works, 891,519. Town Buildings, 37,000. Solid Waste, 381,000. And cemeteries, 44,391. The Select Board recommends Article 5.
I move recommend Article 5.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll move to the vote. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
favor. In favor.
Dennis,
In favor.
and Abigail.
In favor.
Thank you. Article 6, referendum question D, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $1,207,714 for public safety. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Fire Rescue Department, $1,168,669. Animal Control, $39,045. The Select Board recommends Article 6.
I move recommend Article 6.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll move to the vote. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
In favor.
Dennis,
I'm in favor.
and Abigail.
In favor.
Thank you very much. Article 7, referendum question E, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to dispose of town-owned personal property with value not to exceed $35,000. The Select Board recommends Article 7.
I move recommend Article 7.
Thank you.
Second.
Bob, any questions? Then we'll move on to the vote. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
In favor.
Dennis,
In favor.
Abigail.
In favor.
Thank you. Article 8, referendum question F, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance or surplus to meet the unanticipated needs of the community that occur during the fiscal year and or to adjust the tax rate as the Select Board deem advisable, an amount not to exceed $75,000. Select Board recommends Article 8.
I move recommend Article 8.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? Go on to the vote. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
In favor.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 9, referendum question G, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to transfer funds between appropriation accounts as long as the grand total of all appropriation is not exceeded. Any such transfers to be approved only at a properly called public meeting of the Select Board. The Select Board recommends Article 9.
I move recommend Article 9.
Second.
Bob, any questions? Go to vote then. Karen,
Yes?
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. That was Article 9, is that correct? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Article 10, referendum question H, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to allow town staff to make application for and execute any documents related to a grant, accept or reject grants, donations, and or gifts of money to the town of Raymond, and authorize the expenditure of monies awarded, donated, and or gifted for the purposes specified in the grant, donation, and or gift. Select Board recommends Article 10.
I move recommend Article 10.
Second.
Bob, any questions? Move on to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance or surplus to reduce the property tax commitment as the select board deemed advisable, an amount not to exceed $200,000. Select board recommends Article 11.
I move recommend Article 11.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $420,000 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Project proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Plan. We have details on addendum 1. Select Board recommends Article 12.
I move recommend Article 12.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 13, referendum question K, to see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund an amount of $109,210 for the administration of activities at the park, and to allocate all revenues generated by park operations to be recorded and retained by the Tasseltop Park Enterprise Fund. Select Board recommends Article 13.
I move recommend Article 13.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 14, referendum question L, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $299,550 for debt services. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. The 2013 Public Works Road Construction Bond, $212,000, and 2015 bond payment, $87,550. Select Board recommends Article 14.
I move recommend Article 14.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll go to vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 15, referendum question M, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to enter a lease purchase agreement for the amount not to exceed $500,000 on such terms as it deemed advisable for the purpose of purchasing a new rescue pumper truck, and raise an appropriate amount not to exceed $58,064 for the payment due in fiscal year 2022-2023. Treasurer's statement, total indebtedness as of June 30th, 2022. Outstanding principal balance, $855,000. There is nothing authorized but unissued debt. New debt to be issued if Article 15 passes. $500,000. So total debt outstanding if Article 15 passes, $1,355,000. The cost, the projected interest rate is a maximum rate of 3.49 per annum. And for a 10-year term, the estimated cost of this lease purchase will be as follows. The principal, $500,000, interest, $80,634, for a total debt service of $580,634. The validity disclaimer. The validity and voters' ratification of the new debt may not be affected by any errors in the above estimates. If the actual amount of the new debt varies from the estimate, the ratification by the voters is nevertheless conclusive, and the validity of the new debt is not affected by reasons of the variance. And this is respectfully submitted by Sharice A. Keach, Finance Director. Select Board recommends Article 15.
I move recommend Article 15.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
and Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 16, referendum question N, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $890,000 for the capital improvement program. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Public Works Equipment Reserve, $225,000. Public Works Paving Road Reserve, $410,000. Municipal Facilities Improvements, $50,000. Technology, $30,000. Revaluation Reserve, $100,000. Public Safety Fire Apparatus, $75,000. The Select Board recommends Article 16.
I move recommend Article 16.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail. Thank you. That was a yes, she was muted. Article 17, referendum question O, to see whether the town will vote to carry forward any existing fund balance in the capital improvement program accounts, the healthcare reimbursement accounts, and the employee compensation account. The Select Board recommends Article 17.
I move recommend Article 17.
Thank you. Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 18, referendum question P, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $817,347 for the county tax. Select Board recommends Article 18.
I move recommend Article 18.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll move to vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 19, referendum question Q. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $3,000 for provider agencies and regional transportation. The budget figures will be assigned as follows. Provider agencies, $2,000. Regional transportation, $1,000. Select Board recommends Article 19.
I move recommend Article 19.
Thank you,
Second.
Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll go to vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I interrupt you just for a second? I just saw Bruce's note. Did you guys see Bruce's note? Under the chat? It said, hello, I can't raise my hand, but the truck went up 50,000 on May 1st, so it will go up, FYI. What does that mean for our budget? Dawn, can you pop on for that? Sorry to interrupt you on this, Bob.
It means that the cost of the vehicle is likely to increase by that amount. I think that's probably also true for other goods and commodities. It's sort of been the order of the day. So I think the article allows for that if there's a variance.
Okay, as long as it allows for it, but yeah, I just saw his note now.
I made an estimate based on what we know now, but I think Joe asked the question with respect to interest rates. It's also true with respect to the price of some of these capital items. We're going to do the best we can. There's also the potential to, change the specifications to some degree, look at other vendors. There's a number of different things you can do, but he's just letting you know that trucks are going up large.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you on that, Bob. I just saw it.
Article 20, referendum question R. To see if the town will vote to appropriate the total sum of $1,631,800 from estimated non-property tax revenues to reduce the property tax commitment, together with all categories of funds which may be available from the federal government and any other sources. Select Board recommends Article 20.
I move recommend Article 20.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Abigail. We may have lost Bob here.
He's coming back in.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob, can you hear us?
I'm back. Yes.
Thank you. Dennis? That was a yes.
Yes.
And Abigail?
Yes.
Thank you. Article 21, referendum question S. To see if the town will vote to accept certain state funds as provided by the Maine State Legislature during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022, and any other funds provided by any other entity, including but not limited to municipal revenue sharing, local road assistance, emergency management assistance, snowmobile registration money, homestead exemption, tree growth reimbursement, general assistance reimbursement, veterans exemption reimbursement, business equipment tax exemption reimbursement, state grants or other funds. Select Board recommends Article 21.
I move recommend Article 21.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 22, referendum question T, to see if the town will vote to authorize the use of town employees and/or town-owned equipment or independent contractors hired by the town for maintenance on private roads in special and certain circumstances wherein the public's interest. Select Board recommends Article 22.
I move recommend Article 22.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll go to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
and Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 23, referendum question U, to see if the town will vote to appropriate the money received from the state for snowmobile registration not to exceed $2,000 to the Raymond Rattler Snowmobile Club for maintenance of their network of snowmobile trails on condition that those trails be open in snow season to the public for outdoor recreation purposes and that at no charge, and to authorize the municipal offices to enter into an agreement with the club under such terms and conditions as the municipal offices may deem advisable for that purpose. Select Board recommends Article 23.
I move recommend Article 23.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Move to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Article 24, referendum question V, to see if the town will accept as a conditional gift from the Raymond Village Library the assets of RVL, including the land, building, books, and all personal property, and all monetary assets as of June 30th, 2022, minus $15,000 for startup costs. Total net estimate as of April 4th, 2022 is approximately $195,000. As outlined in the memorandum of understanding between RVL and the town of Raymond, signed 10/12/2021. Available for view at the Raymond Town Office upon request. Such funds to be set aside in a non-lapsing town account separate from the general fund and to be used for library purposes only. 2, establish the library as a town department. 3, appropriate $60,000 from the non-lapsing town library account to be used for fiscal year 2022-2023 for the new library department. And 4, also to raise and appropriate $135,876 for the new library department. Select Board recommends Article 24.
I move recommend Article 24.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Move on to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Absolutely.
Article 25, referendum question W, to see if the town will raise and appropriate $66,000 for the Raymond Village Library. Such funds to be raised and appropriated only in the event Article 24 does not pass. Select Board recommends Article 25.
I move recommend Article 25.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? Seeing none. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 26, referendum question X, LD1. To see if the town will vote to increase the property tax levy limit of $3,401,749.27 established for the town of Raymond by state law in the event that the municipal budget approved under the preceding articles will result in a tax commitment that is greater than that property tax levy limit. Select Board recommends Article 26.
I move, recommend Article 26.
Thank you, Karen.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions? We'll move on to the vote. Karen,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Abigail.
Yes.
Thank you. And that is the last of the warrant articles. Now we have time for public comment.
There are no raised hands, and there doesn't appear to be any public per se.
All right. Any budget finance comment? Go ahead, Sharice.
Hi, Bob, and everyone else. Point of clarification on the article on the rescue pumper. The article is written to borrow an amount not to exceed 500,000. So what that would mean if the rescue pumper purchase price is more than that, the amount that we would be withdrawing from the fire apparatus reserve would end up being greater than initially anticipated.
Doesn't it talk about the validity of the vote based on estimates though as well?
It does. Yeah, it says if the actual amount of new debt varies from the estimate. Yeah.
I guess my point is there's a mechanism to get around it. And I mean, the first thing you'll look at is ways to economize on the truck. And I mean, I guess if we get to a worst case scenario, there's always the potential to have a special town meeting.
Town meeting, yeah.
But I mean, I don't know what else we can do. I mean, Bruce is letting us know that this is what's happening. It's no secret to anybody. It's happening, you know, all over the world. So, I mean, I guess if we had a quorum, I suppose you could adjust that, couldn't you, Sue?
You mean
Change
you couldn't adjust how much was raised and appropriated, but you could possibly look at what you have in reserve and use more, because that's always available to use. I believe, isn't that true?
Change the estimates on the warrant, I'm saying.
Once it's approved, it's approved. So I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Let me go, which warrant article number is that? I'm sorry.
I'm saying if you had a quorum of both bodies, you could change it, right?
If you had a quorum of both bodies before Friday, yes.
Right, so I don't think we have that with the selectmen, is that right?
This wasn't on the agenda to change it. So it hasn't been published at all.
Yeah, well, I'm back to really, I think it's something we can work with, but I mean, I hear the comment.
Dennis?
Don, why couldn't we, as a budget committee, make a recommendation that there be a variable added and then recommend it to go back to the select board for reconsideration on that particular item?
I guess you could do that.
So there's got to be a role for the budget committee for this sort of thing as you stagger your meetings. If something comes up that we have a concern about, that we could ask for, or we could make an amendment and recommend it, and then they could say yes or no later, right?
At least in the schedule that we do now, and I'm not saying yes or no really to your question, but in the schedule that we have now, that's what the budget finance committee and select board workshop was for, was to go over any questions and whatnot. And then after the workshop, the selectmen set the warrant. And then after the selectmen set the warrant and their recommendations, then the budget finance committee gets to put on their recommendations. So in a sense, we're past that point for our normal scheduling. But we would have to scurry because for this to be voted on as a secret ballot, I have to post it Friday.
And I guess what I'm asking is if the budget committee hears this concern that comes up after the select board meeting, but before our final meeting, wouldn't it be appropriate for us to say, instead of saying 500,000, we would recommend to no more than 600,000? Because my feeling is that steel prices and everything else keeps going up. So I don't think it'll be just 50,000 personally. I think we could have 55 or 58. So, I mean, within our bylaws, can we do that, Sue?
You can't, because the selectmen have set the amount in the warrant and have set the warrant question. So all the Budget Finance Committee can do is recommend a lower amount than the selectmen have. They can't recommend the warrant article be increased.
But
We
I
could
think,
potentially build in to another meeting or into the budget schedule another layer so that you could have a time to go over it and make a recommendation to the select board before they make their warrant. But at this stage of the game, unless the select board want to revisit, that's kind of what it would take.
Well, let me ask you, oh, okay. So there's no way after the select board does a warrant that we have any empowerment to adjust it up, only down?
That's correct.
Well, again, I think that's foolish myself, but I guess we'd have to adjust that with the ordinances of the town, correct? Because this is a simple.
I believe that's state, actually.
Anyway, my thought is this is a simple problem that came up. I would recommend to amend that, and then I guess that we would have, in order to do that, I guess we'd have to vote against it, is what I'm hearing. That we'd be against the 500 because it's not enough. Is that too complicated?
No.
Like-
is there a prohibition if they were to vote, let's say in the affirmative, but then take a separate vote that is unrelated to the warrant with a recommendation, the selectmen take a look at this? Is that something that's acceptable?
The Budget Finance Committee could do that to ask the select board to reconsider, I suppose. But
And they could ask them to reconsider with an amount and that
They-
would be a
they could.
constitute
but
their vote, and then the selectmen could either accept it or not, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's one way, but I don't know. There's two selectmen here. I don't know how they feel about it. So, I mean,
And well, two aren't a quorum, so.
I know, but I mean,
Yeah.
I do understand that. I'm not asking them to vote. I
Right.
guess I'm asking procedurally. That might be a Joe question, possibly, what he thinks about it.
What harm is there in what us? We've already voted for it. I guess what I'm looking for is what is the harm in this budget committee saying, as a budget committee, we vote for the warrant, but because of new information regarding that warrant, we would ask the select board and we would vote affirmatively before it goes to them. So we don't have to go through all the articles or all the warrants on this particular warrant to consider increasing it by 50 or 75. And if it comes in under, we save money. Correct? I mean, we wouldn't have to deal with this again.
If it's an up to number, I guess that'd be correct. Yeah. But I still.
You don't need to change anything. There are ways around this. There's CIP money, there's contingency money. There are ways around this if that's really the case, because you can't, it's too late to call another meeting of the select board. You can't notify the public in time to have another meeting. So, I mean, I'm not concerned about the amount. I'm really not. It's always a moving target every time you do this. So.
Thank you. I think that's good for me.
Any other budget finance comment? I want to take this time to thank all the members of the Budget Finance Committee for the work that you've done this year. We certainly will welcome you back next year if possible. Can I have a motion to adjourn, please?
Move.
So moved.
Bob and Karen, all those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Wednesday, April 13th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call. Greg, would you start?
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich. Mark Child.
And Kevin.
Mike D'Angelo.
All right. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Is anybody here for the public hearing portion for the ordinances? Okay.
Check online too.
Well, they won't matter online though, yeah. So we are going to first look at the final review plan for the Raymond Hills LLC. We'll then look at the initial plan review for major subdivision from Brandon Chase, a request for a waiver for an extension for a subdivision, and then we'll go to the public hearing for the ordinance amendments. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representative of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in advance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right, so our first item is the minutes from March 9th, Wednesday, March 9th meeting. Are there any changes or additions?
None here.
Nope.
I did read it.
Okay.
I move that we approve the minutes as submitted for March 9th, 2022.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And Mike says aye. Okay, unanimous, passes unanimous. All right, this folder. Actually, I had to break folders out to stay organized. So our next up, we don't have any old business on the agenda. So next up is is Dustin, you're the Raymond Hills LLC. Jim, I'm not sure we need to go through the whole introduction.
No,
that
I
you
was just
normally
going to
do.
defer to Dustin to
Perfect.
respond.
Okay, Dustin, if you could just address the items that were left over.
Yeah, I think we spent quite a bit of time last time kind of going item by item down through the memos. So
Yeah, we did.
I'll just hit the,
And then those 8 additional items I think that Jim sent you this afternoon.
I didn't see anything this afternoon.
Oh, good, okay, just checking.
Yeah, so when we left the last meeting, the kind of our punch list of items that we needed to clean up to bring back in front of you, we put together, working with Bill Kennedy and the neighbor Krista Kesh, put together an easement document for the construction of her driveway and the maintenance of the slopes and planting of some trees along that embankment there. That has been duly signed by both parties, so that is complete at this point. And we're committed to building out that driveway as part of the construction of the project. There was some questions about some large stone retaining walls that we had previously shown on the rear of a couple of the buildings. We've removed those walls completely, so we're just doing normal slope grading on the back sides of those buildings, so there won't be any need for those large walls. There was a few comments that Wayne had on the fire department side where they just wanted some additional language put into the condo docs for restriction of parking on the roadways and the enforcement capabilities of the condo association to regulate those parking rules. So we've added those. Wayne's had a chance to look at them, and he did provide an email just indicating that he was satisfied with the changes that were made. So I think from there, the last outstanding item that would have the board consider prior to discussing a final approval would be just the waiver on the number of units on the dead-end road. So that would be something we need to vote on tonight, as well as the final plan. So that's all I've got for our list. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
There was one other, Dustin, which I know you addressed, but it was on the list, which was the backup power for the septic.
Yep. So yeah, we've committed to installing a full-time on-site backup generator for the pump station. So that's included in the plans.
Okay. Has Dustin had a chance to read your proposed?
No, we did not give that to.
Okay.
It's your motion, so.
Yep. So I guess also for Mr. Kennedy, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. So this will be the proposed a waiver for the 25 lots and the 2 access points. Jim put together a nice paragraph here. So I'll make the motion that the planning board grants approval of the requested waiver of the subdivision ordinance Article 10, Section 3.6 for the allowance of the project to exceed the maximum number of lots served by a single dead-end road to exceed the limit of 24 lots. By granting the waiver, the project is allowed 1 additional lot for the development for the total of 25 dwelling units, and additionally reserves the right of the abutter Kish to have access for no more than 1 additional dwelling, or allowed use off the proposed Honey Hill Lane, subject to a separate approval by the town code enforcement officer for the Kish or successor's permitted use. The planning board determines that the approval of the waiver that a second access road connection is not feasible given the parcel's land configuration and topographic constraints, and does not comprise public safety or health with the exceedance of added lots accessed off a dead-end termination versus a second road connection. So before we go on, is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, a second. So in discussion, Mr. Kennedy, does that, are you okay with that as far as the wording goes?
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Gee, wow.
They give you a cold star.
All right, is there any other discussion on the motion then for the waiver? Kevin, Mike?
Hey, I don't see harm in either one of those.
Okay. So then, all those in favor of granting the motion? Yes, aye.
6-0.
Kevin and Mike, you got to voice the aye.
Aye.
Okay. Rules. All right, so the waiver is approved.
And you previously had waived the
1,000 foot.
The 1,000
previous
foot,
waived.
yeah.
So that's the end of the waivers. So, is there any other discussion on the project that we haven't covered yet? This has been a long one.
The only thing would be whatever conditions of approval you would want. We have obtained the homeowners association documents, condo documents. The only items that I would have for Obviously, subject to any of the conditions granted by the state of Maine, Health and Human Services for the septic design or Maine DEP. Should be made part of the conditions. That's probably the easiest way to do that. And then the other item we had in was we'd want a third-party inspection during construction for Honey Hill Lane for groundwater conditions during construction.
Right.
That's, I think that, was that pretty much what?
Yep, yeah, that's what I had, those items there.
All right, anyone want to try the motion?
Oh, and, hold on, Wayne, did you have anything else in your, is Wayne there?
Wayne is there, but I think he's happy.
Are you all set with your stuff, or do we need any conditions on yours, Wayne?
No, the only thing I just wanted to make sure is that, that we're working off the land submission from 4/4/22, because that includes, at least for the fire department, that includes all those items, including the street addresses.
Yeah, and what we'll do, Wayne, is, I don't know if the board's gonna sign that tonight or not, but we'll make sure that that's the appropriate date, and then we wanna make sure that all the waivers granted will be on that document, on that final recorded plan as well. So we'll have another crack to look at that plan.
Then we would be good.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, didn't I read somewhere that we needed, the plan board should reference that the road section within the LR1 zone complies with the shoreline zoning requirements?
Yes, and that's part of the, I put that in with the site plan.
You put it in with?
Yeah, I put it in the site plan of the subdivision, but I did put it in there.
Okay.
So you've got, technically, there's three things you can vote on. I kind of lumped the shoreline zoning into the subdivision piece, but there's shoreline zoning, site plan, and subdivision.
Shoreline zoning.
Shoreline zoning because there's a portion of the road. Then you
Right.
got site plan, and then you have subdivision.
Okay.
And you can do it all as one big lump if you want to, if you don't
Yeah.
have anything else to add, if you want to streamline it. Obviously, we'll capture it all in the conditions, I mean, in the findings of fact.
Right. All right, I'll give it a go. Okay, so I move that we approve the Raymond Hills Village 25-unit condo subdivision in accordance, we find that it meets all of the Article 7 minor subdivision Section 2 submissions and all of the Town of Raymond subdivision regulations for Article 1, and also conforms with the LRR1 zone for the portion of the road that sits within that area. Conditions of approval, Jim, I missed the first one you were talking about, the DEP.
We should make conditioned upon any DEP requirements or any Department of Health and Human Services requirements.
Okay. Based upon what conditions of approval then would be any requirements set forth by DEP or Health and
DHHS.
What is it? H?
Department of Health and Human Services.
Oh, okay. What Jim said. And I think there's one other condition, isn't there? Don't we have one more?
Third-party inspection?
Yeah, third-party inspection, right? Third-party inspection, which I think we were setting up to be the Cumberland County?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. All right. I did skip asking you guys if you wanted to go through each one of these items, which is that?
I'm good.
Are you okay with that?
I'm good.
Mike, Kevin, you want to go, you all right with lumping it all together?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. So is there a second for the motion?
I'll second.
Second, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, great. Justin, I guess that's it.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate
Geez,
it.
that was fast. Was it a couple of days worth?
Yeah, we're gonna miss you, Dustin.
Yeah.
Well, we'll come back with some more projects.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks, Dustin. Okay, so the agenda does have the public hearing of ordinance amendments. If you are on Zoom and you do want to look at those, you can check them out at the website, or the town's website, excuse me. I'm going to skip those for now so that we can move to the Brandon Chase application, and then we will come back to that ordinance amendments. That way we'll keep you here longer than we need to. Welcome back, Will. just for the record, Will Haskell is stepping in as our town planner. Will, welcome back.
How you doing?
Good. Did you get an answer? I know we've got your memo. Did you get an answer yet to all those questions?
So we did get a response from Mr. McSorley and Sebago Technics. We haven't re-responded. We've got a few more questions on that, but again, we're at preliminary plan level here, so we did get an initial response. And
so, best way you think to proceed would that be to go through all these, or not necessarily worth?
I guess my recommendation would be to allow Mr. McSorley to give a presentation on the project.
Okay.
Since we're at preliminary plan.
Yep.
And then if he wants to during that, he can kind of address the comments that came up initially, and then at the end of that, I can give some additional feedback on several of the comments that he responded to. So.
And good, thank you, Will. I think we were at the sidewalk, right? Everybody not?
I was there, yeah.
You were there,
Yes,
you were there, you guys are there, right? Sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Ms. McSorley, did I pronounce that right? McSorley?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to share my screen.
All right. And who's hosting Sandy, are you the host right now? Sandy?
She nodded.
Just switched it to Rob. Okay.
Switched it to Rob, okay.
See if it works.
There we go.
There we go. Good evening. I'm Rob McSorley. I work for Sebago Technics. I'm here to represent the owner for the project, Brandon Chase. We're coming before you.
Rob, can I interrupt you for a second? I just want to, since it's the first time we've done this, Kevin and Mike, can you see what's on the screen?
I can.
Okay. Nice.
Good. We're coming before you this evening for the Raymond Cape Road subdivision. This is a 37-plus acre piece of property off the Raymond Cape Road. It is in the LLR2 zone, and there is a small portion that is in the resource protection zone. You can see on the map in the lower right hand, that wetland that sticks up into the property, that is in the resource protection zone. We came before you as a sketch plan on December 8th and had a site walk with you on, I believe it was January 9th. I was not there, but I know that you had it. Out of that came the consensus that we should go with a open space, a cluster open space subdivision. So that's what we have come back to you this evening with. We have done the net residential calculation. It's over there on the right-hand side of the page. And we adjusted that for the allowance for the open space subdivision, and we get 12 units allowed, and that's what's presented on site plan. As part of this project, we're requesting 2 waiver requests. The first one is relative to open space area. In the tracks that we have that are along the southern property line and extends across the road in a big swath into the north side of the property, we have less by about an acre of open space area. The reason we think our waiver is justified is because if you look along the north property line, you'll see the back of those lots that have wetlands and wetland buffer that's all contiguous into the dedicated open space tracts. And I believe ordinance allows the open space to be within the lot areas. The second waiver that we're requesting is the length of the road. We are longer than the 1,000 linear feet of the code. However, we have provided 2 T turnaround sections. This has been reviewed by the fire department, and they feel, I believe it's appropriate. We did receive comments from Will from Laurel Palma, good job, and Mr. Wayne Jones with the Raymond Fire Department. We have responded back to those and included in that resubmission are also a copy of the hydrogeological assessment that was done for the property that we mentioned in our original submittal that we would submit prior to the final, and also a financial capacity letter. The plan that you see before you is actually the modified plan that has been sent back for Will and Wayne to look at. It's the same layout, it just has more or additional information on it than the plans that you have. Included are the footprints for the subsurface field. We have sized those and placed those based upon the hydrogeological assessment. 2 of those lots will have to have additional treatment to knock the nitrates down to a base of 20 milligrams per liter versus a typical 40. We have put the well exclusion zones on there, potential well locations, the test pit locations. We've indicated, you can see them kind of shaded where the T turnarounds are, the fire lane designations, and also the additional conditions of approval that were in both Will's and Wayne's notes. Relative to the comments, they were pretty straightforward. I only have a couple that, in general, that I'd like to discuss. The first one was relative to suggested building locations and their driveway locations on the subdivision plan. We don't want to tie the site down to specific locations on the lot. What we have done there is we have given you a yellow outline of where the building can go based upon the required setbacks and the setbacks from the wetland areas. And we have also included on the plan revisions a typical driveway detail that shows a typical 15-inch culvert size, which is pretty conservative based upon the flows that we would see in the swales here. What we assume is that when they come in for building plan, they will have to do a plot plan. And at that time, they'll go out there and do an accurate location of where things should be. You know, our survey, we do it every 50 feet plus, so we don't pick up the intricals of every topo along the right of way. And that's why we want to be able to float around to the point where they come in for a building permit and they can locate that stuff on the plot plan. Another comment was relative to adding grading easements. We've added a 5-foot uniform grading easement along the back of all the roadways. That 5 foot would take the grade up above the adjacent center line grade on the road. We do not feel it's necessary to give a grading easement all the way up to the grading that's shown on this plan on the lot. It's typical on a subdivision that you're going to see grading from the swale all the way back. My lot is that way. I have the same type of slopes on my swales that are here. Any erosion that's going to occur is going to occur within the channel portion of that. But that's going to be stabilized with erosion control blanket, and then the slopes and into the property all going to be stabilized as part of the development. So we think that 5-foot grading easement is appropriate for what's been requested. Relative to the draft homeowners documents, we're expecting those any day. We were actually hoping that we had them today so that we can say we have them. We need to review them, but we expect to have them shortly. They will include the language for the stormwater management facilities, the management of the open space areas and roadway, as well as development restrictions, what people can use for siding or whatnot. Restrict, make sure that somebody can't have a farm on their lot or whatnot. And also the comments that come from the fire department will include those in the HOA docs in addition. Comments 16 through 25 are all stormwater comments, pretty straightforward. We went through all those. I believe we addressed them adequately. If I need to have additional discussion with Will, we can do that, but I think they're pretty straightforward. Last couple comments, fire department. I think the only thing outstanding is to put the addressing on the plans. And ask to as our street name. The fire department is okay with that, along as we start addressing numbers in the 100 range. There are similar names on adjacent communities, and just to make sure there's no miscommunication where they would be going, we'll start our numbers in the 100 range instead of the single number range. And then we got to do that request through the town select board to make sure that they're okay with that street name. Other than that, the project is really straightforward, comments are straightforward, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
I'm having a hard time hearing with the noise. Can somebody mute him or?
Who's making the noise?
It looks like Chris. It looks like it's Chris because he's the one that keeps lighting up.
I thought I was unmuted.
Okay.
I think he said his mic was unmuted, so he must have muted it.
Okay. Okay, back to you, Will.
Great. Thanks for that description. That was great. Again, I think for the most part, the response that they submitted addressed most of our comments. There's just a couple, I guess, that I'll touch on, and some of them are the same ones that Rob kind of highlighted.
Excuse me. Do you want that graphic left up?
Yeah, for right now, yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So I think our comment relative to the building locations and the driveways, we had made a comment to show those, which I think you've shown the building locations on all the lots. Understand your concern about showing the driveways. I think I would like to have a discussion with you, and I don't have a list of them right now, but there are a couple lots that have some relatively, the ditch grading, the back slope grading for the ditches in a couple lots are fairly extensive and relatively steep. So I'd like to have a discussion with you about potentially showing driveway locations on several specific lots, just because it seems like they're relatively constricted in terms of where they could be located.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'd like to reserve a right to at least make a comment on that. I can provide you with
Let's have a
lots
discussion.
that I think we would like to show driveway locations, and then we can have a discussion about that. I guess relative to the ditch grading, so Rob's position is that they've provided a grading easement for the back slope of the ditch that extends about 5 feet beyond the right-of-way line for the road. And while I understand his comment that a lot of that erosion, or any erosion, would normally happen within the ditch line, I guess one concern that we have is if there's erosion that happens within the ditch and then the rest of the bank decides to slough down, and someone has to go in and repair that, if there isn't an easement in there for the full back slope of the ditch, then it could be challenging for that maintenance and repair to occur in the future. I guess my question back to Rob on this issue is, for the most part, except for maybe lot, I think it's lot 1, the back slopes are basically within the front setback of the lots. So is there really an issue with providing an easement to do that future maintenance for that back slope of the ditch? So that's my comment there on that issue. There are a couple comments, I guess, in our stormwater comments, or a couple responses. One was relative to, let me get the original comment here. I think it was under drain soil filter number 1, and the proximity of the outlet control structure. Our comment was the proximity of the outlet control structure to the emergency spillway or the overflow spillway. And I think the response is that the DEP refers to the pipe outlet. I guess our interpretation of that is that and we've been called out on it, which is why we made the comment, is that the outlet consists of the outlet to the pond, not necessarily the outlet of the pipe coming out of the pond, but basically the primary outlet for the pond. And our concern is when there's a trench cut for a new outlet control pipe coming out of a pond that's very close to an emergency spillway, that if that emergency spillway ever activates, the water is going to look for the easiest path through that, and if there's a trench that's been cut through there, that's the first place that spillway would tend to fail. We've seen it on a couple projects that actually have failed with a pipe relatively close, and looking at that under drain filter number 1, the outlet pipe basically runs right along the edge of that emergency spillway. So we've got a little bit of concern there, I guess, relative to that. So that was one. And then the other was relative to number 20, our original comment number 20, which talked about, I believe the 25-year storm event actually passes over the emergency spillway. And basically, I think, Rob, you referenced, we had referenced Chapter 500. There is a comment, or there is a statement in Chapter 500 Appendix 3 that basically says the principal spillway must control the maximum flow from the design storms without activating the emergency spillway. So that was the reason for our comment. So it's not typical that we would see a 25-year storm actually activate the emergency spillway. It should go through the primary spillway, and then anything over that 25-year storm event would go over the emergency spillway. So I think those were, and again, I can coordinate directly with Rob on those. We don't need to get into the weeds, but those are a few things that we're going to respond back to his original response to comments.
Okay.
Other than that, I think they did a great job in terms of responding to our original comments.
Okay, thanks, Will. Does the board have any? Actually, Rob, I think you can put us back to the normal Zoom screen. If you can hear me. Great, thank you. Does the board have any questions going at this point? It is a preliminary review.
Yeah. Can you clarify how many building lots there are going to be? I've gotten, a few different versions of this work.
12 lots.
Just 12?
12 building lots. Yeah.
Because I thought I saw something requesting a waiver to up that one. No?
It was open space acreage, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
So I'm just a little confused about the address. Perhaps to address the issue, I don't need to belabor it. Wayne, are you okay with it? In terms of rescue, fire being able to find?
So, the ultimate decision is the fire chief, and he's the E911 coordinator, and he was fine with it. One of the things that I would ask is that underneath the street sign is a number range sign for that particular street, posted on both sides, because it's an unusual starting place for numbers on a street that's starting at 100. So we did ask for that to help emergency responders understand that they're going to the right area, and that's the way it's going to be numbered.
Okay. All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
And we propose to put that additional signage.
I'm sorry?
We're going to put that additional signage that's requested.
I have a question on Will, on your comment 5.
Okay.
Which is added note on subdivision plan restricting clearing on lots to a maximum of 25% of lot area. Is that 25% reduced by the wetland area that's within each individual lot?
Let me read my note here. Add a note.
That's how I took it when I read it. That's how what I thought. And
Me too.
Yeah.
So can you state your question again?
So you're suggesting that a note be added to the subdivision plan restricting clearing on lots to a maximum of 25%. And my question is the wetland first subtracted from that total before and then the 25% is calculated?
Yeah, I think that should be within the building envelope, so I think the wetlands are excluded from the building envelope. We probably have to bring the plan back up, but you've excluded the wetlands from the building envelope, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the building envelope does not. There's the wetlands and a buffer.
Right. So the comment was basically in the land use ordinance, there's a restriction on clearing to a maximum of 25% of the lot area, so the
Right.
building envelope,
Yeah.
or 15,000 square feet, whichever is greater.
Right.
So we just we asked that note be added to the plan so that they don't go out there and all of a sudden they clear the entire building envelope.
Okay. So then for Rob, a question on the waiver that you're requesting. You're requesting it and your justification for that request is that there are wetlands in individual lots.
Correct. On the plan along the north property line.
Yep.
We have that open space area that's to the north, and then you can see behind those lots is a series of wetlands and buffers.
Right.
That are connected right up to the open space track. I believe your ordinance allows the open space to be within the lots. And so I don't know if it's an issue or not, but we decided.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
So in addition to that, which I'm not sure you addressed in your waiver response, Rob, we had made a note or a comment about a note being added to the subdivision plan stating that the wetland buffers and the wetlands shall not be disturbed for lot development, which you've excluded it from your lot area or your building envelope, but
We can add the note.
we ought to just have a note on that.
Yeah.
So my next follow-on question to that, Rob, is how are those wetland areas of interest that are going to be included as part of the justification for this waiver protected?
We'll add a note that they can't be touched.
But I'm the second or third owner of lot 3 or lot 4, and I want a garden at the back of my property. How is that protected?
There's gonna be homeowner documents, and those homeowner documents dictate what they can and cannot do on a property.
Okay.
And in those homeowner documents, we will also add that language relative to the fact that you cannot clear wetlands as depicted on the subdivision plan.
And will those wetland areas be delineated on the ground so that homeowner number 4 knows that there's wetlands in the back that can't be disturbed?
We can, but we have a buffer, a quite substantial buffer. I don't think they'll ever make it there, but like my lot, I have a restriction on my lot that says I can't touch the last 50 feet of my lot. And that's in my owner's docs, and it references the plat that my lot is in.
It should be referenced in the deed for those lots.
Yeah, well, the deed will reference that they need to meet the homeowner documents and subdivision plan.
Reference the subdivision plan that shows it.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you, Will.
Yeah.
Okay. That answers my question. Greg, do you have questions?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm completely fine with it. Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Kevin, you okay? Mike?
Okay.
All right. I don't think there's any problem with the 1,000-foot waiver. We've done that now. We just did it. We've done it before. As long as the fire department is comfortable with the turnarounds, I don't see that as an issue. I have a little bit of a concern with the with waiver number 2, but that's just me. I don't think the board has a concern.
I don't, which is the acreage?
Yeah.
It's not a waiver to increase.
No, it is not a waiver to increase
size or anything.
Right.
Right.
Yep. So, and I think, and I know you're okay with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I'm stepping in
So-
here.
Step in. Oh, Mike.
So I apologize for not having the documents in front of me. So the waiver regarding the open space, how much land is that involving? It's not very much, is it?
Do you have the memo from Will?
I read it this morning, but I didn't print it, and I don't dare leave the screen for fear of not being able to.
1.09 acres, right?
1.09 acres. We provide 14, almost 15 acres in the open space tracts themselves. And then we have additional areas on the lot that's, I haven't calculated, but it's well in excess of an acre. And we can do the area on that and tell you what it is. But it's well in excess of an acre.
So because it isn't a great amount, I'm not too worried about it, but I agree with Bob's concerns about how do we delineate it so that the fourth buyer knows about it.
And my other concern, Mike, while you're there, my other concern on this is with the open space, the way our intent was in our open space documents was to have that area be able to be used by all individuals. With you using some of the calculation of some of the private property as now open space, that not, in my opinion, that doesn't fit the intent of our open space. I mean, I agree with the open space that it makes sense. I don't agree that we're using private property for a waiver to be able to produce another lot so that we can have, but we're going to include areas of wetlands that are not connected as open space. That's my problem.
But I believe your ordinance allows the open space area to be on the lots themselves.
As long as they're connected.
They are.
That was our, but they're not. Are they?
Yeah, that whole,
Can you bring your plan back up, Ron?
Yeah.
Is he looking at this
connection?
the,
Yeah, I'm not,
Is it just this one?
well, these are the wetlands.
Yeah. Is he
So
just
is it-
calculating this property, or is it?
No, it's clearly
Do
this
you
one,
want to
this one.
highlight
Okay.
the area that is, you're proposing as additional open space?
this is all open space tract, and that's open space tract.
Right.
And then you have all of this, which is connected to that open space tract.
So, oh, okay, see, I did misunderstand. So you are, so while you're sitting there, you are including basically all of, I mean, rough drawing, but all of this area here
Correct.
as open space.
That's not in our calculation, we've only included the lot area.
Right, understood.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm saying that equals well more than an acre of property.
But your point, Bob, is technically that's on other people's lots.
Right.
So you can't trespass on their lots.
Exactly.
If you wanted to use that open space for going to walk through it or whatever.
Right. So that, and that's, and that was our intent for the open space.
Yeah, I would have to agree, that's a concern.
Once again, I think we need to check the ordinance, because the ordinance, I believe, says that they can be on open space or on lot. If necessary, we can provide an easement that allows people through that area,
That would work.
okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Yep. That's a good compromise. Okay. Thanks, Rob.
We have to get Rob to put me back as host.
What's up, Sandy?
We have to get Rob McSorley to put me back as host.
Oh,
whoop.
Thank you.
Sorry to steal the show.
So this project has come to us as a sketch plan. It has now come to us for preliminary approval. Well, I don't, are there?
Do you need to go to public hearing at preliminary?
Well, that was my next question is, I don't, for Sandy, I don't think we've advertised this as a public hearing. Right, Sandy, did we advertise this as a public hearing tonight?
I don't believe so.
Yeah.
Let me
I
quick
don't-
look.
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't.
We didn't, yeah, I didn't think we did.
No.
Would you like me to get the Wyndham Eagle advertisement that says this was a public hearing?
Is it a public hearing? We've got really lawyer verbiage comments on this. We accept public comment, but we have to have a public hearing advertised.
Okay.
I think what it said was public comment, but not public hearing. I mean, I could be wrong because I didn't see the advertisement, but I think that's what it was.
I think it did say public hearing.
I'm more than willing to take a public comment now, but we can't make any official action on the project until we have a public hearing. And the public hearing has to be advertised, and it has not yet been advertised. But if you'd like to say something, sure. I don't, unless the board has some objection, I don't see any reason why you can't.
No objection. No objection.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, that was a public hearing for ordinance amendments.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it was. That
Correct.
wasn't a.
Yes, please.
So maybe the Wyndham Eagle advertisement was a little odd. My name is James Glazer. I'm a resident of 30 Cape Road, so relatively close to the proximity of this. Found the report very comprehensive. Did have a question quickly for the planning board. What is the minimum time frame that preliminary or even secondary reports are provided to the residents for review? Is there a requirement for how long those reports are available? 7 days before, 2 days before, anything like that, posted to the website? I was just curious. I didn't get a hold of this until 72 hours prior. It seemed like short notice. 14 days. Yeah, it wasn't posted 14 days prior. My question is related to the trip generation assessment. It is fairly known publicly to my interaction with third-party suppliers and a 14-year resident of 30 Cape Road, that Cape Road has a significant speed issue and a traffic issue on that road. I have been witness to several near misses, animal fatalities, and my concern is that by adding these additional lots and the traffic calculation of approximately 30 trips or egresses to the day would increase the severity and risk of a traffic incident. So my encouragement to the planning committee and to the selectmen board would be to reconsider improved signage and traffic control in that area. So this is the area where it steps down. It's actually 35 to 25. The report says 40. That's not correct. Is a significant problem and gets exaggerated significantly in the summer. Well, obviously with the incoming vacationers, people are traveling on an average of 45 to 55 miles per hour through that zone. And I personally, as a resident, experience near misses on a weekly basis. So when you concentrate, that's one resident coming out of a single driveway, when you concentrate a number of residents coming out of a street now into that special zone where people are supposed to be stepping down but they're not, you're only going to increase the risk area. So just something to consider and take very seriously from the experience I've had over 14 years in that area.
So what would you suggest?
I know there's been, I can't confirm whether it's been formal or informal. I know residents of Murch Landing and other areas or other residents along Cape Road like myself have requested the consideration of speed tables and quote, again, possibly informal, I can't confirm that. The response has been not a chance. I don't know if there are a number of effective signage that are permanent in several different towns within Raymond saying here's your speed coming into a zone that kind of publicize to people and bring awareness to slow down. There is minimal signage in the area now, so I would suggest prior to this traffic coming onto the street as they're exiting Cape, improve signage, various different ways to slice and dice that would bring people's attention to slow down, that you have traffic entering, whether it be speed or flashing lights if you're over. I've seen some very effective things through Poland and in Gray, where if your speed is over the limit, it starts flashing and telling you to slow down. And those towns have said that has been effective in lowering the call it lack of abiding to the speed zone. Right. So because this report was based on those speed zones and how much clearance is needed and line of sight, and when I know that those speed zones are not being adhered to by the residents, that's why I wanted to call that into consideration. It's fairly inexpensive mitigation at the end of the day.
Yeah.
That was all my comments.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I missed your name.
James Glazer, G-L-A-S-E-R.
Thanks, James.
My name is George Mata. I live on the Cape Road as well. I'm also in a butter to the property that is being considered for a subdivision. We have a common boundary of approximately, I would say it's around 500-600 feet along the north boundary. So you see the map here, somewhere from about here to here. This is our property here. And two questions. A couple of things here. The first one in the exhibit, I was reading through this here quickly, got to look at it this afternoon. And I don't know, on the website, you've got page numbers, and you don't have that here. However, in one question I have, probably for you, Mr. McSorley, is on, this would be the Appendix 4, Subsurface Investigations. You show a map, I think that's it, where it's kind of a before and after. I'm sorry, it's 2 or 3, it's Appendix 6, Stormwater Management Plans. You show a map which includes our property that we own. It has a drainage area, stormwater area here, and you show a number of different, that's the current situation. The next page shows the proposed situation, where you're changing, according to this map, the drainage on our property by what you're doing on your property. It's the only thing I can assume, because it's a different map. One is before, one is after the project. So I'd like to know why our property has a drainage change. Maybe it's just a typo and wasn't put together correctly in the office. I know those things are done with just using the contour maps, but there's a question I have there that could be looked at. The other one question I have involves the wetlands along the north boundary of this project. These particular, these here, these large ones, these two large ones here, I don't know about these. This lot comes up to about here, so I haven't really looked at those here. But I am familiar with these, very familiar with them, obviously. We know the property pretty well. And the concern with those is that they could potentially be governed by the Natural Resource Protection Act as either a vernal pool or a significant vernal pool. And if that's the case, then that needs to be investigated. We don't know for sure if they are or not. And you have a letter here in your packet. It's around page 114 from the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. A Becca Settle, wildlife biologist. And in it you highlighted, our department has not mapped any essential habitats that would be directly affected by your project. That's true. I'm very familiar with that. And I noticed that if you continue to read down through, you'll see where that's common throughout the whole state, and she talks about that. She does recommend strongly, in my opinion, the way it's written, significant vernal pools. We recommend that surveys for vernal pools be conducted within the project boundary by qualified wetland scientists, and it goes on. These surveys should extend up to 250 feet beyond the anticipated project footprint because of the potential performance. So I noticed on the layout that you currently have, some of the holes that were dug and the footprints for buildings and foundations could be within 250 feet. I don't know that for sure. But right now you're talking about 125 feet here. 250 is going to take you out quite a bit further than that. And you are allowed some development within that. We all know that. The law allows some development in there. The concern I have is if we were just talking about gardens a little while ago. I believe both of these are vernal pools and don't want to see insecticides or fertilizer or anything else from a garden or a lawn running off into them. So the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife is recommending that a survey be taken, and the window for that survey is now. They do it twice, and they gotta do it now, or you wait another year if you decide that that should be looked at as a planning board. So that's the thing that I'd like to see addressed, and those are my bulk of my comments, I believe. Let's see. Yep.
Okay.
Questions?
Yeah, sir, it's a mask only for the meeting.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I've been here this whole time. I didn't mean to.
I didn't notice you before. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I'll see if I can find one.
There's one right here.
Yep.
And there's nothing. I could not find this on the website. You've got the entire plan on there, but this map's not on that website in any of the appendices.
That colored version.
I didn't see any version of it. I saw one that showed a road going through the middle and had to do with stormwater, but it didn't show lots. Anyway, maybe it's somewhere else on the website and I couldn't find it.
Ms. Bond, first thing, I could not, as you were going through it, your first comment concerning the runoff, that what you were referencing, I just want to make sure, I couldn't find in the packet what you were referring to.
Okay.
I just want to make sure somebody did catch it.
I'll address that.
You'll address that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Will, did you catch actually where it is? That
I know, I'll look at it. I know what you was.
Okay.
On the website, it's
right.
around page 10. Yep, that's the one.
Okay.
114 or somewhere in that neighborhood? No, 104, 102 and 103, I think it is.
Okay. And to address the vernal pool issue, when we did the site walk, we were told that they were in fact going to test for vernal pools, but they couldn't do it because we did it in the winter. So I'm assuming that, maybe that's the wrong assumption, but I'm assuming that is already going to take place. Is that correct, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the only reason I brought it up is because there's a note in here that tends to imply that's not going to happen, that they're not vernal pools and they weren't found on the state maps.
Significant.
Right. None were found on the state map, but they actually come down and look. And that's what we were told.
Well, it's more than a look, it's.
Oh, I understand, but
yeah,
it's the difference.
Right.
Okay, are there questions?
Okay. Anyway, I guess the only thing I'd close with, I'm not against the development, I just want to make sure that, we've lived there 17 years and I've been watching these and others in the area for some time, and I'm pretty convinced that there's some organisms and animals in there that need to be looked after. So.
Indicator species.
Okay.
Wow, look at you.
I know that stuff.
It's like a dummy too.
You want me to address?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. The two maps that he's referring to are the pre and post stormwater maps.
Rob, can you tell us where those are in your book?
I'm not sure, they should be in the storm, at the tail end of the stormwater section.
That's what I would have thought, but maybe I just missed it.
Or, if you look at your base plans, they're the last 2 pages.
You've got the plan set for the last 2 pages of the plan.
That'll be easier.
Appendix 6. Appendix 6, yeah.
If you look, those are the big versions.
Okay.
And so what we do is, when we do our stormwater, we have to model or take into consideration any water that comes onto our site. And if you look at that map, you'll see that there are lines that extend all off our property. And that's what those lines are. They go, I believe, into the gentleman's property there. Both plans, they're exactly the same for the boundary outside the property. They change within the property. So,
Can you explain why the time of concentration changes from pre to post off the property? So the time of concentration line that you show, which is pretty specific.
well, based upon you changing the development of the site, then your time of concentration line will change.
But off the property, the time of concentration is different in pre versus post.
But once again, you're looking for the longest time of concentration. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be in the same place after you develop. So your time of concentration, the place where your furthest point of water hits that area is where you take your time of concentration starting from. And then what you do is you look at your site after, you redraw your stormwater boundary, and you relook at all those areas, and you look and find the place where that new basin, it's the farthest travel time for that piece or drop of water to flow through that boundary. So when you adjust the boundary, then your time of concentration line most likely is going to change also. It's not necessarily going to be in the same place.
But the off-site boundary area, though, is identical in the pre versus
Yes.
post.
Yeah.
But this line, maybe I'm missing it. The line where you have A, B, C, D, that's the line we're referring to, right?
Yeah, that's the time of concentration line.
Okay.
And that can change.
Well, how can that change off the property when you develop on the property?
What you're looking for is you're looking for the longest travel path of a drop of water. So if I have this
I see.
if I have this big area here, right?
Yep.
And then I cut it down to this. It's not necessarily the furthest part.
Right,
it's going
I
to be the
understand.
same location.
That's what I was trying to get you to say.
Right. So I think then the answer to I think your question is the water runoff of was it Mr. Bada? Is that
right?
Mr. Bada property is not going to change.
No.
Post development.
No.
Okay.
But that drains, that one wetland drains onto the property.
Right.
And we actually have a pipe that goes underneath the roadway to convey that and continue that flow through the property.
Okay.
So.
Good. You're going to have
So
to.
I'm concerned because, so he's saying that On your map.
That's why they're gonna yell at you if you don't go to the mic. The voice comes out of the sky.
So if you look at the map,
Could you use the microphone, please?
if you look at the map, the way I see this is happening somewhere right in this area right here. Yeah, right about there, right there. So that's an area that you've taken out. You're saying that's going to be a protected area or open space, or, so that's taken out. So I'm still struggling to understand why before anything is done here, the water moves right along the boundary here.
It moves.
And it doesn't show that on your map.
It generally flows this way.
It's not showing that on your map.
We don't put an arrow for every drop of water. What we do is, that is the longest path for the water to flow. But what we're saying is all of that area drains this way. On this map, there's what's called a study point, and that's where the water ends up.
Okay.
So if you look at this map, you
It's
don't have
down
the
here.
whole map.
Yeah.
Right down here, you'll see a
Right.
dot,
Yeah.
and that's the study point, and that's where all the water flows to.
So I guess the question is then if that's the case then, after the fact, why isn't it shown as being the case now at the current?
It is.
Because it is, I think.
There's no arrow on the first map.
But it doesn't, so I think.
It's not coming out of here though. On this one, it's coming out of there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the answer is that after, and tell me if I'm wrong here, but after what this point of concentration is looking at the longest line that can be drawn for that flow of water.
It's
right.
It's not the line.
It's not the.
It's actually the flow path.
Okay, so the longest
line that it
possible
takes.
flow path.
Yeah.
So once the development gets put into place, that flow path extends into the development now further than it would have before, which changes that the longest point and pulls it into the property. So the water flow doesn't change. The way the water's moving doesn't change. It's just where the concentration of that water for the longest stretch of time changes.
So are you saying that the water's going to back up onto the property?
No.
It should be the same as
It's exactly
pre
the
and
same.
post.
Yeah.
And you can tell really by the contour lines, that the small lines, it's unusual to have a map with these arrows and showing the path of concentration, but from what's on here, it doesn't appear anything changes on your side.
Other than the additional ABC line that they added on the second.
That's something
Yeah,
very
there's two
specific to
different
the
lines, there's a
model.
pre-line and a post line.
Well, I understand that. That's why my question came up in the first place, because
But it has nothing to do with the amount of water that falls there and where it goes.
Yeah, it was a good question. I
It's
think we all
just
learned
the
something, but.
What?
I said it was a good question. I think we all learned something, but it doesn't really affect the way the water's flowing. It just affects that concentration point of the longest flow of water.
Okay, so a follow-up question.
Yep.
We have no plans to do this now, but let's just say my son inherits this and he wants to put a 3 or 4 houses up there, development of some kind. Is this new line that you put on here, showing this drainage that is happening after this development goes in, going to impact any decision this board makes on the future of that? And he might propose 10 years from now.
No impact at all.
Okay.
What will happen on that case is any development that happens in this area will still go that way. He'll be restricted to what the runoff can be from that area. These other areas, if he's developing that, that's going to head out that way, and I think this is going to head down this way. But it won't affect the amount of, discharge that he could have pre or post. Doesn't affect it at all.
Okay. I'm not sure I totally understand it, but thank you for the explanation.
You're welcome.
If you have a second after the meeting, I'll. The second comment relative to vernal pools, we in fact took this into account when we proposed this design. you'll notice that there are no wetland impacts. That was specific so that we did not have to go to Maine Department of Environmental Protection or Army Corps relative to wetland impacts. Not only that, when we looked at it, we actually calculated if these were vernal pools, how much impact area would be within that 250-foot radius to make sure that we were below 25%. And that's what we are. So we took that into account in our design to make sure that we didn't have a problem with these wetlands, either one of impacting them or impacting any vernal pool habitat that would be adjacent to them.
But you are assuming them all to be vernal pools, is what you're saying?
That's the assumption we've looked at.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The delineation of those wetlands that you're showing on there, was that done in the field or is that from a map, a state map?
In the field. Yeah.
In the field?
Gary Fullerton of our office, who's a
Wetland specialist.
certified wetland
Certified wetland
specialist. Yeah.
Did you submit the report for
Did you
that?
have to buy it here?
Yeah. It's on the survey. It's noted on there and probably on the subdivision plan too.
All right. In the project that we just looked at, the same concerns came up on the driving and the roads and speeds. And although I'm sure everybody on this board and everyone that drives around here shares those concerns, but there's nothing that we can do as far as a project approval goes based upon how people drive. We can only really look at site distance based upon how people should be driving, and that's a concern. I think that we can work or ask if some signage would be appropriate for the intersection, but there's nothing that can be required because it does meet the ordinance site distances. Did I say that right? Good. I hate saying it wrong. What else? So how would the board like to move forward with the preliminary table till we get our additional information? What do you want to do?
That's where I am. Yep, I think so.
Preliminary? Go. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to let somebody else have the fun of doing this going through the motion here. It's an easy one. Nobody wants to do it? All right, I move that we grant preliminary approval to the major subdivision applicant Brandon Chase, location map 004, lot 029, zone LLR1, pending public hearing and completion of outstanding items.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Everybody okay? Kevin, you okay? I haven't heard from you. All right? Okay. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Zoom guys? Okay? Pass.
Thank you very much.
The next item is are you also going to do this Valley View subdivision request for extension? Who's doing?
John Chase.
John Chase is doing that. Oh.
That's very simple.
Well, the letter that I read just said maximum extension. It didn't really give a date of anything at the time. Are you back representing? Are you back guiding us here?
Yes.
Okay.
This was one that was done by, I think Walsh Engineering.
Okay, thank you, Will.
And we had discussed this wasn't with Sean, it was another gentleman in his office we had discussed this with to give them, we just told they had to come back to the board, but I'll look it up while you're having a discussion. What the actual terms are as far as what we can extend it to. I know, Alex, you might remember as well. No? Thanks, Alex.
Yes. I think Jim might remember.
Yeah,
Valley Road, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't we extend this?
Yeah, I think we did.
No, they came back for reapproval.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
It's never been extended, but they did come back for reapproval because they altered the road design.
Right.
And we had to re-look at what they re-altered. So it has not technically come back for extension, but I'll try to find that language in here. What the terms are as far as...
Did we just revise that last year?
We did, and it matches the site plan, so it's all the same. Here it is. See if I can keep my glasses. It's in Article 10, section... yeah, right. Article 10, which section is it in?
I think it's, is it Article 11.6?
I'm looking at, I'm in site plan because it's the same language.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, the language reads,
Look at it.
a property owner, developer, or their agent may request an extension of the period to commence or complete construction by submitting a request to the reviewing authority that issued the subdivision plan approval prior to the expiration of the initial term of approval. The reviewing authority may grant one-time extension up to 2 years to commence or complete construction. If construction is not completed, if construction is not commenced or completed within the approval timeframe, the applicant must reapply. So it's for 2 years.
2 years.
And I think, Alex, you wanted to come back to the board because it was a subdivision that, so you have the authority to grant an extension of 2 years. And they did submit that prior to the expiration of their last approval, correct?
Yeah.
I know John's on here. John, do you want to say anything?
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank the board for at least taking a look at this. Obviously, we're all in difficult times here with time management and things like that. It is a project I'm going to be put on the books here for 2022 late, 2023 starting time. I'll be back in front of the board. I just complete several projects I'm doing right now, and this is the next wave of project that we're going to have to do. So I'll be started in the next 2 years.
No, the board of the staff has the authority to grant an extension, which should be for 2 years. So it would go on to the original approval date expiration. So we just extend it 2 years. So essentially, very easy. You can just make a motion to extend 2 years due to circumstances of the economy or whatever. I would just make a recommendation that whatever the reason is, you just note it in your extension if that's where you want to go.
So my definition is 2 years of commencement or completion, because it's verbiage kind of it's just two different. If it's complete, it could be
you have to commence.
You
have to commence.
Which is 2 years.
It's commencement. I think we do have a separate. Once they commence, then they have a period that they have to complete within. But this is to commence.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make a motion that we grant a 2-year one-time extension for the commencement on this project based upon recent conditions, both with COVID, the economy, and things that were obviously been anticipated.
I'll second.
For discussion, do we have to have a reason in there?
No, but I think it's just good that you just don't do it blindly. I think there should be a reason, a rationale. I think if it's COVID or the economy or the builder's scheduling issues, I think that's fine.
Okay.
I just think it just clarifies why.
We have a project before us from Brandon Chase.
Different Chase.
Different Chase, perfect. Okay.
That's John Chase, Chase Home Excavation. This happens to be Brandon Chase, a different developer. Two chases in the
Two
same
chases.
time. We're chasing our tail.
All right. All any discussion, questions?
All good.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
6-0. Congratulations, you got a 2-year extension.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Thanks.
Good night.
Have a good night.
You as well. Okay. So Rob's picture's gonna stay up there now.
All right, so our next order of business is the public hearing for the amendment changes. So if you are still out there watching on Zoom, you can feel free to call in as we go through this. Just as if you are watching for info, once the planning board takes action on the individual ordinances, they are forwarded to the selectmen. The selectmen then review and approve or disapprove and send it on to the town meeting, where the town has the opportunity to vote to approve or not approve any of these ordinance changes. For the board, we have an option. We can either approve and forward with recommending approval to the Board of Selectmen. We can approve without a recommendation, or we can table for further study, or we can just vote no, and then the ordinance changes would stop here. I don't think we need to go through every one of these as detailed as we had, but just for the record, I intend to read the summary that the change is we are proposing, and then have a vote whichever way we feel appropriate. Does that sound all right with everybody? All right, so our first one is 22 tax 01. And the summary of the change is this amendment to the land use ordinance ensures zoning provisions would require all applicants for a setback variance to meet the hardship requirements of a variance. The much more forgiving setback reduction option would be removed from both ordinances. The setback variance with less strict hardship criteria would replace the setback reduction in the shoreline zoning provisions. This less strict variance already exists in the land use ordinance. Is there a motion? You want me to do this?
Yep, move to accept. What do you want to call it?
Good question. We're going to call it revisions to
zoning.
Article 6 Bravo 1B. No, that doesn't sound right. No, it would be shoreline zoning provision section 16G2.
Yes, that.
That, second.
I think if you just go to the cover sheet, I think that will help you.
Yeah. I agree.
That really has all the nuts and bolts I think you need.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Perfect, passes. Second one, 22.
Excuse me, Bob, can you just give me who seconded that one?
I did.
You did. Yeah, Bob did.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry.
And are you gonna, I assume there's no public comment? I don't see any come in.
No.
So just make sure we you don't forget to ask.
We, no, they get one chance.
Okay.
That's it. You know?
One and done.
Well, they get another chance at the town meeting.
That's true.
And at the selectmen.
That's select board.
Yep.
All right, 22 tax 02 is the summary of change, is the amendment of the land use ordinance and zone and shoreline zoning provisions would create specific performance standards for the solar energy systems. This, just for the record, this is really our only, I think, our only ordinance that is actually a brand new section to the land use ordinance.
That is correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move to forward it to the select board with recommendation to approve.
I'll second. And actually, we missed that on the first. Sandy, we missed this on the first one. So we just need to modify the motion for the first ordinance change to be recommending to the selectmen, recommending approval. And just to be,
Gotcha.
Yeah.
okay, and That was the amendment to Greg's. I second that amendment, and we just need another vote to make sure we're all legal.
This is for the
So,
first one.
all those in favor? Okay. Sorry, guys.
So
All
he
right.
makes the motion for the second one.
Second, so we are at discussion now for the second one.
Yep.
Sure ordinance. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Done, passed. 2203, summary of change, Article 9, Section A3 indicates that the conditional use being applied for will not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or glare, which are detectable at the lot boundaries, and all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure. The conditional use of the outdoor sales and service found in Article 4, Section Foxtrot 3, for the commercial district does not have a definition in the ordinance. The proposed amendment will define outdoor sales and service and update the ordinance to allow conditional use outside of the structure. Motion?
I move we recommend approval to the Board of Selectmen.
So we do recommend approval, all second? Any
I'll
discussion?
second. Oh, you second.
I did. You guys are too slow.
We are.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes. 22-4. Summary of a change. This amendment to the subdivision regulation would correct an error in the ordinance that creates confusion as to which subsection a 25-unit subdivision would need to adhere to. Did I read that correctly? This amendment to the subdivision regulation would correct an error in the ordinance that creates confusion as to which subsection, a 25-unit subdivision would need to adhere to. Is there a motion?
A motion we forward it to the Board of Selectmen, recommending approval.
Go, Greg.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Done. 22-5. Summary of change. This proposed amendment would allow newly defined use, commercial solar energy systems and outdoor storage within certain districts in town. What am I doing? 25, 26. Wait a minute.
The last one you just read was
Okay,
2205.
5, okay, the 6. Thank you. Is there a motion? Adding his permission to solar energy system use in certain districts. I move that we approve the amendment and forward recommending approval. Ed, do you have a question?
No.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Done. 22-7, summary of change. The amendment would define the term outdoor storage. Approval of this amendment does not allow the use in any district. See 2206. Is that, Alex, what is 2206?
That's the table of land uses in shoreline zoning where we're adding solar systems to the
Okay.
table.
Yep.
Is there a motion?
I move that we forward it to the Board of Selectmen with a recommendation for approval.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. 22-8, summary of change. This amendment would change the minimum lot size requirement to 2,000 square feet instead of the current 21,780 square feet, which is 1/2 acre. Basically, just correcting two different verbiages in the ordinance. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve this, or recommend it for approval to the Board of Selectmen.
Second? Beat you.
Yeah, you did.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, this one, have we, this one I found in the back, the business license ordinance. Did we work on this one? And I just,
No, you don't. This is not part of the land use ordinance. It's a standalone ordinance. And it's not something that you guys are required to really look at. But it's been common practice. I think this ordinance was actually created in 2020. Common practice to have you guys at least look at it. And you know, have it be included in the public hearing process, but it's really more of a select board ordinance.
Yeah. So for the board, my recommendation on this one, if we're comfortable with it, we would vote to approve and send without recommendation, because it's not really one of ours.
Okay.
Okay. The purpose, I'll just read the purpose then. The purpose of the ordinance is to provide reasonable regulations for business other than home occupants operating in the town of Raymond, and to protect and promote the health, welfare, and safety of town residents and the general public. So I would move that we approve the proposed town of Raymond business license ordinance and to send to the selectmen without a recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. It's all done. Last chance in the public hearing? Closed. There was nothing really in there to get anyone excited.
Yeah, nope, nothing at all.
All right.
Next year.
Yeah, we'll go for next year. All right, gender. What else have we got?
There's supposed to be an interview with Michael Richards.
Oh yeah, did Mike show up at all?
May have been here earlier.
He has not come into the Zoom, no.
Okay.
Do you want to schedule him for next month?
Yes, I guess we probably should, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
Next month.
will do.
Plan of communications?
I didn't even talk this over with Alex, but one of the things I think you probably have all heard recently in the news is the discussion that's going on in the state legislature with regards to affordable housing and changes to lot density. I did get something from Maine Municipal Association, which I can share with Alex, which is their latest recommendations to that. But obviously there's a lot of density and a lot of concerns from a lot of communities about the approach that's being taken on this, and some concerns. I know various folks and members of MMA have responded, and it's now going to the Senate. So it'll be interesting to see where that discussion goes, because it's usually different at the Senate level than it is at the legislative level. But there are a lot of concerns from various towns and municipalities about the density and the impacts and some of the language that's in there. And if you want, I can send it to Alex, and I can send it around so you can see the most current version of that.
Okay.
I don't think that'd be something that we would have to implement until 2023, because when we do our ordinances. But it would be a pretty big shakeup as far as density, going from, you know, basically one dwelling on a lot to 4.
On every lot?
On any single family lot, if you're doing affordable housing, you can get up to 4 units.
Regardless of the district?
Yeah, there's some language in there about certain districts they want to do it in. This is the discussion that's going on. There's discussions about water usage, sewer usage, the density of that. The language that I saw was really, you could tell it was geared towards communities that had municipal sewer. Because obviously on some of our lots, it might be difficult to attain the necessary sewer flow rates. The other issue that comes up a lot too is parking, and they give a substantial reduction for required parking in this proposal, which some of the towns are also having issues with, because I think we see too, where we have multi-unit dwellings, there's not enough parking usually in those things. And if you don't have enough parking, they park on the street or they park on the lawns, and it, you know, becomes an issue. So there's a whole bunch of things in there. I will pass it on to Alex so that he can pass it on to you folks to take a look at it. At this point, I don't think there's anything we need to do, but you know, if you do have comments, obviously we can pass them along to MMA or whatever. But I can tell you there's a lot of boards that are interested in what's going on with this. It could have a drastic change on some of the communities it works in. But the question I always have with affordable housing is, to me, to your point, some of it's got to be contained in the zoning where we put these types of units, because they should be near the town center where there are available services. And I think in some of the rural communities, you have to ask yourself, you know, how much affordable housing you're gonna get, because typically those are closer to municipal centers where work and services are located, and the further out they get, now you got the expense of transportation. We don't have a busing transportation program here in Raymond that connects us with other communities. So there are challenges, but to your point, I know the board's discussed this before, you know, do we need to look at our affordable housing, and the state's taking it kind of out of our hands at this point.
Okay.
So. Alex, you have any thoughts on that?
Not really. I think I need to learn a little bit more about it. I would be interested to see how we might be able to work that in.
Yeah, I think the way they wanted to look at it is kind of like the way we would with a multiplex. The same type of density we would with a multiplex. And I think that's what they're looking at, is duplexes and multiplexes for the most part. Not 4 single families on a lot, but basically 4 dwellings in a multiplex.
Yeah.
I was gonna build 3 more houses in my backyard.
And they're also looking at softening some of the accessory dwelling unit language as well.
Okay. Projects on the, for next week. Sandy, are all those projects coming to us next week, next month? Excuse me.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so have you?
I have not seen those yet.
You've not seen them?
Right, I'll get them out probably on Tuesday.
Do we have a summary of what those projects will be?
So the question, Sandy, really I have, is it doable in a meeting, that this pile that's being sitting on your desk?
Well, it's gonna be interesting.
That doesn't sound good.
You should be a politician.
Every time you have a couple of things, but that will put the piers and docks.
Yes, okay.
Under that section, that one's gonna take some doing, but that relates back to stuff that's going on in Board of Appeals right now for administrative appeals, because Alex did his job and issued notices of violation.
It's an after the fact.
Right.
Yeah.
That's gonna be interesting.
That's gonna be interesting. So.
Okay, let's not talk about it.
What else are the other ones?
One is an amendment to an approved subdivision to move a property line because she's buying part of the neighbor's lot because her well and septic are already on it.
Okay. Simple. Should be.
Somebody wants to come in for an informational meeting to try to get something changed from a plan from way back so that can be subdivided, even though the original plan said it couldn't be any further divided.
The Egypt Road one.
And yeah, then there's the Egypt Road one, I think, is the lot line change.
So Bob, what we can do is Alex and I can kind of meet, and then we can kind of reach out to you, discuss what we'll have to, how we want to program the meeting, or how we want to space time the meeting, just to make sure we have ample time.
Right. Okay. Anybody else have
And
any?
we've got the other one too, Jim, from Sebago Technics, that isn't even coming to me what it is at the moment. Oh, the
Moraine.
Harbor.
Moraine. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the other one.
What was that? You both talked over each other?
Port Harbor.
I said that was the other one.
Port Harbor,
Yeah,
okay.
Harbor.
Yeah.
All right. We got some shoreline zoning stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Always.
All right, anything else that we need to talk about?
I don't think so. We have no site walks or anything, so.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
All right.
Done. Thank you, guys.
Good evening and welcome to the select board meeting. Today is April 14th. All right, we do have a quorum. Sam and Joe, Rolf can't make it and Lonnie can't make it. So I need a motion to approve the minutes of April 4th, please.
So moved.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Okay, a motion for the April 6th minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right, consideration of annual town meeting warrant or ordinance article recommendations. We're gonna wait a few more minutes for Alex. Let's go to B, consideration of final approval of annual town meeting warrants.
Madam Chair, until you make your recommendations, you can't really do the final. Alex is joining us now. The one you could skip to if you wanted to was the last ordinance, which is business ordinance, and that one's mine, so I can discuss it with you if you like.
Sue,
Really, she's
Yes.
really just making this.
Alex says he's been trying to get in. It says waiting for host to let you in.
He just now came up on my screen. I'm letting him in now.
Okay, thanks.
So I don't know why he wasn't there before, but he just popped in.
Yeah, he said he's been there, I guess. And it's just
Well,
spinning.
That's odd
Waiting.
because it hasn't been here. Though Wayne
Okay.
had seemed to have a hard time getting in too. He came up several times and I admitted him.
Waiting in the space room.
So Alex is almost here.
He's almost here. He's still in the space zone.
Almost here, yeah. That's how I feel, almost here sometimes.
All right, we're gonna hang on a second then.
Not here is how I feel.
We're gonna try and get you on and off here. Sam, thank you seriously for showing up.
Thank you for remembering my name there.
And Lonnie calls you an old man. I mean, can you believe it? You have a great memory, big time. And you pick up on things.
Oh, geez.
All right, let's get to the ordinances. On page 30 of our packets. All right, Alex, you're gonna give us condensed versions of these, correct?
Yes. I can. Do you want me to just kind of give a summary for each one?
How do you guys want to vote on these? You want to vote per one? Do we have to, Joe?
Yes, you have to vote on each one.
Okay.
So I think
ahead.
you go one at a time, give us a quick recap, and then let's vote.
Okay.
Okay. So I would be starting at addendum 2 then, correct?
No, addendum 1 for the TIF, I think.
Okay, I have no clue about that. So
No, the TIF, I
TIF is
gave you
already
the,
done.
I gave you the full addendum and rather than break it up to try and get it to you as quickly as I could. And that's why you got extra stuff.
Okay. All right. Sorry, Alex. Go ahead.
okay, so addendum number 2 is setback variance hardship criteria. So in a nutshell, essentially what's going on here, this is a request that came from the Zoning Board of Appeals. The current shoreline zoning ordinance allows for a setback reduction, which is different than a variance. With an appeal, you have an administrative appeal or a variance appeal. Our shoreline zoning ordinance allows for a setback reduction. It's essentially a variance with restrictions that doesn't require a hardship to be granted. So there's some question as to whether it's legal or not, and it doesn't necessarily line up with the state statute. So what the ZBA is requesting, you know, they kind of worked with the town's attorney, Phil Saucier, on this. They are requesting to strike out the setback reduction portion from our ordinance and replace it with a setback variance that is in the statute that's actually just for single family dwellings. So it would be a little bit easier for people to get a setback reduction to build a house, but not as easy to get as the current you know, setback reduction option that's available. So long story short, if this were to be approved, it would be more difficult for some people to get a variance to build stuff closer to lot lines than the ordinance allows in the shoreline zone. But the goal of the Zoning Board of Appeals was to put the town's ordinance more in line with state law.
Okay.
Okay. So the next one is.
Wait a minute. Do you guys want to vote on that one?
I just need to understand it a little bit better. So we're not doing away with the 250-foot setback from the water, right? We're just looking at boundaries.
Well, really all this has nothing to do with the allowed setbacks. Right now, someone can come in if they can't meet the setbacks and they can apply for a variance to build closer to a lot line than the ordinance allows. We have two different options for that. and one of them requires an individual to meet some type of hardship. And to prove that you're in a hardship unless the variance is granted is often a very difficult thing to do. Setback reduction doesn't require you to have a hardship. You can just ask for it. You can just say, I want to build a garage closer to the lot line. So that would be going away. So now people would have to have a significant hardship in order to get a variance to do something. So it's going to make things easier. I can tell you some of the backstory and the history on why we have this in the ordinance. It was created to solve issues with structures that were built too close to the lot lines illegally. Someone got a building permit and they said, we're going to be 20 feet from the sideline. And they got a permit, great. And they ended up building it 10 feet from the sideline. And then there was a mortgage loan inspection done when they sold the house. And it was found, oh, you're only 10 feet, not 20 feet. What are we going to do? You can't get a variance for that after the fact because you don't meet the criteria. So a setback reduction was created to allow the ZBA to grant these variances after the fact and not have to follow hardship. But there's some question as to whether or not it's legal or not. So the ZBA doesn't want to have to deal with, is this legal or is it not? They just want to have it cleaned up so that it matches what this current state statute allows for zoning board of appeals.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right.
Okay. Addendum 3, this one's a little bit easier. This is a new section that we are creating in the ordinance. This is for commercial solar energy systems. So it's our attempt to regulate large commercial solar fields. This does not regulate a solar system for someone's home, essentially for a residential system. This is for a large system that would tie into the grid and is a large commercial utility. So that's what this entire section is all for that.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
All right. So addendum number 4 is the creation of a definition for outdoor sales and service. We currently allow for outdoor sales and service in the ordinance. However, it's not defined anywhere. This came up in the last year where a marina in town was storing some boats outside of their property on a different lot, and this issue was discovered. Essentially what this amendment is going to do is it's going to define outdoor sales and service, and it's actually going to update the conditional use section of our ordinance to allow for outdoor sales and service to take place outside of a structure. The issue we ran into this year is outdoor sales and service is allowed as a conditional use in our ordinance. However, conditional uses are not allowed to take place outside of a structure. So technically it wasn't really allowed unless it was inside. So this amendment basically fixes that, updates the definition, creates a definition, and updates the conditional use section.
Motion to accept.
Sam?
We need a second. Unmute yourself, please.
I saw his mouth move.
Yeah.
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Excellent. So addendum number 5 is probably the largest of all of them. It's essentially, we did this last year with streets and roads. We went through all the ordinances and corrected all the definitions to make sure they matched. One of the problems that we're trying to fix each year is a bunch of definitions across each ordinance to make sure they all match. They're all the same. So this one, we've gone through and we're updating the definition for structures, lot frontage, really a number of things to make sure that they line up across all of the ordinances.
So it's just a corrections definitions.
Yes.
Yep, essentially.
Okay. Move to accept.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
Addendum number 6 basically came about because of the large condo subdivision that was actually approved last night by the planning board off of 85. What they found was a mistake in the ordinance, the subdivision regulations. There is basically a limit to what you can do on a road, and the ordinance is for 25 and under or 25 and above, and they wanted to do 25. So it was, which one do they fall under? So we've just corrected that. This is an easy one.
Where is this going on 85?
This is gonna ask you.
So if you take a right onto 85 at Good Life and you go about half a mile, it's on the right.
Yeah.
You'll see there's some flags out. I think it's after 25, I believe is the address. It's on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Is that the one they were trying to come in Claire Lane on?
Yeah, originally it came off the other side, off of Patricia. Yep.
So how many are going in?
20. I think it's 25.
This is the one by the power lines? When
Yep.
they were clearing all that stuff by the power lines?
I think this is the former Buskey property, is that right?
There's a fire hydrant, I think, in there, right?
It is not the. He actually purchased that lot as well, Don, but the development itself is on the lot next to that one.
So in the same general vicinity, though?
Yep.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while, Don.
Yeah, yeah, but you may remember where that lot is.
Yeah.
So that's what
Motion
that's.
to approve. Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Okay, addendum number 7 is, all this is we have to then allow solar energy systems and outdoor storage in certain districts. So this is just the section Article 4 that we've added solar energy systems into certain districts and outdoor storage in, I believe, commercial, if I remember correctly, as a conditional use. So that's all this is, just adding those, allowing those uses in certain zones.
Motion to accept.
Outdoor storage. So solar panels are considered outdoor storage?
Nope. Solar energy systems we've created as a defined use. That's for commercial solar energy systems. Outdoor sales or outdoor storage is a use, and then outdoor sales and service is a use. So we are, outdoor sales and service is already allowed as a conditional use in the commercial district. We've created a definition for outdoor storage, which would be different than sales and service. And that's being allowed in the commercial district as a conditional use.
Okay.
So outdoor sales and service is already allowed, but we've created one for outdoor storage, which would now be allowed.
All right.
And I can give you the thinking behind that, Joe, was the boat storage that takes place in the commercial district that's already being done isn't really legal. You can't actually do that now, starting from scratch. So now it will be allowed. So those will be conforming uses.
Okay.
Motion to accept.
Second.
All in favor? Okay.
All right. Just scrolling through here. So the next one is, come on, it's a big section. 8.
Yeah.
Addendum 8 is that outdoor storage I was talking about. It's creating a definition for that.
Motion to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
Addendum number 9, minimum lot size. This is a very small change in the space standards basically we have it listed as half acre in spots and 20,000 square feet in spots. So we just had to correct one that was listed as 1/2 acre, which they're not quite the same.
Motion to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
I think that's it for mine.
All right, thanks, Alex.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good job.
Thank
Sue,
you.
you're up.
And next is business ordinances. A couple of years ago, we made it, or Scott, our then, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little punchy. Our then CEO, Scott Dvorak, suggested a bunch of changes to the business license ordinance. In working through those, we found that some of them needed to be tweaked a bit because they weren't practicable. And in particular, all of the licenses were going to expire on March 1st. That would mean that, and they would do that annually. That would mean that every single year, Wayne would have to go out and inspect all the businesses prior to March 1st. And that's just not something we can do. So we're splitting it up so that their business license will expire every 2 years unless they have a annual state inspection for like a daycare or a liquor license or something of that nature. And in that case, they'll expire every year at this with the same expiration date as their state license. The others that will go for 2 years will be expiring every year or every 2 years from the time they apply. So that should spread them out through the year. And to begin with, we'll have to go through and kind of, I'll assign them a month probably to get this ball rolling so that Wayne should have just a few each month to deal with.
Okay, this is my gripe. All right, so as far as daycares go, and I am partial to this one, of course, we have an inspection every 2 years now. The state does. The state comes in and they do an extensive one. And then we also have the state fire marshal that comes in and does a big thing. So in 26 years, besides doing my initial inspection, I've never had to do an inspection, a license for the town, because we did the initial one and that's it. So I honestly, unless you are moving the building, making big modifications to the building, like expanding or whatever, I know there's one coming up on our next thing. A new person's taking over, so it starts it all over. I don't think daycare should be on that one.
So you don't think daycare should get a town business license, or they should have a permanent one?
I think I already have a permanent one.
Well, and
when I
that's what
first got it.
that's what we did used to issue were permanent licenses. They came in, registered with the town for $10, and we never
Right.
saw them again. Whether they were
Exactly.
still here or not, we got no updates. And part of the reason for this was to give the select board a way to, and the town a way to collect personal property tax. So I'm not sure if we can take one business out of it and sell the rest of the businesses you have to adhere. And that's not a judgment. It's just, I'm not sure if we can do that. We would have to run that sort of thing by our lawyers.
I guess then in this case, I don't think that since we only have 3 here voting, because it affects me personally and financially and everything else, I won't be voting on this one.
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
I didn't think about it honestly until I read these right beforehand too, because again, I think in the case if the daycare is not is in violation with the state, then the town should know about it. You know what I mean? So where there's a license or whether state, right? So say it was a violation as far as oh God, anything fire or whatever the reason is that we're not in good standing, then maybe they lose that license they were originally given. But again, like I said, 26 years ago when I started this thing, I don't know. This one has, I think, conflict of interest written all over me on this one. Do you know what I mean? To say no and being the board chair too. So little.
But here's the thing with conflict of interest. It has to affect you alone. This doesn't affect you alone because there's other daycares in the town.
Yeah.
Well, I know that, but it also puts me in I know what they have to go through. I know what they have to do in order to be a daycare. Do you know what I mean?
For me personally, I just think we make it as easy as possible for any business to stay in town. You know, I hate local ordinances because you go from town to town. I mean, I'm in 9 different towns and I have to deal with 9 different ordinances, and it's a pain in my butt, to be honest with you. And it's all about personal property tax, all $20 I pay for my computer systems. I mean, give me a break. You know, if I'm licensed by the state has a whole lot more control over me than any local town should. So.
And I don't have any problems paying any kind of local taxes at all. That's not it. That's not it at all.
Oh, I know. It's just the kind of, if you want to attract business to town, you make it as easy as possible for any business to come in here.
That's right.
Well, and I get that. I get keeping track of people and stuff like that. But so in other words, each year the daycare will have to file a new license and get it approved by the select board. Am I?
No, if you read that, I took out the select board piece of that. They would just simply have to file a new license.
So how?
With the town,
doing that
with
new
me.
license, right?
Why can't they come in, even if you charge them $100 and say, that's a one-time fee we collect is $100. We expect you to file your personal property taxes every year. You know, and if they don't, you go after them. But why make them file stupid paperwork every year?
Yeah, this came about.
Yeah.
This came about because we had a few personal properties that were much in arrears.
Right.
And we have no teeth. The law has absolutely no teeth with personal property. We can't come in and take your cash registers. We can't do anything if people choose not to pay their personal property. So unless we have something like this. So this was the solution that we came up with, and the select board put it on the warrant and it was enacted by the town. This is the selectman's warrant. We could change the warrant article potentially to get rid of the business license completely. There's all kinds of things we could do. We could take this warrant article off and ignore the ordinance that's there because it's not anything we actually can do anything with right now. So it's at your pleasure.
What I would recommend is that this come to another meeting in a select board and have a real discussion about what we do as a town to attract business and what licensing we require.
I would vote to table it, yes.
Can we still talk about it if you vote to table it?
No.
That's what I thought. I always want to talk about it more.
There hasn't been a motion yet.
Yes.
Did you vote? Did you vote?
I vote to table it, yes. Okay. Make a motion to table it.
But you don't have a second.
Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about it.
No, you can talk about it if there's no second.
You can continue talking.
Yes.
All right, so wait a minute.
I would need a little bit of guidance because I've literally been ignoring the other ordinance, the existing ordinance, because it's not something we can actually do anything with. It's not realistic.
I know for a fact because I check in with Sue and Sue Carr a lot on, the personal and what to do as far as personal properties and stuff like that. And I'm not trying to make it so it is hard, but I think also I'm in a very awkward position because of me saying with the daycare. So I think it's really, I don't know. I don't know how much I can put in there as a selectman.
Well, you can still have part of the discussion. You can still be a part of that's why I say we bring it to a different select board meeting and have a discussion. And if we have to wait a year to put it back on a warrant, that's what you do. How much do we collect every year in personal property taxes from business?
No idea. Sue Carr would know that figure, but I really don't know. Charisse may know. Do you have that anywhere in the budget figures, Charisse? How much was collected for personal property tax?
My guess it's a pretty small amount.
Right, but that doesn't mean there's a small amount of personal property tax that might be owed out there. So I'm in agreement with this direction. Maybe we should look at what other towns do, how they handle it. Maybe this isn't the way, but it is a serious problem.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
and-
why I
and it-
say you bring it back to the select board and allow us to determine how should a business operate in the town of Raymond.
And again, it's not to pay taxes. I was reading this, that every year I needed to come in and file a license again with all the other paperwork that we have to do with daycares. It's crazy, but I'm sure other businesses are too. And again, in 26 years, not having to, and then all of a sudden switching that. So it's not to make your job difficult. So again,
Oh
and I-
no. If we didn't do business licenses and we take something off my plate like that, it isn't adding to my.
And I don't want people thinking too, I'm using my position to exclude me with the daycare also. I don't want that either.
I don't
So-
have a store in town anymore and I still don't like it. So how's that?
There you go. There you go. So, all right.
If I could make a suggestion though, if you're going to table this, can you also include in the warrant, in the motion to remove it from the draft warrant so that it won't even be on the town warrant? Or I'm not sure if you need to because you haven't really
We
approved
haven't
it.
voted to put
I-
it in.
Yeah, that's true. This is the first time. I was thinking you'd seen the whole warrant before, but you really haven't. So that's true.
So Wayne's picture popped up. So to me, that kind of tells me you may want to put some input in here.
Sure. One of the other facets of the business license, as you're well aware, is we do our fire safety inspections and make sure that businesses are compliant with the fire safety requirements. And so this is a mechanism to do that and make sure that the conditions in the businesses are compliant. This was another way to do that.
And I get that, and I agree with that. But let me ask, can I ask you this? Because I don't know the answer to this. Because you see all kinds of businesses, Wayne, do they also get the state of Maine fire marshal coming in, doing their inspections, any of the businesses in town?
On the liquor license, only when, like we dealt with last year on the business that wanted to expand their outside use and actually start doing entertainment, then yes, the state fire marshal has to come in at that point. Other than that, for example, the annual liquor licenses, as far as I know, the state's not involved at all. It's just us at the local level.
Okay, because I know, again, like the daycares, and I understand, I agree with you on the fire inspections, and we have the fire marshal come in now it's every 2 years.
2 years.
So they come in and they do their inspections, and they're pretty thorough.
And I should be more up to speed, like on your daycare. Is yours an actual, it's not a family daycare, it's an actual daycare, kind of like the one that we have coming up on the agenda. Is that correct?
That is a licensed daycare facility, and mine's a licensed home facility. It's home daycare is what it is. So I can only have up to 12 at one time.
Right.
They can have more than 12. And
So-
it's based on their thing, right?
How I'm reading this business license ordinance is you're excluded because that's a home occupation.
Where did you see that?
It's a little later on. Home occupations aren't part of this ordinance.
Yeah, home occupations won't get a business license.
Right.
But it's okay, I didn't read that far, I just read before, but even though it's a business still though, so there should be at least a business license of some sort filed when they
Home
open up.
occupations don't have personal property, do they?
And home occupations are required to get a permit from the code officer.
Even for great big playhouses. Look at Alex. I'm gonna bug him about that one. All right. So again, I don't want to use my position on the select board so maybe going through and really reading this and understanding it for the home and for the outside the home and what a center is compared to the home daycare and what other businesses do, because there's so many moving parts with this.
So would you want this put forward to the May meeting or farther on than that?
I would say May, but you know, I want to know what other towns do. There are some towns that are really good at inviting businesses in and don't harass you for everything. And then there are other towns that make you fill out tons of paperwork every year. So I'm interested in what the good towns do.
I'm not sure May is the best meeting, so we're gonna have a, I think, a pretty full agenda.
There is going to be a public hearing for the town meeting warrant.
So I'm thinking maybe, you know, you're gonna have a lot of time now. You're not racing to get to a town meeting, so.
Yeah.
No, how about September?
Okay, yeah, that would be
You
better
got-
because June, July, and August really
Gives you
wouldn't
lots
be.
of time to research other towns.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, I'll move that to September.
I'll make a motion to remove addendum 10 from the warrant and table until September.
Second.
Okay, Wayne, thank you for bringing that to my attention, by the way.
No problem.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor? Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to be difficult on that one. All right.
Nature.
Yeah. Try harder next time, will you?
You guys, seriously, you're calling me a pain in the butt publicly. That's terrible. All right, any public comment? Nope. There was somebody else on here, but selectman comment? Nope. All right, motion to adjourn.
So, second.
On favor?
Bye, everyone.
All right, thanks, guys. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting. Today is April 19th and call of order. Everybody is here tonight. Great. So you're saying just the April 14th meeting needs to be done?
Yes, I forgot that I'd already asked to approve the 4th and the 6th of the last meeting.
Okay, all right. So Sam and Joe, I need one of you to nominate, I mean to motion to pass them, approve them. Can't talk.
Can we just sit here all night and wait? I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from April 14th.
Second.
All in favor? All right. We are going to move up F, recognition of Barry Alden, tassel top. Up first. Joe, you're up for that one.
All right. Well, I know Barry is not one who wants recognition, but I think definitely earns it. And I did promise him this will be the last time we put him on the spotlight. But Barry, yeah, we are formally announcing that you are the Maine Recreation Parks Association's Outstanding Parks Professional Award for the year 2022. I can't say enough what it's meant the last 2 years to work with you in the craziest of conditions. And we could not have done it without you. And on top of that, your years of dedication and service to the park. It's just, it's such a welcoming place, and you definitely make it that way. So thank you on behalf of me and the select board.
Well, thank you very much, Joe. The plaque that I got here is so beautiful. I thought I'd probably, can you see that?
Looks good, yeah.
Yeah. But thank you. I enjoy working here. I love this place.
It shows.
You can tell.
Barry, thank you.
Joe, he secretly loves all the recognition because he's been bugging me all evening. If it's time yet. Is it time yet?
Is that Karen? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, guys.
Barry, thanks for all your hard work.
You guys have to like 2 years, if you really start to think about it, like what changes you made, it's phenomenal. The park looks great and it's continuing to get better. So thank you, Barry, very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And that's it. You don't have to.
Madam Chair, I think Don has his hand up.
Oh.
Yes,
I
let
may
Dawn.
be a little bit late to the party, but I would just like to say over the years that I've worked with Barry, I mean, I've been just amazed at the transformation of that park. And I don't think there's a place in there that his hand hasn't touched. And I mean, all those improvements that you see in the cabin, you know, the trail system, you know, any kind of, you know, capital facility down there, the snack shack, the benches, the picnic tables, you name it, he's done it. And he's been a big part of the Tassel Top in the past. And I'm hopeful that he'll be a big part of it in the future, along with his wife. And so I'm just really thrilled that he was nominated and got this significant award from his peers. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Good job, Barry. Thanks. We're lucky
Thank
to
you.
have you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, gonna move on then. All right, new business, consideration of issuing a business license for Brighter Days Daycare, Holly Flynn and Wayne Jones. Thank you for sending those updates
You're welcome.
as far as the inspections go. So, Holly?
Yes, I'm
I
here.
just saw- Hi. Hi. Do you want to tell us who you are and what you're doing?
I'm Holly Flynn. I am opening or hopefully opening another daycare in Raymond. I already operate another daycare in Bridgeton, Maine, Bridgeton Great Start, and I've done that for almost 10 years now. I saw that Creative Kids was going to be closing, and she was looking for somebody to fill her shoes and take over her business. And I met with Diane, and she selected me and wanted me to continue on with running a daycare in Raymond. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to expand and help more kids. I don't know.
and parents. Yep.
Yeah. Prior to this, I mean, I have my degree in elementary ed, and I worked for Child Development Services before opening my own school. And so I feel like I have a lot to offer to the community as far as knowledge and supports, things like that for their children. I don't know.
No, that's good. That's good.
I don't like talking about myself.
Wayne gave us your reports, which was good. And I think you have just a couple yet to do.
One thing left. We had the strobes that still need to be put in. I know they're going to be put in tomorrow, actually. So after that, we will have met, to my knowledge, everything that Wayne needs from us, as well as the state fire marshal, who's come in and done their inspection as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions for Holly?
No, good to hear, Holly. There was a handful of different violations and all of that, so you've gotten taken care of all of it except that one. Good to hear.
Yes.
Yes, and it was just because we had to order the strobes. So.
And I'll make a motion to approve Brighter Days LLC on a conditional basis, as long as all the state fire marshal's deficiencies are corrected.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Welcome to town.
Thank you.
Good luck,
Good
Holly.
luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Consideration of issuing a business license, Bees, Blooms, Floral Design. Hannah, you're up.
Hi. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Funny seeing you on this end of things.
I know, exactly. I used to watch your kids. Yeah.
Yes. So do you want
Go
me
ahead.
to say something?
Yep. Tell us what you're doing.
So my hope is to open a florist shop here in Raymond. Bees, Blooms, Floral Design. It started as a hobby for me, and I just decided with all of the pandemic craziness that I would like to start up a shop in Raymond. We don't have one right now, and I thought it was a good thing to bring to the community. So that's what I have to add.
No, good. And I know your inspection is done and came back good.
Yeah.
Do you have any creativity programs or anything that's going to boost up other than just having a flower shop in the town? Just because they came and they've gone.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I thought about doing, you know how they have those art classes where you can go, they call them the sip and paints. I'm not doing a sip and build, but I thought it would be fun to offer like a flower, like a bouquet building workshop once a month to bring the community in, and offer a build your own bouquet cart to invite the community to come in and, you know, give them the opportunity to build what they want. Let me meet them and help them out. And yeah, so.
Excellent. Well, if there's ever anything that we can do as a town or as a board, we're always into helping. So please bring it to our attention. We can't help you if you don't bring it to us. So
absolutely,
we want you to succeed. So
thank you.
All right. Can I
I'll
get
make a
any more
motion
questions?
to approve a business license for Bees Blooms Floral Designs.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Best of luck to you.
Best.
Good luck, Hannah.
Thank you.
When I make a mistake with my wife, I'll be in.
Perfect.
Oh my God, Lonnie.
Lonnie,
You'll be in a lot.
Lonnie, can I ask you to speak up when you're talking? I can barely hear you.
Okay. Yes, sir. Can you hear me better now?
His mute's on. God. All right. Consideration of liquor license renewal, Fisherman's Catch. Wayne, do you want to take that one, or Sue?
Yep. Bill isn't here, so I'll let Wayne speak to it.
So, yes, this is the annual, or we did our annual fire and life safety inspection for their liquor license. From the inspection that we conducted on the 1st of April, there was a number of little items that needed to be addressed. And Bill and his brother have addressed all of those, and we're in good shape as we sit here tonight and consider this application.
Okay.
Might as well make it go for 3, Joe.
I'll make a motion to grant Fisherman's Catch their liquor license.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Okay, good. All right, consideration of quitclaim deeds. Sue's not here yet. We're gonna come back to that one. All right.
She's here.
Oh, she's in the closet.
She's in the closet.
Yes.
I don't think she's on though. No.
Yeah, she is.
I'm right
It's
here.
right under
You're
Rolf.
bug show. I couldn't see you. All right, go ahead. All right, see what happens when they put you in the closet?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sue.
All right, so we're talking about Cole, Patricia Cole.
Yep.
What happened with that when she passed away? And I reached out to Dennis Cole and found out that was his mother, and he forgot all about the land that she owned, and he paid it right up. So that's just the quick claim deed for that.
All right. Can I get a motion on that?
I'll make a motion to grant a quick claim deed to book 35913, page 218, book 3709-079, page 341,
Here goes one.
book 38553, page 2, for Patricia and Doran Cole.
Second. Second.
All in
back.
favor? All right. So I talked to Sue. I wanted her to come in and give us an update on tax liens and foreclosures because it's been a little while. And I also wanted Sue to go through the procedures as to what she does when she is dealing with liens and foreclosures, because there has been some question from people in the public, you know, that the select board is all about going and taking people's property, and we're not. So Sue, go ahead.
What happens is after the tax season is over, come July, I send out a 30-day notice. After 30 days, if they have not paid their taxes,
they go to lien. After 18 months, if they have not paid on that lien, it is automatically foreclosed. And at that time is when I start searching for these people, trying to find them, trying to figure out if, like, for Cole, figure out if I can find a family member that might know them or whatever. And then I make a payment arrangement with them. And this year, I wanted to do this like 2 years ago, but COVID hit and I put it on hold. But this year, I've upped everybody's payments to try to get them caught up. I didn't want to do that through COVID because a lot of people were lost their jobs or having, money problems.
Fair, Sue.
Yeah, so I have upped it. So most of them will pay off within the 5 years. There's a few of them that I cannot find, which Teresa gave me a good idea for one of them to get her on Facebook, and I did find her on Facebook. So
good.
I'm gonna contact her tomorrow about it. So I'm really down to just one person that I don't have. Well, it's Southern Maine Construction. He and I have been emailing back and forth for the past month or so, and he's finally agreed to a payment arrangement. I sent him the payment arrangement, which is something that the lawyers have written up for me, so it's all in legal jargon. He has so far not returned it to me. I have reached out again, asking him if he's gotten it, and he said no. So tomorrow I'm going to send it out certified mail so that I do get something when he does get it. I've had problems with him in the past making arrangements but not following through. So, but most of them I know, they call me, they let me know what's going on. I know their history on what's going on in their family, why they're behind. And most of them let me know if something happens and they can't pay. So, I feel good about these people as far as keeping up with the payments and everything.
So then Sue also says too, is when they're in the lien, when a lien's put against them, she does not work out a payment arrangement with them. She doesn't do it until they're in foreclosure. Correct, Sue?
Correct.
So Sue works with everybody and she knows everybody's, issues or problems or whatever, which is really good. So, a couple times, like I said, I've heard that, the select board wants to take houses and they don't. We work with you. So yes, I just wanted that
I've
put out
been
there.
here for 15 years. We've never really taken a home.
That's never.
And the list that Sue sent out to us, I asked her if there was really anybody on there that we need to be looking at. And she says they're all pretty good as far as doing the payments and everything, that she wants to give them some more time. So how do you guys feel about that?
I feel it's fair. As long as they're still paying and they're still communicating, that's really what it comes down to. If they still and always communicate and they have a reasonable payment, I think that's the fairest thing we can do. I mean, COVID times, not COVID times, just life is tough. So
right.
Again, we can continue communicating, and in my eyes, we would never take your property, your house, and that's really what it comes down to when they start blowing us off. It's almost like when you finally get money from that past guy, Sue should send him a bill for her time of her keeping on him so he can keep his land. I mean, come on, that's just not right. That's not fair. And that's really what it comes down to, is being fair to both sides, not the town, not just the resident, both.
We have people on this list from 2010, 2011. It's
Yes,
not
we
like we're
do.
hurrying to take their houses.
Right.
And it's
Right.
not a very big list. When you look at how many people we have in town, it's not really that big of a list.
No, it's not.
I mean,
I know
there
when I
are
got on
some
the
big
board.
numbers on there, no doubt. But as long as they're making payments, I agree. We work with them. If they blow us off, then you move ahead.
Right.
Right.
Nope. All right. Thank you, Sue, for coming in and giving us that.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Sue.
You can get out of the closet now.
Oh, good. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Update on plans for Sherry Gagnon Park with discussion of ball field ideas. Joe.
So exciting. So exciting.
I know Lonnie's excited about this. Yeah, so I just kind of want to use this this time to. I've been here for a little bit over 2 years now. This is my third spring tackling Sherry Gagnon Park. There's a lot of different other elements coming into play, and I kind of want to put all my thoughts down that are in my brain and kind of put it on a document just to kind of clearly lay out what's happening and where I think we should go. So I think the first thing is to not understate the water retention at this park. I thought it was overstated until I lost my shoe walking out there. So no one was over exaggerating. I've never seen some that wet before, even during a dry season.
If you're standing right where you're talking about and you look around, you can just tell that you're the lowest spot in the whole area. It's a no-brainer that it needs to be lifted up in most areas at least a foot, and that's a big area.
It is, and this is where I think tackling some of these issues. So I'll start with kind of the needs assessment that I've been hearing from community members, and just now that I'm in programs and meeting with families and kind of what they use this park for primarily. I see this as kind of like a community leisurely recreational site. So that means kind of dropping in, playing on the playground, shooting hoops, that type of thing seems to be a lot of the use of the park. I know it's a bus stop, so when we took the playground away, I know a few kids cried. I got the families, but it's to build a nice new playground that we'll get there. So that's, to me, spoke that this is really used as kind of a drop-in community type gathering space. I've heard, outdoor pickleball courts, tennis courts, walking paths, dog park, skate park, those type of items constantly from community members. So that's kind of what I've heard and what I think is being used right now. I kind of like to give an update on, oh, go ahead, Sue. Oh, I saw you waving your hand. Sorry, that's not the official hand wave. I'd like to give an update on Little League right now, kind of what's happened in the last 2 to 3 years. So in 2020, there's no Little League in Raymond. The numbers were down. It was a different time. It was very scary at that time. So nothing happened. In 2021, the Little League board decided to try to give it another push. A lot of the volunteerism had dropped that year. A small group did manage to run T-ball at Sherry Gagnon. And then the minors and majors divisions were acquired by Great New Gloucester Little League. So that's kind of how there was not enough to have in Raymond. So the numbers dropped significantly. This fall, we tried to make a push to kind of rebuild the board. And we had 1 or 2 firm responses. So it was very low response rate. There was a push between the current board members and myself. So we tried to get as many people on board. As you guys know, Little League runs off a parent-run board. So the town can't run that. I assist in any way possible. Do some of the bigger picture things like field maintenance or stuff like that, but it really has to be community driven to succeed. So
2 out of the 5 of us, Joe, were president for 10 plus years for Raymond baseball. That's when it used to be the Cal Ripken League, and we used to have, I think Little League was what was that, the girls softball or something? Yes. Little League, and then we had Babe Ruth, and then we had also Cal Ripken. So it's too bad that the numbers are dropping so much, because we would be looking at a couple teams for every you know, youth age all the way up through, and even having a strong you know, senior league, what we called it, which was 13 to 15 years old. And it's too bad that it fell off, but it's great that Raymond Gloucester is
They took it on. They did. So that was one of the during the off season when we knew we were getting a firm board in place that I offered to take on T-ball, coach, pitch, whatever I could. But realizing that it wouldn't make sense for me to do it 1 or 2 years and then transition to Greater Gloucester, it'd be kind of confusing. So Greater Gloucester said, no, we'll do T-ball to, you know, majors or whatever division they can run to acquire that. So they did end up acquiring that. The board, Raymond Little League board, officially voted to merge. So it's a 2-year process. So they have 1 representative right now in Raymond, and after next year they'll decide if what to do. So it kind of buys us a year. And it's just a national trend too. Little league numbers are down everywhere. There's lacrosse, there's, you know, basketball 4 seasons. There's a lot of competing factors with the spring season right now. So that's kind of the update on Little League and Raymond, the status. I then kind of was trying to think of Sherry Gagnon Park and kind of like a SWOT analysis, strength, weaknesses type of thing. So I'll go over those really briefly, but it's a very high trafficked area. I mean, driving by that cut through between Mill Street and Main Street, there's always someone there playing sports, you know, anything like that. It's very active for an area I didn't know until I worked here. So that to me says it's high trafficked and people know about it. I think trying to fix some of the signage. Nathan and his crew did help with some of the dead trees around, so you have clear vision of the park, stuff like that. So I think if we get a 2-way facing sign, that'd be nice there to dedicate the park, again, the Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park, and just give it more of an identity there. It is flat, as you guys know. That actually has an advantage, like the basketball court, that's able to be built up, and it seems to hold up very well. So anything like a tennis court, pickleball court, where you need to bring in earth and build it up and have kind of shelving the water off and drainage, this is actually a really good place to do something like that. It's got adequate parking. Eric there, we've noticed the parks foreman has been a huge advantage of getting that first field in good condition, the front field. We actually have a rental that is looking to rent it for the spring and summer. So that's another way we can generate revenue. And so that's exciting to see. Some of the weaknesses is that water retention. That's just, you know, to get the playground in, we have to have a really strong, long dry spell to get any heavy equipment there. So that's why the playground equipment, stuff like that, takes a little bit longer with this park. It's just the nature of it. I do want to address the light poles. This is something that with Little League standards has completely changed the direction. It has to be LED lights. It has to be a galvanized steel pole, and it has to be concreted in. So what we currently have there, according to Little League, they will not use it or cannot use it on that field. So that poses a big concern. So that's just digging into the history of the park and kind of what the current standards are. That's kind of what's happening right now. So with that, I'd love to answer any questions and any thoughts on that.
Well, I know the light poles too. We volunteers went down there and did it. And Lonnie, I think you donated the scoreboards.
Yeah.
But it was all, I was going to say, I've been on the board going on 9-10 years. And so
yeah,
it's been back a ways.
It's probably 15, maybe 16, 18 years or so when we bought them.
9, yeah, almost 20 years ago.
Yeah. And
So,
I'd be
yeah.
completely willing to purchase a new one. Absolutely. And do and help with, the improvement of that park. The park means a lot to my family. So we would definitely, help in a handful of different ways, Joe. So however this goes down the road, yeah, I'm definitely with you.
I appreciate that.
What do
That's
you
I do think if we're gonna do, I think keeping that front field is a no-brainer. I think that can be used recreationally, especially for future programming. So I do think we should, if we're gonna invest in the ball field there, it should be that first field when you see the park. I do think that backfield, I think we need to move in a different direction. I'm working on a USTA a tennis grant for tennis courts. We are eligible because we have no public tennis courts in the town. So that really is like the first qualifying event for that. So that's one opportunity we can pursue as well.
So the walking path, I made Nathan walk that to see what it was like. And I think in that back corner, he got into some serious stuff. And he goes, nope, not going to work back here. Right, Nathan?
Yeah, the problem is no drainage down there. It's flat. He's pretty much said it all. It's a swamp.
Yeah, no, that could be. I was thinking also maybe walking past to the playground area at least. Yeah, it's going to be. I think anything like that, you're going to bring in some earth to build that up. I know they have grants for walking trails. There's some that are kind of ADA accessible too. So they come in and they'll make it flat. They use some type of material that keeps it from erosion and stuff like that. So that's also another area. But a lot of people have been using Tassau Park honestly as walking. That's been during the off season.
Yep.
I think it would be a running path. Once you hit the corner of the playground and then you got to the edge of the multi-purpose field, you would slow down because you would be getting eaten alive by mosquitoes from that back swamp area that was always so wet.
You'd set a lot of personal bests.
So this is what you're looking to do then for this possibly?
That's kind of my vision idea of where to go.
All right, so I want to put this up for people that are at home and don't see this. There's a multi-purpose field here. There's tennis courts and pickleball courts here. The playground's here and the baseball's up here. That's pretty cool. And a walking path around the whole thing as I'm doing this. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I think if we kind of, I look at Donna Beth Lippman and Wyndham.
Yep.
It's a park that we, is kind of similar, donated, and they just keep putting different features in there. It's a really great place to go. So that's why I kind of see the direction for Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park.
And the big playground climbing unit is going to go down there at Sherry Gagnon? Okay.
Correct, yes. Yeah.
All right, great.
Who owns
Thanks, Joe.
the land behind it?
Yeah.
All of that. I mean, and there's still a bunch of land back there, isn't there? That's really has never been touched.
No. Go ahead, Nathan.
Where's that?
I was just going to point at Teresa. We met with that woman.
Oh, there
yes,
is.
I have too. So yeah, there is some connectivity of walking trails as well.
Well, it literally goes up to the edges of our property. Maybe another 3-4 feet, but it's pretty much squared in. It's so weird. It's like a section that was cut into there for Sherry Gagnon, and the rest of the property all around and behind belongs to another family, one family. So yeah, so we did meet with them. We were thinking about possibly getting another walking trail out to the Mosquito or whatever, but it would be pretty in depth.
Yeah, I mean, and you would think that if you did have it there, in order to alleviate some bugs and things, you'd want to pull back the trees. That was what I was looking at, is just being able to take down some trees so it it just gets more sun, it gets all of that. And this plan looks like it's utilizing that whole back corner, so.
Right.
It seems like it's the most growth of trees there too.
So another big issue we have down there is security.
Yeah.
When they used to have the wooden structures back there, all kinds of things were going on back there. What would be your idea for that?
Well, I think Nathan and his crew's already kind of started doing that. We kind of created better sight lines, at least from driving by. So we've taken out a few of the dead trees. We can even thin out some of the trees on the other side. So I think any type of park, and ideally you want your playground set kind of in the closest to the parking spaces, but we don't have any room for that now. So I think just creating that sight line from when you're driving by is probably the best way to prevent that.
Okay.
How's the blockhouse? Is the blockhouse still in good shape?
We're working on that.
Well, they put an addition on a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Eric's been cleaning out kind of the Little League, the storage shed, and we're looking at trying to create more, having that more of a maintenance shed with tools and stuff that we can use to help groom the field or take care of the park. So that's being cleaned out. The concession stand, it hasn't been touched for 2.5 years, so it needs a little bit of updating and work, but it's got good bones.
I mean, there was a lot of things, good times down there. So that's sad that we can't get the kids back in there to do it.
A lot of good times.
Yeah.
How's the basketball court fending? Is it holding up well, or is it?
Yeah, it actually is on. Nathan and the crew fixed that hoop. They did a great job with that. So that now we have a full court. We can use the actual the pavement that they use. It's holding up really well, no cracks. So we can probably get away with another year or two of not resurfacing. So it's getting pricey, those type of projects.
Absolutely. In that rectangle, is that batting cage?
Yeah, so we did take out the one that's broken. We're going to use it as a picnic because it's a high spot. We're going to kind of redo it with stone dust, put the picnic tables up there as a picnicking spot. And we do still have the one off to the right near the front field. So we'll still use that as a batting cage, but we did take down that one near the basketball court.
Joe, is your plan to phase all this in?
Yes. Yeah. This is big picture, 2 to 10 years, depending on how it shapes out. But I do think pursuing the tennis court, pickleball courts is going to be the first phase of this because of the grant availability, and pickleball has just blown up. I mean, we have over 70 people registered for our pickleball program indoors right now. So once indoors ends, it's hard to keep them, and they've asked for outdoor pickleball courts. So we've talked about utilizing the basketball court, during the day, or where they can bring their own nets. But I'd love to get their own site. It would be used all the time.
Great, that's great.
Did you
Is it mostly seniors who are playing pickleball? I assume.
Sorry.
What's that, Joe?
Is it mostly seniors who are playing pickleball?
I would say
yeah. I mean, actually, for all from about. There's people in there that I know that are in their 20s up through 80s. So it picks up a pretty broad swath.
And where are you playing now?
Right now, Raymond Elementary School. We have 3 courts in that gym. Okay. It is tight. I played doubles. You're right, Rolf. It's it seems like it's geared for senior citizens, but I was playing. They're schooling me, so it kind of levels off the competition. So it really can be played by anyone. It'd be kind of a fair and very athletic event. So it's really cool.
And it's and they usually and they schedule it such that there's beginner groups, and then there's intermediate and more advanced, so that it's a good experience for all of them that are playing.
Yeah, I do think it's sad about Raymond Little League though, having coached and umpired
Yes.
and all that stuff. It used to be a gathering place for parents
Yes.
and their
Yes,
kids.
it was. Yes,
Yes.
I can't believe we don't have enough kids interested in playing Little League.
and that's
That just
no
saddens me.
no age throughout. There is enough that to put a team together because we had every age. And
Right.
Yeah, we did.
I remember when I took it over from you, Teresa.
Yep.
You had 7 softball teams, girls softball
Yeah.
teams
Right.
the year before I
It was
started. And then it
huge.
dropped right down when we, but still 7 softball teams. And then it
Yeah.
dropped down.
That
and
place
within
was
2 years
always
to
busy
0.
down there. And the food that they were selling and the candy and the parents with the, yeah.
I'm a little league, that was my childhood as well. It's really tough to see it like this.
Yep.
I do think there's hope. I do think there's some strong numbers at T-ball, strong numbers at coach pitch. I do think the volunteer piece is is tough for parents right now. Because I know just me taking on the programs has helped a lot. People are just like, oh, this is great. All I can do is just show up and coach, and I'll handle all the administrative stuff. So I do think that's one of the key points, Lonnie, is that there just is there's no board, no volunteers right now to kind of grow this or keep it going. So I think that's one of the pieces. So I do think there's always hope. So maybe in the next year.
What the tools that we use to reach out to the kids to make sure that all parts of the town are knowing about it. You feel good with all of that?
Yeah, my email list keeps growing so as people register and do things with Raymond Parks and Rec, my email list gets bigger. So right now I'm reaching about 700.
Good.
So in 2.5 years, we've gathered 200 unique emails. So that again helps with my marketing and anything else we want to put forward. And that's what we use too to see who's interested in the Little League board. So I put that out and got 1 or 2.
Did you get messages out through the school at all?
No, they won't. It's kind of tricky.
No.
Which is probably why people don't know about it, because it back in the day, that's how you did it. You sent a message out through the school, and then 100 kids would show up to register, for Little League.
No, they don't do that anymore. And only if it has something to do with the school will they send it around.
It's kind of an interesting issue because we participate with them and use our media to help, get their messages out.
Yep.
And, whether it's the electronic sign, whether it's the road runner, website, so forth. And so I was pretty disappointed when they took this perspective, but I guess they have their reasons for it. They feel it would dilute their messaging. But I'm with you. I think that if you're doing programming for young people, the school is the logical way to get that word out. But I guess they now have a policy that doesn't allow.
They do.
They don't allow us. They don't allow anyone to use their messaging, but they want to use our messaging, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe we put a scrolling banner across on the bottom of the school board meetings when they broadcast it out of our studio.
That's a good point. Kevin he can give us an answer on that one.
The thing is, nobody watches those meetings.
Moving right along, let's see. Joe, thank you. Thank you for all the work you're doing down there. And, we're hoping that, again, it comes back to the same group of parents that do things all the time. That's what we found, that there's got to be new blood all the time coming in. And I think that's where we're missing a gap there.
And I'll be there to support them. That's all we can do. And I do think there's a possibility next year. So we'll look at it and we'll see what we can do.
Well, and we're here to support you too. So so thank you, Joe.
Yes.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks.
All right, moving on. Consideration of funding the Cumberland Oxford Lakes Area Broadband Collab. Don Willard.
Okay, so where to begin? Where to begin on this one? It's been, a number of years that we've been talking about broadband. And so I guess tonight, I think I have what I believe to be a very positive direction. And it comes after a year. The most recent iteration of communities meeting together has been about a year, 10 communities. It was originally a smaller number of communities than that working independently of GPCOG. There was along the line a decision to work with GPCOG, and some communities in the group are GPCOG members, some not. GPCOG agreed to do the initial work, which included things like geo mapping, getting a consultant to work with the committee's members from each town, participating towns, through several informational meetings and then interviews and meetings with internet service providers. So I guess to kind of get a feel for what each town wanted to do and what kind of resources might be out there in the private sector. So I've been attending this thing for a number of years, but when it came to be a discussion about technical issues, I asked Kevin Woodbury, our network administrator who's with us tonight, to become that person. And because in previous meetings, I'd seen Kevin come and do presentations and actually, I think, well, definitely enlighten the folks there as to where things were going and what we should be looking at. So I have Kevin here tonight to, perhaps a good place to start might be to say, so what is it we're trying to do and why? And then I can get to the ask and where we go from there. But I think it's important to understand that there is a variability here in the way that you approach the provision of broadband internet or fiber to the premises, however you want to look at it. I'll let Kevin explain that first, if you would, Kevin.
So what we're trying to address basically is build an architecture that will serve the three areas in Raymond that we need to serve. And those areas are residential, business, and municipal, the government network. And with the real way to address this is through a fiber optical network. I mean, there are lots of other ways that people are addressing it, and most of us now have, a coaxial based network with spectrum. That's not a network that can be easily addressable to these three types of accesses. And so residential, we're looking at using what's called a passive optical network, which allows you to share fibers. So one fiber continues on through multiple houses. And so you're basically multiplexing the information on those fibers. So that is a less expensive way of getting into a fiber network. But what we're talking about for a speed on this network is 1 gigabit symmetrical. So that means you have downloading things, you can do it at 1 gigabit per second, or uploading them, doing backups or sending things to other people, sending videos to other people or whatever. So we're going to make that our base service level for everybody. And there's several things that go along with that, and one of them is called latency. So latency is when you send a packet to somebody, how long does it take to get a response from them? Because the way the internet protocol works is every time a packet's sent out, you get a response back saying they received that packet. And so we're talking about a latency of less than 30 milliseconds to the ISP vendors interconnect. And when their interconnect means there are several tiers of providers. So Spectrum connects to the next level of provider, and then they connect up to the tier 1 base network for the whole country. And what we're trying to do is impose a good service level so that when you make a phone call or a video call, or somebody's doing a medical analysis of your heart rate, or any type of device that requires very good timing, you need to have that latency below a certain level. So that's one of the things we're trying to do, is making sure that we get those latency levels and things like that into what we have when we build our base network. One of the other things is a lot of the people probably have heard of IP version 4. So that's the Internet Protocol version 4, which has been around since, I guess it was developed in the 60s, rolled out in the late 70s, and been here for a long time. Everybody has an address. Well, the problem is there are more people and devices than there are addresses available in that version of the protocol. So what we need to make sure is the vendor we go with supports the IP version 6 protocol. which basically has, from what we look at now, an infinite number of addresses. So, and the reason you have to have addresses is because if you want to be a business or have your own address for your house that you can make sure somebody can get to, or you want to have, say that I want to have a server at my house so that my friends can look at, my pictures at my house, or any number of things. They can always get you at your address. Right now, you share addresses and you share ports and addresses. So we're trying to make a structure that will support the current and future needs of Raymond. And that structure is based on IP version 6. So we want to make sure that's definitely a part of it. Now for businesses, we want to start at symmetrical 1 gigabit per second service, but businesses require a lot more bandwidth, and they can require, and we're talking about 10 gigabits per second. And these are standards. I mean, if you go out into the rest of the world, including the United States, the base level is 1 gigabit per second for residential and 10 gigabits per second available to businesses. So we want to make sure that that's available, and we're looking at multiple vendors that allow us to have those things. And fiber is one of the best ways to provide that. And we're looking at better performance with latency and better performance with jitter. What we also want to have for businesses is when we put this fiber in, we want to have what's called a fiber ring, because your business has to be up, and you don't want to, if somebody's line gets cut, if there's a storm. So we want to put a ring, and basically we can put a ring around one of the lakes or something. We can create a ring in town so that if some place gets cut, you have service still, and your business can continue on. So redundant pass to the ISP onto that ring also is one of the things that we want to do. So even if you in town lose part of your ring, one line gets cut, you still have the connectivity. But if your ISP loses a link, you want to have them have a separate link somewhere into your ring. So these are things that people don't think about unless they are in businesses, and if you look at the medium-sized businesses, and these are items that everybody looks at. But now in these days, everybody's communication, TV, phone service, everything is going through the internet. Medical, everything is all data now is flowing through the internet. So it's critical that we build a network that supports these things. Then the third component is the municipal network. We do backups every night, hundreds of gigabytes backing up over the network, because we need to get the data off-site. We back up locally in the building that the server's on, but we have to get it off-site, because if the building catches on fire, we lose our backups. And these are requirements. The state, imposes these requirements, saying we must protect our data with off-site backups. And then to do that, you need a network that can go at least 10 gigabits per second, back up that kind of data. And that's what happens if you look in the cloud. All these data centers in the cloud, they back up to other states because they have these high bandwidth connections. What we're trying to do is set our own local offsite backup so that we can make sure we get these things done. Right now, we back up from the fire station to the town office, and from the town office to the portable, and from the portable to the town office. But we can't, because we have a fiber link that we put in about, 15 years ago, Don, I think. Right. We put in our own fiber link from the town office to the portable. It's underground. It hasn't failed in 15 years, and we can get those backups done. But the fire station, which has its own servers and phone server down there, cannot do the backups because it takes like 2 days to do a full backup. So we get a full backup run, and then we run incrementals, up to the town office. So it's very hard, and that's just one example of why you need that kind of bandwidth to do things. Go ahead, Don.
I was going to say, so in more of a layman's terminology, what we're trying to do is to put in a system that will be, to the degree possible, and I think with Kevin involved, it's going to be the highest degree possible, something that's future proof. Build it once, build it right. is there's going to be variability. Some towns are looking at other options that, you know, that we're not looking at. And so this phase that we're going into now, phase 2, the development phase, will be working with Mission Broadband, as the other communities will be, to put together a request for proposals, community specific, to get back some actual real world information that we can use to begin to look at the costs and see what private sector vendors would be interested in. To be honest, I like to speak to this. There are only maybe one vendor at this point that looks like it might be the vendor that we could work with. We won't name them, but because
we can name them.
Well,
I mean, GWI has, and their business model is for us to create a network that's owned by the town but run by an ISP. So that allows us, if we do that, you know, we can make sure that the best possible cost model is implemented for people at the lower end of the spectrum, as well as business people get the type of service they need, and we can monitor what happens. I mean, we don't have to run it, and you know, but we need to allow the people to get the service they need. One of the things that GWI does is they come in and say, well, we're going to run fiber to every building, whether people use it or not. It'll be there so that they can use it. And that's, even though it's a little more expensive up front, in the long run, it's way less expensive.
And to me, that's the big distinction between that company and some of the other companies and the approaches they want to take, which is some of them are amalgam of technologies. But you know, I'm with Kevin, and to do it right and to do it that one time. And who knows exactly what it's going to look like? But I think it's going to be a combination of, you know, federal, state, local, private sector resources. I mean, I like Kevin's idea there of town ownership and private sector management, but that may or may not come out to be. But we've got to do this development work to be ready, because it is the American Rescue Plan funds, you know, that are expected to flow in. We've got to know what we want, have a plan to get what we want, and have some cost information and interested vendor, and be ready to go. And that's what this is all about. And so I'm asking for $8,000, up to $8,000 from our American Rescue funds to help, to fund, rather than not to help, but to fund Mission Broadband, which is our consultant that is working with all the towns, to develop the RFP, help us evaluate the proposals, and then prepare a summary of each vendor proposal, and you know, basically creating a plan specific to our town. And so that's the next step. And you know, as I say, I'm optimistic. Can I guarantee that we're going to find something that's going to work out and we're going to fund it immediately? I can't, but I'm feeling much more optimistic than I ever have, and the money is going to come, and so we need to be ready.
Well, and I hate, you know, I don't like throwing the acronyms around, and I can't. It's like, this is like an hour or two presentation. But one of the things that I mentioned that we really need is service level agreements. You know, this is a business. We need to make sure that we have those agreements and they're monitored and reported on, because right now, if you have a problem with Spectrum, and I don't know if anybody's dealt with Spectrum that much, but you know, you get a hold of them and they tell you there are really no service level agreements. We're paying, you know, and that's another point. We're paying at the town office $1,200 a month, basically, for, you know, pretty slow fiber connection. And there's no service level agreement with that. It's a best effort on their part, is what I always get every time I call. I would tell you, though, Spectrum has great technicians, but other than that, you know, it's really hard to get a cost-effective, good service from them.
Is GPCog sitting on a pile of money to do broadband? Is that why they're in charge of the project?
No, they're not sitting on a pile of money at this point, but the likely outcome is that, as with the, you know, the monies that they administer for federally and state administered road programs, they're likely to be a part of the mix because of their role as a regional council of governments and provider. But no, they're not. They specifically themselves are not sitting on a pile of money. They're basically, in this instance, a convener of communities, and the majority of the communities are part of GPCog. As I say, the first phase was at a no cost with GPCog as the administrator. The second phase is, you know, equal pay. There's not a surcharge or anything on us for non-membership, but they're they're leading this from the administrative standpoint. Mission Broadband is actually the outfit that the community selected to do the work. So not money, but they are in the administration of it.
So chances are down the road, they're going to be the ones who are going to be the contact to get the grants and the money from either the state or the feds to run this thing. Or to make it get built out, I should say.
I don't know if I would, it's possible. I mean, the state's going to have a big say in it. Even the county's in on this thing. You know, that's where the money is right now, but the federal money to the state, the federal money to the county, but that's possible, highly possible, but I don't know. Kevin, you've been attending with Melissa the meetings more recently on this phase of the project. Do you have any insight in that? How GPCOG is going to relate to the financing?
I don't think that, it's hard to say. The state's going to come up with some money, and they've got actually a big chunk right now, and I'm not sure how they're going to put it out. What they're trying to define is speed levels of what's acceptable, and they're still at the very low end of what should be the minimum level. So we do one of the things is having 100 megabit uphill service, transmitting out, and we don't have that right now, and Time Warner does not offer that unless you get their fiber at $1,200 a month. So we do qualify for what the current level is for some funds, but I'm not sure how much that's gonna.
And so I think there will be some, fair allocation of the funds. And so, as I said, every community is going to be, in some ways different. And so, as I said, I wanted to get Kevin in on the ground floor, and he has been for years actually in these meetings and so forth, to help us decide, and as he's outlined, what we ought to be doing. But our plan will probably be somewhat more sophisticated than some of the more rural areas.
Well, a lot of people are trying just to get service to the unserved people, that's horrible this day and age. And what we're trying to do is build a network that's the network, if we put it in the way it should be, the fiber itself will last for 50 or more years. I mean, this is like a, future-proof thing, because you can change your switches, you can change all the back end equipment, but the fiber is good. I mean, the fiber we're putting in can run, up to a terabit per second. I've seen, tests on that. So we're going to put in something that used to be very expensive, and now it's dropped way down, almost as cheap as putting in coax.
Right. So we're going to have what we need to proceed with or without GPCOG, I guess. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but.
Yeah, no, I've got it. I'll make a motion to have Don Willard on behalf of the select board sign the MOU with GPCOG.
And funds from ARPA.
And using the funds from ARPA. Yeah.
Thank you.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor? All right. On the same subject, consider appointments of representatives to the CoLab Steering Committee and the Broadband Committee. Dawn.
So they would prefer that at least one of these representatives be an elected official. And so I did reach out to Rolf, knowing his engineering background and his very analytical bent. And I guess if you're still interested, Rolf, I would propose that you might be the attendee or the representative, unless somebody else had a burning desire to do it. And I would also suggest that, Kevin Woodbury, because of his technological expertise as a citizen of the town, he's agreed to be on this committee as well. Now, I don't really understand the difference between the two committees that they put together, but my sense would be that Rolf would have if there is a more, influential position of the two, that would be the one I'd propose Rolf for. As I said, if he's still willing, he was on vacation. I wasn't able to nail that down 100% with him.
I told him to put his name down. In daycare, we say not it.
Yeah, you said to go with him. So I thought it was going to be on the agenda, but I don't. Yeah.
I said I'd do that as long as Kevin was on there too.
Yes. And I'm still going to be, Kevin. As far as the town representative, I'll still be the town representative, And we also have, we're very fortunate, our new administrative assistant, Melissa McConkey, is a long-term Spectrum employee. So she has, former employee, so she has basically given us a lot of interesting insights and information.
That's great.
So she's really been good.
That's
She's been meeting lately with Kevin on this, the tail end of this first phase, but I'm excited. I think it's going to happen. So
Well,
Kevin.
hopefully it comes into fruition.
Yeah.
So I don't think you need a motion. So Kevin, Don, and Rolf.
Right,
And
the two
Melissa.
representatives will be Kevin for this particular new committee they're putting together. These two committees will be Rolf and Kevin, and I'm still going to be the town's representative attending, and Melissa attends as well.
I don't think you need a motion for that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, guys, for stepping up to this and doing this. Rolf got nominated because he wasn't here, but Kevin, this is your avenue. So yeah.
If anybody ever has any questions, wants to go through more in depth, just give me a holler.
Thanks, guys.
When I have insomnia, Kevin, I'll give you a call.
Yeah.
All right. Next, consideration appointment of election clerks nominated by Democratic Party. Sue.
Well, every 2 years, the parties caucus normally. This year, the Democrats didn't caucus, and they had some sort of a statewide something or other. I'm not quite sure what it was. And the outcome of that were 2 representatives or 2 people from Raymond who said they would like to be election workers. One has been before, Janice Miller, and the other, Edward Kranich. I don't recall now if he was on the planning board of the ZBA, but he's been served on boards before. And they put their names forth. The Republicans did caucus, but all the people that were at the caucus that I attended were already voters and were running for office, so they are disqualified from being election workers anyway.
All right. So, sorry. We don't need any. Do we need a motion?
Yeah,
Yes,
you need
please.
a motion to accept the appointments. I'll make that motion, being a good Democrat.
Second.
Is that why you and I don't get along? I mean, seriously?
Second.
Rolf wants to tell you what his thoughts are too, but any more discussion? All in favor? We gotta get Sam better so we can stick in his 2 cents there. All right, consider appointment of warden for June 14th primary election. Sue.
And this election will be a multi-election. We'll have a state primary as well as a municipal, an RSU 14, probably a referendum. But we have to have a warden for the state elections, and we'll elect a moderator for the town portions of that at the polls. So this is for the state portion.
Appoint Suzanne Carr as a warden for the June 14th primary and the referendum.
Second.
All in favor? All right, good job. All right, public comment. Anybody? Going once? Twice? All right, selectman comment.
So what happened with the nomination papers? Have they all been turned in? And
They
I didn't
have
turn mine
been.
in.
We have 2 that are running for select board. And on the screen, they are sitting over in that direction from me. No, my screen's backwards this way. The budget finance, there were 3 seats and 2 people running for them, Karen Lockwood and Deanna Lee. And there were 2 seats for the RSU board because we had 2 vacancies. Anna Keeney left before the end of her term, and she moved, and Jenny Cummings passed. So we have 1 for 1 year, and that's Jody Carroll is running for that. And the 3-year term is Char Jewel.
So go back to the budget finance a second. How many members are on that board that we have seats for that I think we came down from 7 to 5, didn't we?
yes.
No,
We might want to think about that for next year.
We went from 9 to 7.
We went from 9 to 7.
Okay,
And we haven't kept a 7-member board since.
Right. So if these two people get on, how many members will we have on there then? Because I think we're going to be missing one again.
There'll be one
Yeah, we'll
short.
still be missing one because there's 3 seats open and there's only 2 people running for them.
All right, so 6. All right. All right. Any other public comment? I mean, selectmen comment? All right, town manager's report.
I'd first like to start really with more of a, I guess, a comment than a report, and that would be, I see Sharice is here, Sue is here. And so, thank you to Sharice for her first budget, and I think she did a great job. And for Sue Look for her patience and the numerous iterations of, not only meeting notices and other procedural things to get us ready for our referendum vote. So I'd call out those two in particular, but the department heads in general, and to the Board of Selectmen for all the meetings you've all been attending. Thank you for that. And so I'll get to the dates of the meetings and so forth, but it's always good to get through that process. I used to mark the beginning of spring with the annual town meeting. We had a March town meeting. Somehow I always felt better after the mid-March, but these days I feel good when we get through all that process. So thank you all for your work on that. And so next I'd like to talk about some dates. So confirming dates for our upcoming regular meetings. We have May 10th and June 21st. All good. And then we have the reminder of upcoming election schedule, which is, as we draw through the process, as I've said, it's getting shorter, but we still have some key dates to go. We have, May 18th, which is a budget vote at the Wyndham High School Auditorium at 6:30. And that would be for your RSU. We have the May 27th deadline to change parties to vote in the primary election, June 14th. We have June 9th. Deadline to request absentee ballots. June 14th would be a state primary for municipal officers and RSU 14 budget elections at the Jordan Small Middle School from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sue, have we set a date for the public hearing on the referendum?
That will be on May 10th at the next selectmen's meeting.
Okay, so that one everyone wants to be aware of as well. So I guess that's what I have.
Okay. All right, so as far as executive session goes, we are not doing the discussion of labor contracts and proposals. That got put off. But can I have a motion to go in executive session regarding code enforcement violations updates?
You're muted, Joe.
I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session per code enforcement violation update pursuant to 1 MRSA subsection 4056H.
Second.
Have a second. Your second?
I second.
All right, I didn't hear that. Sorry. Oh my God, the hearing's bad. All in favor? Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Bye,
Good night,
guys.
everyone.
Be safe,
night.
everybody.
Have a good evening. Bye.
Good evening. This is the organizational meeting for the Budget Finance Committee. I'm going to call this meeting to order. First off, we'll start with nominations for chairman. Do I have any nominations?
I nominate Bob.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I need a motion to close nominations for chairman.
So I move nomination cease.
All those in favor of Bob Goslin, raise your hand. I can't see Bob Jones, but thank you. Next order of business is to approve the minutes of the April 27th, 2021 meeting. Again,
Bob, did you want to elect a vice chair?
oh yes, sorry. Any nominations for vice chair? Any nomination for vice chair? Vice chair will sit in the place of the chair if he is not available.
If you're not available and we don't have any other members, Bob, we won't have a meeting.
We're having possibly two approved next week at the select board meeting. Bob Jones, you see on the screen, is one of them.
Diana Pickavett May.
Pickavett as well.
Mhm.
So, any nominations for vice chair? I'd like to nominate Dennis Morse.
This is all new to me, Bob.
The reason why I'm here.
Yeah.
Will you accept the nomination?
Sure.
Any other nominations? Motion to close nominations.
I move nominations cease.
Thank you. All those in favor of Dennis? Any opposed? Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
Next, I'll need from our members from last year, a motion to approve the minutes of the April 27th meeting. That was our last budget meeting prior to the town meeting.
I move acceptance of the minutes from the last meeting.
Thank you. And I will second that. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Just so you understand how the process works, tonight we'll have a hearing of sorts and the presentation of the budget. After this meeting, after our other findings meeting, any questions you have need to be funneled through the chair, so that there won't be 5 different people asking the same question. We try to consolidate the questioning, and I'll route that to where it needs to be, and then I'll collectively to the team send out a message on the findings. So again, don't self-communicate with members of either the town hall or select board. Come to me first, and I will funnel it to where it needs to go. Are there any questions?
I have one, and that is when we just voted to accept the minutes of the last meeting, they're not in this budget committee report, this budget report, right?
No, they were sent as an attachment.
Okay, I'll have to go back and I'm working with 2 different emails now, and some of it's going to junk, so I'll check it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue? Abigail asked about a town email address.
Yes, I have sent a note to Kevin Woodbury, our tech, and he is in the process of trying to do that for all committee members. Okay. So as soon as we have one, I'll get it sent out to you. Because it is preferable to use town email for freedom of access requests. We don't want to go after your personal email if we don't have to. We also don't get a lot of requests, but you just never know.
Any other notes? Any other comments? Tonight we will be getting back together at 6:30, where we will have the findings meeting. And we'll have Don open it up with a brief overview. And then
I think we're gonna open with Sharice, I think, talking a little bit about the restructuring of the budget, and then Don, but I can introduce that if you'd like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any other comment from the Budget Finance Committee?
Can I just ask like some basic, I've never done this before questions?
Okay.
So we're gonna have this next meeting. At that meeting, we're gonna like review what was in the budget book.
That's correct.
And then do we ask questions that we have during that meeting, or like what is the format of what happens in that? And then do we just basically go through like multiple meetings of doing that until we've gone through the whole binder?
That's correct. It should take 2 meetings to go through all our department heads and provider agencies. And then we'll have a workshop with the select board to kind of talk about these items, hotspots, areas of concern, so that, when it comes time to make a vote, we'll have everything we have in our pocket.
And on a really high level, now you'll have the department heads right there where you can ask some questions about what you've seen in the book. And that's the next 2 meetings. And like Bob said, there's a workshop. After that, the select board will put together the town warrant for that will be voted upon. And once they've made their recommendations, you'll get together again, go over the warrant and make your recommendations, whether you think things should be, as the select board say, or less.
Thank you.
So feel free to ask any questions to presenters this evening. And so that we don't wait to have to communicate by email. But feel free to
How
ask
detailed can those questions be? Like, I just don't want to be like the odd kid out asking like super detailed questions or like super dumb questions. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yep. You'll learn as you go along. So don't do. You can ask whatever questions you want tonight. So.
Well, that brings another question up then. Is there a time, do they set a timetable on these meetings? I know when select board used to meet with us about our cover letter or our whatever, PowerPoint presentation, there would be a timetable. In other words, is it our meetings? Is it a 6:30 to 7:30 meeting, Bob, or is it? Do we pick halfway through the budget, and the chair of the select board decides the length of the meeting? How does that timetable work? Because like Abigail, you know me long enough. I have 50 questions for every one answer. So I'm trying really hard to come in here and be quiet, but the reality is there's a lot of questions that are involved with running the town in the budget process, especially if there's only 3 meetings. Is there a timetable? Do they?
No, there is no time limitation. I suppose if somebody started going on, it is the chair's prerogative to say, no, I think we've killed that horse. But that very rarely happens.
Okay.
But it is Bob's meeting. It's a budget finance committee meeting.
Oh, so Bob runs the meeting, not the select board.
That's correct. Sometimes, though, I think for certain pieces, Bob, you've handed it over to the select board chair to run, like public safety, maybe. There have been times when you've done that, but not always.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go?
So Abigail, I'll ask a question. Do you have a copy of the schedule, the meeting schedule? Do you have a copy of that? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I've looked over the sections that are on the agenda for tonight.
Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Except I didn't have emergency public. So didn't have one tab that I thought maybe was supposed to be in there.
Yeah, that's there used to be a operating budget for emergency management, and I think that was primarily to back when the pandemic, and I may be speaking out of turn, and maybe Kathy can help us out here, but public safety used to have their own operating budget to track COVID or pandemic related expenses. So I know we're nearing, hopefully nearing the end of the pandemic, and I believe that's what that's all about.
Okay.
So there is no tab, but they can speak to that when their turn is up.
Just was checking that I didn't need to cram.
I don't see any other questions. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you, Dennis. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Very good. I will see you in about 20 minutes.
Same log on?
There's a separate one to log into this.
Okay, I gotta go back on the internet now, go onto my
I'm
computer and figure out which one that.
Good evening. Welcome to the first department head review with the Budget Finance Committee and Select Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business. I'm Bob Goslin, Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, and I will chair this meeting. We will start first with review of administration.
Right. Thank you, Bob. So first thing I'd like to do is introduce our new finance director, Charisse Keach. She wanted to give a brief explanation of some of the changes she's made in the budget development methodology, information contained in the books, the addition of notes, and some other things that she's done. So the budget doesn't look exactly like it did last year. Charisse?
Thank you, Bob and Dawn. Yeah, the new budget books, for starters, they have tabs for each of the departments, which I think to be helpful when you're flipping through, maybe 100-page document. So there are tabs, and I want to call it check stock, but it's not check stock, it's paper stock in between the various departments. So that helps to, ease flipping through pages. The other couple of changes are, as Dawn mentioned, there are spreadsheets that contain 2 fiscal years of budget to actual. And then you have the current fiscal year budget and year-to-date expenditures. Keep in mind that's only through December 31st. So I know Kathy had asked about that and we clarified that. So I want to point that out. Your year-to-date expenditures only go through December 31st. Some of the departments I try, and this is, a lot of it's for me personally, because I, don't always necessarily remember where an item was budgeted when you have so many various departments. So I do like to make little notations beside various expenditures. So I've done that. Not on all of them, but some of them. And the other thing is some of the things have been moved around from one department to another, and I can go into those, as an overview, excuse me, as an overview. As an example, Registry of Deeds was previously in the administration budget. I have now relocated that to the assessing budget. So that's one change. Another minor change is rescue billing. That was previously under administration, and that has been relocated to the fire department because that's what it has to do with, is public safety and fire and rescue department. And another change would be building maintenance. As an example, in Nathan's public works department, he had two building maintenance lines, one for District 1 and the other one just for public works. So what I did was relocate those all to town buildings. So it's town-wide buildings, building maintenance with the exception of public safety, because they have their own building maintenance line in their budget. So instead of having various building maintenance all over, the general operating budget, it's pretty centralized into town buildings. So that's just a couple of the changes. I do like to regroup at the end of the budget process just to obtain feedback, what worked well, what didn't work well, suggestions for improvement. I'm open to that. What you'd like to see different. I'm certainly, willing to consider, and accommodate everyone. And so we will eventually regroup and I will ask for feedback. Okay. That's all I have.
Right, thank you, Charisse.
You're welcome.
John, did you want to start with a statement?
Yes, I have a brief statement, a brief outline of, I guess you'd call it the really high points of the budget. We'll get into much more detail as we go department by department. But I'd like to first start by saying that I did issue a new budget memo today, and the crush of getting things out the other day, we thought we had made things really clear, but when I read it this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, I said, geez, it's not so clear, because at the addition of the issue of the library, really made sort of a double set of budgets for us. And so there is a new cover letter that hopefully is clearer as to what's happening. So on that point, I'll tell you what the budget looks like at the start here, with the library and without the library. So the gross budget without the library is up about $416,896, or 7.4%. If you net out the revenues from that gross budget without the library, you're looking at $251,623, or 7.4%. So an increase above what we normally would be presenting on initial budget. And then of course you have the gross budget with the library. So now you're adding a whole new department. You're taking on the whole library function. In that instance, you're looking at $551,772 increase, or 9.89%. And then if you net out the revenues, you're down to about $386,499, or 11.36%. And I can, let, I guess, Sharice explain why it's up, but it's a little bit of an odd phenomenon. But anyhow, so we're looking at a significant budget increase over what we have normally seen. But what we also have is a significant change in the operations of the town. We've added a number of functions. I think the town is at a point where we're seeing, some new programming and some new directions. And, I credit our chair, Teresa Sadak, with a lot of the leadership that has caused that to come about. And I think it's positive stuff. And, the town is in very good fiscal shape. We continue to maintain our AAA bond rating. We are, able to go from, year to year without borrowing tax notes. We have put a substantial amount of fund balance into the tax rate every year, and we intend probably to do that again this year. So the town's in good fiscal shape. I think it's operating well. We have great town employees, and I think we've gone a little bit beyond what we used to call the so-called Raymond Way, which was just basic cable, what we are statutorily required to do government. We're doing a lot more than that today, and I think we're doing it very well. So that's my kind of pitch on where we're going. But for the departments, department by department, the administration department, one of the things that's significant is we're going to go out and do an RFP for audit services. Now, the whole world, not only with the pandemic, but the municipal world is so different. There's only a limited number of firms that even do auditing anymore. So we're going to put the RFP out, see what we get. But some towns are not getting any responses. And what's clear is we're going to pay more. We're going to pay more for our audit. And so that's a big change. I mean, we used to have an environment where we had lots and lots of professional firms seeking town business. There are changes in the town clerk's elections budget, but I've learned from prior years, I'm going to let the town clerk detail those. So I'm not going to get into those. Under contract fees and services, that was included in the Roadrunner was included in contract fees and services in the FY 2022 budget. I think Sharice alluded to some moves in the budget. So that's been moved to the dues and publications budget for FY 2023. So anyhow, those are kind of the things that are happening in administration. And I probably should have had a percent by department number to give you on each one, but I actually don't have that on my outline, but you have that all in your budget book. I believe the administration budget was down just slightly on account of those moves. And so anyway, the code enforcement budget, of course, has now an assistant code officer. So that's a $71,000 increase in salaries. And so that's a significant difference there. But I can tell you that the addition of the second code officer has made an exponential difference in the efficiency of the office. We've gone from a position where we have seen, a number of complaints about services to 0 complaints about services. We're really, taking care of the much increased flow of work and the demand for permits. And we're also paying a very close attention to environmental issues and violations, which is really essential, a very important thing for a town like Raymond that is so dependent in our economy on our lakes and ponds. And so that's really been a very positive thing, the addition of the code enforcement officer, the second code enforcement officer or assistant. General assistance budget is up just slightly, but on that one, you want to keep in mind that 70% of the budget is reimbursed by the state of Maine. And, we don't know what's going to happen, but we think that a lot of what's happening with the general assistance budget is probably influenced by the pandemic. We hope and think that we'll go back to more normal levels post-pandemic, but who really knows? We have, of course, our Raymond Community Assistance Fund to help with, the needs of people who find themselves struggling in this economy, and just generally any time. So we've had great response from our citizens. We have people who put us on their, annual giving plan, and so we have funds. So if anybody's out there listening who is struggling, is having difficulty, if we can help you through general assistance, we certainly can with community assistance. So that's one change. So in the pandemic, there has been a little bit of an upward, trend on that. Raymond typically has very, very little general assistance, even very little demand for community assistance. But so we have adequate funds in both areas. Town insurance, the workers' compensation insurance is up due to the town's modification rate increasing from 1.14% to 1.39%. And we've had a significant change in wages. We've added positions, and so that's a difference there. Under employee benefits, we have a $98,000 increase. This insurance expense this year, though, is reduced by the Maine Small Business Health Insurance Premium Relief Program. We're going to get $25,000 from that. There is a proposal in here from Sharice and me about our retirement program. Now, we are with the ICMA 457 Deferred Compensation Plan. And so what we have is a plan that's based on gradients. So from 0 to 6 months, you get 0%. From 6 months, through a year, it's 1%, and then 1% a year for 5 years, up to 6%. So that's not a system it was a system that was used in the past. It's been in our personnel policy. We haven't addressed it. In an effort to be more competitive, we are proposing that we take a look at that and, perhaps change it to, once you pass probation, you would go to the 6% contribution. I always encourage our younger employees to set money aside for their future. And unfortunately, some of them don't. So we're going to make a bigger push in the HR department with Rita to try to orient people about the importance of saving for retirement. And so that's a proposal we're making. It does come, of course, with a price tag. It could be up to $37,000 if everybody participated. But as I say, we get not the greatest participation rate from our younger employees. So on to, I want to also say that this budget does not include anything related to the union negotiations, which are underway right now with the fire department. So we're going to have to factor those in, and I'm not putting those in, of course, because the Board of Selectmen has not considered any changes yet. They will be doing that shortly, so we'll have to make that adjustment, if there's adjustment to be made, but that's, I guess, to be determined in the future. On the TIF budget, that end budget is increasing $126,836. The primary increase is that we're using 116,000 of these funds for technology and CIP. Now, this was Sharice's idea, and it was a great idea, and it's TIF qualified. It's something we hadn't thought of before. So $100,000 that we had planned for the fiber network infrastructure project that Kevin has had ongoing, and $16,000 for upgrades at the public safety building would be put into the TIF. We need to add a small amount of money, $2487, for the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Administration. They're requiring a 20% match from all of the Greater Portland Comprehensive Transportation System communities, or PACs. Now, we have just a very small part of 302 in the PACs district, but we're part of the program, so we would have to raise that. And I guess the theory when it comes to PACs is that there are major transportation improvements that are made in Greater Portland that benefit Raymond residents and residents of the Lake region, but we're unlikely probably to see anything directly in Raymond from that, but we do have to contribute. So revenues is another area that's I think pretty good news. We're up 165,000 in this proposed budget, or 7.58%, and that's primarily due to a substantial increase in state revenue sharing. And so we're making a conservative, and I couldn't get Kurt LaBelle to go any higher. So our conservative estimate for new value is about $10 million. And so that's very low considering the permits that we've seen. And now remember, the permits don't equal, new value, because some things don't start on time. Some things aren't finished in the, in the fiscal year. And interestingly, there's a new phenomenon, and that is that sometimes people are paying more to build things like they are paying to buy things than they are actually worth. That said, the stated permits that we have right now and I'm sure Kurt would not want me to say this, but they're more like $30 million. Now, like I said, we aren't going to see $30 million, but I think we're going to see a stronger number than 10. But for the purposes of the budget, I'm telling you, we'll get 10 for certain. That's $141,000 in additional revenue that's not in the budget. We don't typically put that in, but that's, growth we'll see. Another thing is that we didn't put any money in for the library. And now the library has historically raised a significant amount of revenue. And so I think our appropriation was about 66,000 maybe. And then the library had raised another 67.8. So we need to really get a number from them. I don't have that number, but we'll need to plug that in. Perhaps when they make their presentation, we can talk with them. I didn't want to presume that they would raise all the money they did before. I didn't want to, because, we want to have a good relationship. We want to make a smooth transition, assuming that the town approves this warrant article to make the library a town department. And I'm really hopeful they will. And I'm really excited about this prospect. And this is another area where our chair, Teresa, has led the band. And so it's something that has been kind of talked about, thought about since I've been here, which is 21 years. I remember going down and making the presentation actually to the library trustees when the Board of Selectmen were interested in it. And they kind of at that time said, no, not right now. And so it's kind of been on the discussion table for 20 years. So it's a big deal. And I think it will be something that will be a good thing for the town, good thing for the library. It's going to be sustainability for the library. It's going to be the ability to broaden the programs. It's going to be the ability to have the employees there be town employees, and probably the expansion of hours and services. So a lot of good things could come out of it. But that's subject, of course, to a vote. We'll have to see how that goes. The fire department budget is up about $240,000, and that's primarily in wages. And we did put the recommendation of the fire chief that's related to the union negotiations into the budget. Of course, that is subject, as well as the benefits, to the Board of Selectmen vote. But we did put that number in that he's recommending. And so anyway, the budget also includes 2 new full-time positions. These are firefighter EMT positions, but the public safety department, Kathy Goslin, I'm guessing, has led this one, as well as many other successful grant applications for the town. They put in an application for a number of positions through the federal SAFER program, which would pay the cost in full for the new positions for a 3-year period. So if we're successful, at least to the tune of 2 people, and with the SAFER grant, that increase would be covered by that grant for that period of time. Now, at the end of the 3 years, you can decide whether you're going to continue or whether you're going to, not continue. You're not committed to retain people, but I'm telling you that we need the staff. We need the people in the fire department. So the likely outcome of the SAFER grant would be 3 years, federal funded, and then assumption by the town, hopefully. So on to so if the voters approve, assuming the operational cost of the library, the increase of the proposed budget there will be $135,000. Now, once again, I say that's not with any revenues. We got to talk to them about what their revenues would be. And I don't know why we've got this way, but I guess it's probably the way they fall in the book, correct, Therese? Now we're going back to debt retirement. So we have debt retirement, including the financing of a new fire apparatus, a rescue pumper for $500,000 with a term of 10 years. The new apparatus replaces a 23-year-old squad truck, and that's a 1999 Freightliner that we bought used that had come out of the South. I can't remember if it was Kentucky, but anyways, we bought it through a dealer in Connecticut, I remember. And the 20-year-old utility vehicle, 2003 Ford F-350 that I remember when that was brand new. So now that's coming up on its 20th birthday. So those 2 will go away, be replaced by this one combination truck. And then it also extends the life of our engine 1, because that won't, I guess, be put into service as often as it gets put into service today. So 2 trucks into one and preserves the life of another. The capital improvement budget increasing $35,000, equipment CIP $10,000, setting aside $100,000 for the revaluation. Municipal facilities, Nathan would like $50,000 to renovate the Public Works building on Main Street. That would be for an office space for the recreation director. And there was talk at one time, but Therese tells me this has now shifted somewhat, and we'll have to have an internal discussion about it. But there was talk about adding an administrative assistant, But now it seems to be, let's share Melissa, who is already working for me, working for the assessing office. That's her primary role. And then she's, working theoretically for Nathan, although he doesn't, take as full of advantage of her as he could. And some of that is due to her location, I'm sure. But so now we have Joe, the public works director, Joe, our recreation director, the public works director, the town manager, the assessor, all with one administrative assistant. And I think what they'd like to do is build a space and have her down there, but I'm a little dubious of the sharing part. But the space, office space, right now the rec director is sharing Nathan's not very grand office that's in the back of the fire station. I don't know what it was when it was a fire department, but I remember that maybe it was just part of the room there, Dennis. I don't remember, but it's kind of been blocked off now, and Nathan has a little corner there. So they don't have great office space. So that's what that one's about. The paving CIP, Nathan wants to increase that by $100,000. Now it's probably the worst time in the year to be doing, years to be doing paving, because of the run up in the cost of bitumen, which is related directly to the run up in cost in asphalt, fuel oil rather. And so asphalt and fuel oil directly connected. And but what are you going to do? We want to keep on track. We want to keep our program moving forward. He has a program, and so we've made great progress. I think excellent strides in bringing the roads forward in their overall condition. And so that's what's being proposed there. The technology CIP is decreased by 90 as we're putting that into the TIF. And that's, as I said, for the fiber network infrastructure project. So there are a number of other discussion items that are not in the budget that I cut from the budget because I don't know is the things that we're going to do, but I think they're things we ought to think about and talk about. They were departmentally proposed ideas. And of course, one was coming about setting aside money for the Jordan Small renovation. Now we are going to have that school in 5 years. And so the thought was maybe we should start setting money away into a capital reserve. A countervailing view would be to say, when we get there, let's, maybe plan for what we are doing when we get closer, hire an architect, engineer, whatever we need to look at the building and decide what it would need to go into municipal use. But then at the time we actually do the work, perhaps a bond would be the way to go. That's been the way we've been doing it lately. However, the idea of a capital reserve is sort of a traditional way of doing it as well. So there was a discussion about whether we should do that. Likewise, Nathan's very interested in a public works facility at Plains Road, a consolidated public works facility. Right now he's spread over 3 facilities. And so it makes sense to have that public works facility in one location for a lot of reasons. And we have the space there. Right now we have basically an office trailer that we were able to get from BSA that came out of the Army Innovative Readiness Training Program. So that gives them a spot there to be during storms and to have a lunchroom. Then we've got the District 2 station, which has, work bays and has a parts room. And I think it may even have a little cubby of a workspace, office space. And then we come back to the fire station, the former fire station on Main Street that has become a public works building as well. So we've got public works spread all over town, and he'd like to see at some point there be a consolidated modern building. And you don't have to go too far around us to see examples of that being done. I would point you to Gloucester most recently, I think. And so anyhow, that's something he'd like to see. We have the comprehensive plan update. If we can ever get anybody on the committee, Sue has advertised, and we haven't gotten much response to our advertisements. We have just a handful of people, maybe not even a handful of people who are interested. But if we do get that up and running, we're going to need some money there. And then once again, a big question is what amount of revenue from the library would we put back in the budget, so that we're going to have to decide that, I think, with them. And it's going to be a partnership, and we're going to have to decide how this thing's all going to work and look. And so that I think we can start to do when they come and make their presentation. So anyway, the impact on the mill rate is estimated to be an increase of about 55 to 70 cents, not factoring in any use of fund balance. Factoring in the fund balance of 200 to 300,000 would you have an increase of the mill rate. I think it would be decrease of the mill rate to 25 to 40 cents. So that's what we're looking at, but it's all very, very, I think there's a lot of changes we can make in this budget, but we kind of wanted to throw it of the decisions that I think have been very positive decisions that we made, and the town is, changing, moving forward, doing some things that are beyond the basic cable services. And so I guess with that, we would like to speak with you about it department by department and answer any questions you might have about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to go through each of these areas and see if the numbers prompt questions. Go to the, if you have a question, please raise your hand. You will be acknowledged and you will be able to ask a question. So first, we're going to start with administration.
Sue has some changes. I think Sue would probably love to tell you about her changes. You want to do that, Sue?
Oh, yes, I was sitting here with bated breath.
I didn't do it this year, right?
Yes, you did good. I'm very proud.
Okay.
I have a few things in there. One is for the elections piece. For one, this is a gubernatorial year, which means a primary and a candidate election in November. Those have been trending more absentee, so the cost of absentees have gone up a bit, and postage doesn't ever drop, if anything. And if we do vote the town meeting warrant via ballot, then that costs quite a bit more to send out the absentees. So I've had to increase some of the costs there, but the biggest increase in the elections budget is because of the voting booths. I'd like to replace 4 of the quad booths. When I originally bought the white ones that we have, it was from a Maine-based company who was going to be able to give us parts, maintain them, etc. The owner and founder of it developed cancer and died. So that company is gone. So that's why I'm looking at replacing them with, I have to go with a different company. So I can't just get pieces. And that's almost $4,000 I'm asking for that. Records conservation. I think a few of you have been in to see what I've been able to have done to our oldest vital books, which are death, marriage, and yes, the other thing, births, records. The oldest book, it goes back to the late 1700s. It's all old handwritten script, and it's been completely conserved. So every page is encased in Mylar and is touchable at this point because we can't hurt the parchment that it's actually, the book is made of. And it's also been scanned so I can do searches, genealogy searches on digitally instead of having to get the books out. And if anyone would like to see them, by all means come in. So I'd like to continue that process to start doing, there's one more book of births to be done, and then to start doing some of the town meeting minutes and documents that have to be, again, permanently kept, that are getting more and more fragile as we all get older. Another piece is equipment leasing. The fellow that comes out to service our photocopiers is impressed that they're still running. He had spent about 8 hours on one of them a week or so ago, and thankfully they keep on chugging, but we really do need to get those replaced, and the cost for that would be $3,400 to replace both of them with a lease to own 5-year lease. So it isn't just a single year commitment, but it also, we don't have to lay out all the money at once either. The town report, I haven't broken it out in the past separately. That's something that Sharice and I worked on, and the, sorry, my staff is leaving. That's usually does cost around $1,000 to print the town report. I don't print that many anymore. I think it's either 250 or 300 copies. Because most people seem to look at it online, which is a better way to look at the pictures. Some of the pictures are gorgeous and they're in color, but they're only in color online. And then last but probably not least is the tax billing. I'm requesting roughly $5,000 to do the tax bills, to send those out. We had an experiment last year where we sent out the bills ourselves. We wanted to try it because the company, we've used a couple of different companies since I've been here, but they all send our addresses through a USPS approved software to standardize them. And they run them through an NCOA process, which is National Change of Address, a NICSI process, and I won't continue. There's a lot of processes they do that are all USPS based. In the process, they do change our addresses and then mail them out, and we get a lot of undeliverables and a lot of people complaining that they don't get their tax bills. So, and on the whole, we tend to have the most recent mailing addresses. So we sent them to what we had on file without that and got fewer undeliverables, fewer complaints that people didn't get their bills. It does cost us the full first class rate to mail them out. But since we don't have to remail as many, and we didn't have the expense of having someone else stuff our envelopes and get the paper cuts from folding that we got, then it really seemed to save us money and be a lot less aggravation on the citizens as well as us. So that's why we're looking at continuing that. In the next bill, part of that is to get a folder so we can cut down on our paper cuts and make that part of the process a bit more efficient. But we're pretty good at it on the whole. So I am asking for a number of things. In total, it's not a huge capital expense, but all of this stuff adds up, I know.
Thank you, Sue. And so another change you see here is the rescue billing. I think Sharice talked about moving things around to where they more appropriately fit. And so she's, I think, correct in saying that that's something related to the public safety department. So she's moved that from administration to public safety.
Thank you. Joe?
Thanks. One thing I noticed on your summaries for each department is there's no percentage increase or decrease being shown. So you got to kind of do the math in your head.
Actually, Joe, if I could speak to that, you have a 2-page document. It's titled Appropriations Summary.
Where do I see that?
Looks like this.
Okay.
That has your percentage and dollar amount increases.
Where is that in my booklet?
Pretty close to the beginning.
Second tab.
Second tab?
Second tab, appropriation summary.
All right.
Yeah, before you, I guess, checked in, Sharice talked about some of the changes that she made. So it is looking different. It's definitely different than what it has been. And so we apologize for that. And she also talked about if it's not something that's working for you and you think that, you know, that we ought to revert to something different, we're open and always wanting to hear feedback. So there were some changes which she went through. I don't know if you, yeah.
MMA dues?
MMA dues are in the budget, but I think at one point we talked about looking at that and deciding, you know, what sort of level of service we were getting for dues paid. So they're in the budget, but that they were put in the budget because the Board of Selectmen voted to put them in the budget.
I mean, that's a pretty substantial amount. $8,000 for a town of 4,500 people or 4,600 people. Have they gone up in their dues structure?
They did go up a number of years ago. I'm not sure if they've gone up since. And that was one of the points, along with my argument was always, along with the money, the primary thing that you get from MMA is you get the insurance programs, you know, the health insurance, the property casualty risk pool and insurance. But we privatized that. So I'm going to say, yes, it went up, and no, we're not using those programs still. So.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah. The reason we put that into the budget last year was there was a discussion, there was a couple of discussions that went around there. One of which was we thought that there was going to be an overall savings to us in legal because of what we were getting out of, what we would be able to get out of MMA, quote unquote, for free. From what I understand, Sue, you're not, you're not getting what you thought you were going to get out of that. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing that we were looking at in there. So that's why we added it in last year. And I would suggest that we're not getting what we really want to get out of there, or we're not getting much desirable result out of there. So I would say that would be something we want to drop.
Well, and I haven't had many instances where I've needed to contact them this year, and they won't advise us on specific instances or situations. They'll tell us overall what the law says and whatnot. So there have been times in the past when I've needed them for election petitions, things along that line pertaining to the municipality, but we haven't had much use for that this year.
Now, this is just an anecdote, but the other day we had an issue related to, general assistance and or welfare question, and we were trying to get an answer out of the GMA, out of the MMA legal desk. They have a GA specialist there, and now, granted, it was, we started in the morning and we tried to get an answer by the end of the day, and we didn't get a call back. And so sometimes, you do need to get information in a timely manner, and we didn't that day. I'm not saying that would happen every time, but it was frustrating. And the reason that we went that way was our town attorney was off on school vacation with his family in Florida. And so they didn't have anybody else there who had the specialty at Bernstein because of the school vacation week to assist us. And so we went to MMA legal and, came up short there too.
Charisse?
Yes, so the average increase in the municipal dues was 3%, and that's across the board. They don't prorate it, the increase based on your level of services that you utilize. I mean, it's not like we're using them to the full potential of, participating in the risk pool for property and casualty insurance, workers' comp insurance. We do not have the Maine Municipal Employees Health Trust Program. So they're basically just, levying all municipalities an average of 3%, not prorating it based on your level of service. So yeah, the increase, Ralph, was 3%, average of 3%.
The other thing you get from them, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but you get their lobbying efforts. And so whether you agree or disagree, that's what you get also. And I see Joe, smiling a little bit.
So, the other thing that, we do benefit from is the cost of the specialized training that, a lot of us do participate in. We do get a little bit of a discount off training sessions. And, when we advertise an RFP for, say we're selling a piece of equipment or we're going out for an RFP for auditing services, that would be, a service free of charge by being a member of Maine Municipal. And then, as we talked about a little bit, the legal services, but they just, it's very general in what they will provide for information. They would not defend you if anything came up in court. That's the reason why you'd want to consult with your own attorney, but that's just a little bit of information and background on Maine Municipal.
Thank you, Charisse. Any other questions on administration?
In regard to the photocopier lease, I mean, you got that in as a lease to own. If we're going to go down the road of leasing, are we better off not to do lease to own, just do a lease, so that you're going to then churn the equipment in 5 years anyway. So you're going to, essentially you're going to be going to new equipment every 5 years, but it's picked up under a lease type setup. I mean, it may end up being the same amount, but if you're going after 5 years and you have a 5-year-old equipment that you bought, and instead of just continuing the lease after, continuing a new lease after that with new equipment.
Well, that's one thing you could definitely look at, but I'll ask Sue how long we kept those machines with almost no repairs.
About 15 years.
After the 10 more years after the 5, but it's a legitimate way to do it for sure. You're going to have up-to-date equipment, reliable equipment, but we've actually had pretty good luck with copiers, and this is the second set I've been through here, and the first ones that I inherited also lasted a similar amount of time.
Yeah, I only looked at lease to own because that's what we've done in the past. I certainly can get figures for leasing straight out.
Right.
Joe?
Lease to own usually only has $1 buyout at the end of the year, at the end of the lease.
Right.
So if you buy it for $1 and you get another 5 years out of it, you do pretty well.
Right, and that's what we've been doing, except we're getting more like 10.
Right.
Yeah. But you never know. You can get a bad copier like anything else.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for administration? Let's move on to assessing. Who will be presenting this assessing? John?
Well, the big issue in assessing is, I think that you've moved the revaluation out of assessing, correct?
Correct. The FY22 budget actually had 100,000 put in the operating budget and not in where it really should be in the CIP as a capital reserve deposit. So yeah, that's the biggest change. Kurt's contract is getting a small increase starting in October. And we have prorated wages for his administrative assistant, which is Melissa. And we moved the registry of deeds invoicing or expenditure, which includes recording discharges of municipal quitclaim deeds and not discharges, recording municipal quitclaim deeds and discharging liens, as well as, when they're doing record search for transfers on who's the titled owner. That's all falls under the registry of deeds. He did put in, Kurt did put in a slight increase in the vision fees. And then the tax billing that we're looking to do in-house, as Sue had previously alluded to, that has been transferred over to the assessing budget because it's, it has to do with tax billing. So the overall impact of that budget is, well, you're factoring out the 100,000, taking that out. So it's am I hearing Joe say something? No, okay. So we got 60, it would be, going from 61,000 up to 79,000, roughly speaking, with those various changes.
Any questions for assessing?
I would like to say something there, and that is that we have an excellent assessor in Kurt LaBelle, and the contract has really worked out well for us. And so he divides his time between us but primarily another community, Gardner, and so they have him most of the time, and we have him as we need him, and we have had great support people here and that have gotten the training to be able to answer the day-to-day questions. So it's really worked out well for the town. I think we've gotten a really good person, a highly qualified person, and been able to do that in an inexpensive way for quite a period of time.
Any other questions? Let's move on to code enforcement then. Hello, Alex.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
Good. All right, so I don't have a whole lot changing. Obviously, Don already touched on the big changes, or the big change, which is an assistant code officer. We made a lot of changes in the last year in the office just to fix some problems that had been ongoing for quite a few years. And like Don said, things are going really well right now, very smoothly, and we fixed a lot of the major issues. So, you know, the big change is the salary line with you know, bringing on an assistant code officer. And then we've also made the administrative assistant position full-time. That was previously a part-time position. It's now full-time. We'd like to actually bring it up to 36 hours a week to give a little bit more time for some of the administrative tasks that need to get done that haven't been getting done the last few years. So that's really the biggest change. Other than that, you know, we've had to move some stuff around software-wise just to, you know, increase the efficiency. Last year, we started using a new online permitting company that I did a kind of a phased implementation with. Now we're kind of on to phase 2. We've been using it for about a year now, and that's working really well. And then the other big expense has been General Code, and that's a company that we have contracted with to take over management of our major land use ordinances. And they're on the second half of a codification process of the land use and shoreland zoning ordinances, going through them entirely and doing a full review, reformatting them all, not changing anything in the ordinances, but just reformatting them and correcting any errors that we found along the way. So they'll do a full legal review of those ordinances and provide us with a pretty substantial document on all of the issues they found that they can't change. That's not just a minor tweak. And that's a list that we'll use to correct the ordinances for the next few years. So that's a pretty exciting project. My goal would be to put a little bit more into that over the next 5 years and have all of the land use ordinances be on that system. It's an online based system. It works very well. And I did have experience with this company in Casco, and I was pleased with working with them there. That, just so you guys know, is something that they're looking to have those 2 major ordinances done by July. It is likely going to involve town meeting acceptance. So I don't know how we're going to work that into the time frame because it'll miss this year's town meeting, obviously. It's looking like it may be a 2023 thing, but that's something you guys will see more of down the road. So that's in there, and something that, you know, it is going to be an annual expense of $1,195. It may go up some years depending on the amount of ordinance amendments and if we decide to tack on additional documents, but that's kind of the base fee. Other than that, it was just some minor tweaks to clean stuff up, organize things a little bit better. And we are increasing the projected revenue to 100,000, which, to be honest, is pretty conservative. We're going to be over 100,000 this year. I think we had budgeted 87, approximately off the top of my head. And so I think we'll definitely be over 100,000 this year. We'll probably be over 100,000 next year. I just didn't want to go too high with it. And I do also anticipate some, hopefully, fingers crossed, some enforcement revenues, which I believe is going to the general fund. But and that's obviously not promised or a guarantee, but hopefully that's something that, you know, we do see come in as well. But
also not budgeted in any way. It's just going to fund balance, so it'll be a benefit to the town.
Yeah,
that way.
Mm-hmm. So that's pretty much all I have, unless you guys have questions.
Joe.
Alex, where are we with any backlogs? Are we caught up?
No, the way we've been doing it now is, so we're reviewing permits as they come in. And basically we went from a 4 to 6 week permit turnaround to about a 1 to 2 week permit turnaround, which is where we want to be. I don't want to see it any more than 2 weeks. So we do have some that are currently longer than 2 weeks, but it's not our fault, I'll say. It's because they didn't submit all the information, and we say, hey, you need to send in more stuff, and it takes them a week or 2 to get it back to us. So that does still happen, but with the ball in our court, I'll say I definitely try to keep it less than 2 weeks, and I think right now we're definitely doing that. Some of them are actually a week or less. So those get all scheduled out at the beginning of the week with Chris and I. We break them out as they come in. And then whatever we have left over for holes on the schedule, we fill with permits from previous years. I have a list of what we have outstanding, and we're chipping away at it each week. So we're kind of continuing to focus on some of that backlog permit stuff that's out there. Fortunately, most of the big permits that were pending, we've heard from and we've taken care of. So it's a lot of small stuff that people submitted, like mostly tree removal, to be honest. And they submit it and then they just never call back. So it's just catching up on those.
I would tell you that my phone has stopped ringing. For a while, I felt like the super code secretary, that term I coined, because everybody was calling to try to get relief from me, and then I'd put them, push those to the top of the pile, because I believe in expedient, and efficient service, and of course thorough as well. And so I think, although the backlog may not be completely gone for some of these permits that may require additional information, or somebody may have lost a possible interest in, but we're going to get them all nailed down, and we don't have anybody complaining, and things that come in are now being processed in a workmanlike way in a reasonable time frame, given the amount of information that you have to get and analyze and then process the permits. So I'm saying that things look pretty good to me. I'm not getting calls.
Sue?
And I'm going to echo what Don said. We aren't having people come in here ticked before they get here. They come in and we are able to send them out to Kirsten or to Alex or Chris. And it's been, with a few notable exceptions of people that don't really like part of the process, I haven't heard anyone saying that things are late, they aren't hearing back. We aren't hearing any of that anymore. So it's been really nice.
Since you brought up Kirsten, she is exceptional in my view. Really good. Really good.
She's a keeper.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
That makes a big difference. She's the first face you see in the code office, and actually the back room now, given our tight quarters, you kind of almost literally run into her when you come into the back room. And she has really helped, I think, a lot with the public relations piece.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I have a question, Alex. How are you guys moving around town to do your business? What are you driving? Is there a need to replace anything?
No, we still have the donated Tahoe that we got probably 10 years ago. We solved a poor, unfortunate person. He was a great guy. He had a problem though. He had too many cars, and nobody in the family wanted the car. So we took the car and we've been using it happily for about 10 years. That's the older Tahoe. The second Tahoe was a gift from our friends at Cumberland County. It's a retired police cruiser. Nathan had to do an upper end rebuild of the engine. There was a little bit of problems with that, but because it's a complicated process, but he got it sorted out. And I guess I'll let Alex talk about how they go, but that's where we got them. One was, well, they were both donated vehicles.
Yeah, and it's working fine for now. The way we've set it up is Chris does a bulk of the out of office inspections, site meetings, and I'm primarily in the office meeting with people, answering phone calls, reviewing permits. So a lot of the times we have one vehicle out. I expect as nicer weather gets here and things pick up, summer residents return, there'll probably be instances where both of us are out of the office doing inspections. But fortunately this winter, we haven't had a lot of that. So I do think, and Dawn's probably the better person to answer this, I've kind of been out of the vehicle discussion. I think there's a longer term plan on what we're going to do moving down the road, but it's just not something that I'm, I guess, aware of at this point. But
what Nathan wants to do, the Public Works Department has sort of been the overarching, department that takes care of all of the motor vehicles. And now we have a mechanic, which has been a great addition to the town. And so I think Nathan's plan is to budget for, a new vehicle, but we did get this, well, Nathan and I found this thing at the county's, I guess, facility. And so we took advantage of it. And I think with two code officers, it makes sense to be able to have them both have an identifiable town vehicle. We get a lot of positive about that in terms of people are, when somebody pulls up in an unmarked car, I mean, Kurt, for instance, has been using the Bolt, the electric car, because, you know, it kind of conveys a sense of, you know, mission and purpose and authority for the town. And so, you know, the cars have been, relatively speaking, not anything that's cost us a ton of money. I think on account of Alex's time in the office, we're not even spending the kind of fuel that we would spend if you had two of them in the field. But I think it's essential to have somebody in the office a lot of the time, and that's what we have. And so I think in the future, we'll probably budget for, to answer the question about the car, we'll budget for one and then the other car, but it's not going to be in this budget. Unless we can find somebody who'll give us another car. If you want to, we're always willing to help you take the problem off your hands. Like, give us a free car, we'll take it if it suits us.
Any other questions for code enforcement? Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Let's move on to general assistance.
Yeah, so general assistance, as I said in the brief overview, and there really isn't a whole bunch to say, it's up, you know, on account of the pandemic. We think it'll come down post-pandemic, you know, who knows, but I believe it will. And 70% reimbursement from the state, important point there. The other thing I would say, it's related to general assistance, I hit on it in the introduction, is that the community assistance, we've been using more of that during the pandemic. And Jenny, our general assistance administrator, I think Sue would agree, she's right out there with her. She's done a really good job.
Any questions for general assistance?
Well, and one other piece about that, and Don touched on it in his opening comments, but we have had some very generous citizens give donations of Hannaford cards, of gas cards, of monies for the community assistance. And it's the response of the town without any kind of advertising or asking for it, just the goodness of their hearts has really been very impressive to see.
Yeah, as I said, I think some people have put us on their annual, you know, the charitable giving list. And then there are just people who, because of the pandemic, as Sue said, they've just been bringing in these gift cards and then gifts of cash. It's really been really good, really good.
Other questions? Let's go on to town insurance.
Sharice has her hand up.
Sorry, I wasn't looking up.
It's okay, Bob. Not used to raising my hand, but anyways, I didn't know if perhaps for the next meeting, would you folks be interested in knowing what the balance is in the community assistance fund? I think back along, someone had asked, you know, where we stood with it, and we have, like Sue had mentioned, we have had a couple of very substantial donations, and would you be interested in knowing what that balance is for the next meeting, perhaps?
Sure, I would.
Yeah, maybe knowing the balance and what the expenditures have been for a couple of years.
Sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move on to insurance.
You want to take that one, Sharice?
Sure. So insurances, you know, anybody that's been in the insurance field, I know Rolf is, and I'm a former licensed insurance producer, you know, both personal lines and commercial lines. They do go up. They generally do not come down. I have just basically done an average increase of 8%. That's probably very modest or conservative. And one of the things that, you know, is impacting it is certainly with the additional staff and the modification rate going from 1.14 up to 1.39%. You know, the increase in staff and the rate classification, you know, when you're talking fire department, that's certainly higher than a clerical position that has a lower rate classification when it comes to workers' comp premium. So that's where you're seeing the big influx, is basically the workers' comp. That's all I really have to reference in that particular budget. If anybody has any questions.
Joe,
So we're seeing a 40% increase in workers' comp. Have you had some cases or?
We did have, because Rita's the one that files the workers' comp claims on behalf of the town, and I've only been there 6 months, so not real privy to that information. But because loss of indemnity is where you typically, we'll see an influx in your premium. If we can't get our people back to work, that's where you're going to see the claims go up. It's not so much the medical, it's the loss of wages. And I don't know if the town has this. Where I came from, we did have a light duty or return to work policy whereby, if there was a position that they could come back with the approval of their physician, that they could perform the duties of, that like a light duty transfer, so to speak. And just to get them back in the workforce, it's good for their morale and still feel like they belong, still included in the town. I don't know if we have such a policy, but we did have one fairly substantial claim, and it does look back, the loss runs, I don't know if it's 3 or even 5 years for workers' comp. Maybe Rolf can help me out on that. I think it's 5 years for workers' comp loss runs. But yes, that's basically it.
So the basic answer to your question is yes, we have had some adverse experience. And that's also true in the motor vehicle field, in which we're working on trying to improve there as well with our motor vehicle insurance. We've had, some accidents and crashes, some at fault, some not at fault. So we've had a number of those in both public safety and public works. So.
any other questions for town insurance? Thank you. Employee benefits.
You want me to take that one as well, Dawn?
It looks like the insurance, you go ahead, sure. Yeah.
Okay. This is another one of those changes that I made, in this particular department or cost center, however you want to view it, is to segregate dental insurance from the health insurance. I just think that by segregating it, it'll be easier to track, the increases from one year to the next. So I did pull that out. I did reference, we did change plans for 2022, and it was really a minor change as far as premiums and benefits and all of that. And for health insurance, I did leave the health reimbursement account levels the same. I really didn't want to make any drastic changes there until we filled this new insurance plan out, and we are getting that small business premium relief through April of 2023. So we have 10 months of that, and it equates to about 25,000. So that's substantial. So when you look at the health insurance line going from 475 in the current budget up to 490, where we are looking to, we are in the budget, we're looking to add the 2 positions for the fire department. It also factors in potentially, not in this particular budget, but once we get to the library budget, they have built in their budget health and health and retirement and dental benefits. So it's basically just projecting a little bit of a higher premium come 2023. But I think we took a very minimal hit for this year. Let's see, what else might have changed a little bit. Retirement, as we had mentioned previously, we both Don and I were, talking about potentially making a change to our personnel policy, an amendment to the retirement plan, in that to maintain competitiveness in the municipal market. We did do a little survey of local municipalities just to see what they offer for retirement, and to take up to 6 years to get to 6%. You know, that's a long time to, you know, get to a retirement level of where they should be. So we anticipated questions coming from the Budget Finance Committee and the selectmen, and we did a survey of some local municipalities to find out what they offer. So if you're interested in knowing what those are, I can tell you. But on average, they're between 4 and 6%. And they either start at the date of hire or after 60 days. And so, yeah, they're either, let's see, Casco is 3% match as of date of hire. Poland is 4% match of date of hire. Naples is 5% match as of date of hire. Wyndham, 6% match, date of hire. And let's see, Standish, after the first full year of employment, a 6% match. And then I also have Gray's number as well, and it's 6% after 60 days of employment. So our proposal or suggestion to, you know, for the selectmen to consider as a potential amendment to the personnel policy would be to offer a 6% contribution, employer contribution, after the employee has satisfactorily passed their probation period of 6 months.
Right, and so that sample you did too, by the way, is and I think it's great because it gets some of the communities that probably people would want to compare with. But if you were to take the communities that are actually in our KMA labor market, it would skew much closer to the 6% on average. So a lot of those communities were communities to the west that are, you know, that some are, but most of those are not in the KMA survey.
So the cost associated with making such a change is about $37,000.
If everybody took full advantage.
If they took full advantage, correct.
And we're actually trying to indoctrinate our employees about the importance of saving for their futures. I mean, Rolf knows this. I don't know if you want to say something, Rolf, but.
I mean, you know, I advocated for that, you know, time and time again. Is, you know, the time for them to get into it is when they can first get into it, because you know, if they're not saving for their future, they're putting themselves behind the whole 8 ball. You know, and I don't have a problem with starting it earlier, and you know, and doing that match earlier, because if that's gonna help them, it's gonna, you know, it helps everybody else down the road. You know, even from the standpoint of statewide GA and things like that, you know, people that are putting some money away are going to help themselves down the road, and you know, the differential in what we pay, you know, to the budget there isn't that great when you look at the benefits on the other side. You know, and I would really push for them, you know, to try and get more and more people maxing it out.
Yeah, the other thing that I'd like to point out is the administrative complexity of trying to, you know, maintain such a tiered approach for retirement for the employer contribution. It just, you know, it means, you know, maintaining some type of system where you have to track people's date of hires and their anniversary dates, and, you know, make sure that you're making those changes in payroll accordingly. And, you know, if you get 6 different levels, you know, and 30, unfortunately, we only have 30 full-time employees, but heaven forbid, you know, if we were, you know, 50 plus, it's an administrative, you know, task to do. So this would also, you know, free up some time of Rita and having to, you know, track those. You know, all she would need to do is make sure they pass their probation period, and then right from the get-go, program them the 6%. If you want to have it to be a match, you know, my experience with 457 plans, a deferred compensation plan, is that it doesn't necessarily need a match. When I think of a match, an employer match, I think of a 401k, but that's totally up to the board on how they want to structure it. They'd probably like to see the employee participate on their own to be able to receive the employer portion as well. So
I think that we want to do the match, and if we're going to do this, that we want to have a match.
Yep.
I mean, what I would almost advocate for as well would be a forced opt out rather than opt in, and say that, right, you know, when you start, you will be started at this rate. You can increase it to this, but you will start at this rate unless you opt out.
Right.
That forces them to get into something which is for their own good.
That's exactly what we've talked about here, and I think we should do that.
Joe?
On your small business premium relief, are you sharing that with your employees to lower their health insurance premiums, or is the town keeping all of it?
The town is,
It has to be done proportional to what they pay into it. So if they're not, if you've got someone that's not paying into the premium, then it comes to the town. If they are paying a percentage of the premium, then prorated, they get a portion of that, reduces what they have to pay in.
Yeah, but you're allowed to share it with your employees.
Right.
So whatever they're getting in relief, which I think is $40 a month per employee and $25 for dependents, we gave it all to the employees to keep their insurance premiums down. So they're not paying as much in health insurance premiums.
point of clarification, I had not been doing that, Joe. Just simply was reducing it off the employer's contribution. But if that's something, this is a new program that came out, was November of 2021, so it's real new. And certainly we could, if that's the wish of the board to, share that relief with the employees, for those that have the premium relief for a single adult, is $50, and there's no contribution on the employee for that. So that would stay with the town. 2 adults, it's $100. We're talking monthly. 1 adult with child or children is $80, and 2 adults and child and children is $130. So
right.
Perhaps we need to have that as an agenda item at a selectmen's meeting.
I mean, how are you accounting for it now? Are you counting it as revenue for the town?
No, I'm just reducing our monthly bill from Harvard Pilgrim because they actually do it off our bill.
Right.
So they put it right on the monthly bill that, this is what the amount is for the main business COVID relief as a deduction from the premium, the monthly premium. So that's what I've been doing.
I think you've got to check the actual statute on that, because if they're paying a percentage of the premium, which they are in some cases, then a percentage that has to go towards reducing what they're paying toward that.
Right. Which is what we're doing. We're just giving it all back to the employee. Whatever they get designated for, we just give it back to them to reduce their monthly premium.
But we can definitely take a look at that. And if it's statutorily outlined, then we can certainly, make the adjustments and make that right back, to the inception.
I believe you're allowed to keep some of it for administrative costs.
Well, we'll look into it, and if that's the wish, if that's the intent of the program, and certainly the wish of the board, we can do that. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out, Joe.
You have last questions for employee benefits. Let's go to Tiff.
Yeah, the big change there is the putting the fiber network infrastructure from the CIP into the TIF and the network hardware updates. And that was something, as I said, that Sharice suggested. We checked the TIF, documents, and so that's allowable expense. And I think we also had a confirmation on that from our municipal attorney that handles the specialist in TIF, just to be sure, because we've had some questions on TIFs before. But so that works fine, and that's what we did. I don't know if you want to add anything else, Sharice, but.
No, it's pretty much the same other than those 2 changes. The, let's see, one of the organizations, the Fourth Hawthorne organization, reverted back to their $1,000 request versus the $2,000. So that was a reduction that they had, put forth. And yeah, other than that, I know there's gonna be some TIF discussion with our assessor and the Board of Selectmen at their next meeting. I need to get some numbers for Kurt on, you know, we're not really making full use of our TIF. And it expires, I believe, in 2030, if I'm not mistaken. And so he's got some, you know, some suggestions, you know, through the work of, you know, with the legal firm on maybe some new ideas on, you know, what we can do with it. So more information to come, but I thought this was a good way to, you know, reduce the general fund operating budget and make better use of our TIF.
Any TIF questions?
I stand corrected. I'm looking at the TIF document right now. It's a 30-year TIF, and year 30 is 2028. So we still have 6 years left to make use of it. But so I do stand corrected for that. 2028, not 2030.
No questions for TIF? Let's move on to revenues.
The story there is the state revenue sharing, you know, increase, which is substantial. We also have some increases in revenues that are coming in from other municipalities for services we're providing. Nate and I are actually trying to market the services that we can provide with our mechanic to the communities to the west of us, being Casco and Naples, are maybe stepping into public works. Naples thought they were going to public works more fully than they are, but that ended up not passing their town meeting. I think Casco has an initiative coming up to add some staff, and so they become good customers in terms of used equipment, and we're hoping that they might become, you know, people who or towns that we would provide services to. But right now we are doing some roadside mowing. You may recall we bought a substantial tractor mowing machine. So from the revenue that we're getting from that machine, you know, you know, the cost of paying the operator and so forth, that is something that's been a benefit to us. And so we have the machine as well. So we're trying to regionalize and cooperate with our neighbors, and we're making some progress on that, actually. So we have some capacities they don't, and so that's something we can use as a revenue.
Any other questions on revenue? Sharice, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I think in talking with Sue, it's typically in the month of June that these selectmen look at the fee schedule on an annual basis. So I do know, in talking with our animal control officer, she had, you know, just, you know, when I was meeting with her and talking about, you know, trying to dissect the revenues, you know, for the town on, you know, where that comes from. We really don't collect a lot in impound fees, and I think she was even making the suggestion that we look at increasing those when the time comes. Maybe not so much for the first offense, but for the second and third offense. And as we had alluded to earlier, you know, code enforcement permit revenue is up, and it was a modest increase, 200,000. And you know, I do expect motor vehicle excise tax to, you know, continue growing. You know, based on the MSRPs, and the MSRPs of vehicles right now are really significant. So I might have been a little low on that level. But those are the basic changes. And as Dawn had mentioned, you know, doing some work for other municipalities and bringing in revenue from that, as well as, you know, taking on snowplowing for the school district as well. That's a new endeavor.
Well, it's a new old one. We did it before. We're doing it under a revised program that more, before we did it almost to some degree as a courtesy. Now it's priced, you know, more like it would be if they were getting a contracted private service. So I think it's working out for both entities. They're probably saving a bit, and we have a revenue, and we're doing well with that, given our cost to do it.
Can I ask a question about the plowing contract and where that's going? Is P&K going away?
P&K?
Yeah.
They've gone away.
They've gone away.
Yeah, some time ago. Yeah. I don't know how many years that's been, but it's been a few. So basically what we did is we over time, we had less and less P&K service. And then I don't know now if it was, seems like it was about 3 or 4 years ago, we ended up buying some trucks from Vermont and taking this whole thing on ourselves. And I think Nate and the crew have done a really good job of that. You know, we've had our ups and downs. This has been a tough year for equipment, but we haven't had P&K for some time now. Yeah.
No, we were gravitating to that direction. I didn't know that it had been completed already.
Yeah, well, right. Well, we kind of needed it back, so that might have been a little confusing, but we jumped in, you know, feet first a few years ago, and I think it's worked out pretty well. From my standpoint, it has. I mean, I'm looking at the condition of the roads. I don't know if Teresa wants to say anything. She's made a particular point of calling this out, I think, to the board, but yeah, I think they're doing a good job with it.
Any other questions for revenue? Let's go to public safety, animal control.
Now, on animal control, I think there was a little bit of a misstep by us, meaning Sharice and Dawn. I don't know, is Sharice invited Jessica Jackson, our ACO officer? Is that correct?
I did not. It was after a thought on my part this evening was to, you know, I should have emailed her budget, even though she proposed it to the town of Casco, and we share the cost of the animal control with Casco and Naples equally, you know, 1/3. But she could speak to her budget that she presented to the town manager of Casco. And it would probably make sense, Bob, if you don't mind moving that to the next agenda so I can send her the budget and have her speak to that at the next meeting.
She's aware of the budget. I mean, so it's 1/3 of the budget that we talked about.
I just didn't invite her. Sue, you know, I'd have
I know, and she would want to be here, so that's our error. So we apologize for that. If we could put her on the next meeting, that would be what we'd want to do.
Any other questions for animal control?
I will tell you that on animal control, one thing we did this year, it's in the process of being done, is that we have now upgraded the vehicle. The one that we had for the past several years is it's at end of life in terms of functionality. So it's on life support even. So you may have noticed a black Ford Explorer. Some of you might have got your budget materials out of it, but that came out of a local PD, and so we bought it through a broker, and that's going to be the new car, and that's also a 1/3 share each town, and it'll be marked up soon. And the equipment, we had to get that particular year and model. The last year was 19, because the equipment from the 14 will go right into the 19. So that's what we're going to do, flip the equipment, the specialized. You take out the back and it's all lined with aluminum, and it's got a pneumatic door, all this other stuff for animal control. It originally came out of the state police, the equipment. So anyway, that's what we're going to do, is flip it into the new car, but this is the last one we can do it with, and then we have to buy new equipment because it won't fit anything else. But this should take us through several more years though.
Sharice, go ahead.
Yes, Bob. One other point on the animal control budget is that, this is another example, there was a line item for vehicle maintenance under the animal control budget that is now since been moved from this department over to the Public Works Department. I think you'll find, I think Recreation might have been the other one that had vehicle maintenance in it. And it just makes sense to put it all into Public Works. They have the mechanic, you know, they're buying the parts, you know, they have the tools and whatnot. Again, the exception would be, you know, public safety and the, you know, the repairs to all the fire apparatus and whatnot. So that has been removed from this budget as well and put into Public Works. So you will see that. But we'll invite Jessica for the next meeting, March 15th, and have her speak to, you know, the actual interlocal agreement with the town of Casco at the next meeting.
Yeah, the other thing I would say, and I don't know if this is going to happen or not, but Cumberland County is looking at a larger regional effort. And we're also now being approached by other towns, and we're even doing some limited fee service for Harrison. So there's a potential that it's going to require additional staffing, but there's a potential, if it makes economic sense, that we might broaden the effort either through the county or through our, consortium that we formed. Right now, we're getting a lot of inquiries from our surrounding towns because they can't find or keep anybody in this job, and we've been able to do that. So it does make sense to work regionally, but only if it's going to be economic sense as well. So it's kind of studying that possibility in two different ways.
Teresa.
Therese, I know you pulled the vehicle out of animal control, but you're still billing the other two towns for any work we're doing, correct?
That is correct. Yeah. The vehicle that we just purchased and, taking equipment out, putting it back in, we'll be invoicing, Casco and Naples, for their share of the new vehicle and the outfitting of it, so to speak, with the cage and whatnot.
When you buy a vehicle from us, Teresa, of course, it comes with a service plan. So we're servicing the car, we're taking care of the car, which is, something that is a bill back to the other two towns for their share.
Okay.
Yeah.
But helps support the mechanic position as well, I think.
Thank you. Let's move on to the fire department.
Hello. Get my video back up. There we go. Thank you for all being here for this budget process. We appreciate the guidance and the help that we've been given. Sharice and Don, Deputy Goslin, for assistance in producing this budget, particularly. For those of you who don't know me, there's some new faces here. I'm Bruce Tupper, I'm the Department Chief, EMA Director, and 911 Addressing Officer, and I'm pleased to provide you with this budget overview tonight. The mission of the fire department is to help people provide comprehensive emergency services, inspection, prevention programs, training, and professional development of our members, and to overall assure the health of our members. Now, as we develop this budget, we realize how sick everybody is of hearing about COVID, but unfortunately, it has to be somewhat of our focus tonight. We have a smaller than ever group of people doing this job now. Our call department is down to 6 people, with 2 seasonal students are doing the job of what we had 20 people doing just 2 years ago. COVID exacerbated this gap in our coverage with members who are unwilling to take the risk of getting sick or bring it home to their families, etc. Some who may have just been on the edge of burnout who have left, and we've had some other health issues with our members, which have caused some long time and very valuable folks to turn in resignations because they just can't physically complete the job anymore, unfortunately. We're also seeing, because of this, an increase in psychiatric patients. Violent calls are more the norm now than the exception. Twice we've had patients jump from moving ambulances. Just recently we had a third try it. That one didn't make it to the hospital. Yes, didn't make it out of the ambulance that was moving. A recent incident with an intoxicated person at an accident scene tried to move their car with our provider standing right beside his car and wedged between another one. He had to climb on the hood to get away from it, got nicked by the mirror. And the only thing that stopped this person was the fact that our ambulance was behind them and they struck it and were unable to proceed. So we're seeing a lot more of this. It's a lot more dangerous. We're seeing a lot of weapons and substance abuse in general, along with aggressiveness, both physically and verbally, towards our providers. Unfortunately, none of this helps us gain call department members because no one wants to subject themselves to that kind of behavior or risk as a hobby, anyways. To put it into perspective, every department everywhere is going through this. The Maine chiefs have written a letter to the governor. You've probably seen some of the info on that. It's been on the news. Trying to spark some kind of funding and fix for the whole thing. There really isn't anything that's quickly on the horizon, unfortunately. We're seeing a huge increase in open call shifts. We're also seeing a big increase in call volume. We're up about 34% right now. Unfortunately, we're also unable or only able to meet the NFPA standards of 6 and people on scene within 15 minutes, about 24% of the time now. And we are fully staffed with our firefighter paramedics and our firefighter EMTs. The problem that we're experiencing there is we've had a lengthy outage for a health reason, and now we have an FMLA outage, and it's absolutely killing us with overtime costs because we're having to force paramedics in to work the shifts. Something we don't like doing, but unfortunately we're having to do. So twice a week we're forcing someone to cover a 24-hour shift, and that's overtime pay. So when I talk about, you know, increasing responsibilities and such, I just need to kind of touch on this one particular day that we had this morning, and all these incidents happened or were toned out within like a 5-minute period, 15-minute period of time. We had 5 ambulances in our town covering calls. And you're going to say, hey, well, at least you covered them. Well, here's the real story behind it. The first call went out, we covered it. The second call went out right behind it, Casco came in. Third call went out and the Wyndham truck came in. Wyndham only had 1 truck left. Casco had no more trucks left. We had nothing left for crew. We ended up with 2 other towns coming in, and it took them over 20 minutes to get here because it was not our surrounding communities, if you will. We had to go beyond that to get the resources. The unfortunate piece is for them to cover the calls in their town, they also had to reach further out, and they were 20+ minute responses on some critical calls, which is unacceptable. Our system, it is breaking, there's no doubt. And I find that when you have a critical call, 20 minutes to get an ambulance to the scene is just unreasonable and very undesirable if it was me on the other end of the services that were needed. So what we've done is we've put together a plan that has some changes in it, payroll changes, and that's based upon a union negotiation, which will be talked about more at the select board meeting and executive session. We've included some of those, the base pay rates as proposed in our budget, so at least there's something there to work with at this point. We've also been talking and have been working with our mutual aid towns as we have done for years. Regionally, if you want to look at it that way, it's a regional approach to providing services. 6 departments that are working together have agreed to standardize pay for our per diems so that we're not in competition with each other. In other words, it's like a shell game. We talk about it every year. One pays $1 more and everybody goes there. They're per diem people, so they're looking for the money. And then you lose your staff, and then you decide to up yours and pay $1.25. They all come back, and then someone else pays $1.50, and we lose them again. It's just the nature of the beast when it comes to the per diems. They're all part-time people. So we're looking to create a pool, standardized qualifications and pay with these 6 towns, which will create a pool of personnel to pick from, if you will. We're hoping that that will have some effect on filling some of the shifts that we have open and being able to provide adequate coverage to our citizens and safer coverage with our people. The savings is not only in the staff, but also would be in turnout here, as we realize that people are working from multiple towns. If we have a standardized set of turnout gear and a Velcroed on name on the back, Wyndham, Gray, Raymond, whatever, they can put a new Velcro patch on, and we all share in the cost with that gear. Not only that, we're looking at our mutual aid incidents, and automatic mutual aid is a buzzword that gets thrown around. It means that it's not something you get to the scene and decide you need help with. You call for it immediately on the dispatch. We don't even call for it, built into our response plan. Now we have to also consider at this point that even that's kind of failing because everybody's busier. So we've got more calls, less people, and more towns involved. But we're also reaching out and asking for this help automatically on smaller calls. Throw out the car accident, because that's where it's gone recently. We're starting to see towns ask, can we put an engine company on for a car accident? And that's the boat we're all in. We're trying to help each other out. We're also working together with this group for training, and we're putting together and combining our training efforts and resources, and we're currently sharing the cost as well as instructional staff to put on a Maine Bureau of Labor Standards firefighter certification class, where we will instruct 15 new firefighters throughout a bigger region than the 6 towns, but it's still a step in the right direction. And this will give them the opportunity to test and to certify at that level. Make them available for our labor pool. Again, it's just their first step, and it's the very basic of basics for firefighter certification. Covered that. We're all facing the uncertainty of uncontrollable and skyrocketing costs. As you know, things are absolutely haywire right now. Our gear vendor sent out an announcement today. They had sent one out about 6 months ago. They've gone up 3%. They're going up another 5%, and it's from the factory, not from the vendor. I just heard from the ambulance vendor that we buy our ambulances from generally. I said expect a $30,000 basically increase in the cost of that vehicle. Fire apparatus has absolutely done the same thing. We're looking at 20 and 30% changes quickly in that, and they're talking double changes in a year's time. It's due to the metals. It's due to the technology components in those vehicles. One, the supply chain, but two, the value of them, and that's just gone crazy with inflation. So with the impact of the supply costs, we even question that we put in enough to hopefully stay within our bottom line in this budget for fuel, oil, heating, things like that. I'm confident that payroll, that we're okay in that area, and that's where you're seeing our biggest increase. We do have a few other increases in there. There's a couple of decreases as well. As Mr. Willard alluded earlier, we've put in for assistance to firefighter grant for the SAFER Act through the federal government. That staff would, if it's funded in its entirety and if the board accepts it, would provide 8 total staff. And you're cramming here, oh my God, we're adding 8 more full-time staff. But when you put it into perspective, it only provides 2 people per shift because we work 24/7, 365. We would wait on, or propose that we wait to fund the 2 additional persons that we put in the budget until after we hear from the federal government if we're going to get this grant or not. I think it will be about September-ish when we do start to hear when grants are awarded or not. So it's not that far out. However, we also do feel that 2 people is probably short-sighted and really should be 4 people at this time, just due to the lack of call members. Something that may be able to be fixed in the future with training, with newer interest, with new recruiting, but we're seeing that decline everywhere, and I'm not so optimistic that we're going to suddenly have this surge of people who want to become fire and EMS people. If we did, it would take over 2 years to get them trained and up to standards and efficient and working on their own. So it's a long-term turnaround. On the CIP budget, unfortunately, I have to apologize on this one. We automatically have a $75,000 ambulance fee for replacement that goes into that account every year. And I didn't put it on my form, and Sharice didn't know. I'm being new to it, and I think I did it last year too, actually. But so I didn't include that, and I just assumed it would be an automatic thing. So I did not include that in there, but we should include that in there because it is for the ambulance replacement, and our ambulance would be due for replacement next year. We extended it out another year from last year, and unfortunately, extending it costs more in the long run. But I think we have to plan on it for next year. We have the proposal in there for a $730,000 expense, and that is a truck that would replace 2 and put 1 basically into reserve status to preserve it for another 5-7 years, somewhere in that area. So utility 7, a truck that's a 20-year-old pumper. It was an extrication vehicle until it didn't carry enough equipment that we needed, so we bought the squad truck used and put that in service. The problem is we had to start looking at things reality-wise now with the lacking staff, and we can't roll 3 trucks out the door in a car crash during the day without adding staff. So in order to cover a car crash, we need to put together a vehicle that would do 80% of what these other 2 vehicles could do currently. So we added or looked at the concept of a rescue pumper, and that's a truck it's designed specifically, as it says, it's a rescue pumper. So it really covers the needs of a squad truck, which is the extrication vehicle, technical rescue vehicle, carries your ropes, high angle, water rescue, ice suits, as well as the fire apparatus that can do fire suppression activity. Will carry the large diameter supply hose, the same as a regular engine company, but would create a situation where one truck, one engine rather, could roll out with an ambulance and handle most of our car crash incidents. We've had situations where we're dead manning trucks on scene. That means we're leaving a truck sitting beside the road with no one around it until someone can come from wherever they're at, pick the thing up. Sometimes it's public works, sometimes it's our guys coming from their work. And it's just the unfortunate situation at times. This is happening more often. It was very ironic, but right after we started putting together our plans and meeting with vendors and the vendors' engineers to start designing this truck to meet the needs of this community and the needs of this department, I spoke with Chief Libby in Wyndham, and he said, we're doing the same thing and we're combining two into one, and for the same exact reason. So they have actually beat us to the punch. They've ordered the truck, and it should be in probably another 18, 20 some months, because that's what it's taking to get these vehicles now. I've also heard through the grapevine, and have to just confirm it, but Bertie told me the other day that Casco's doing the very same thing. We're all in the same boat, and we're looking at how can we respond more effectively, more efficiently, and handle the incidents that we have safely, provide safety to the public as well as to our own folks. That's where we are with that. So that was an expense there for this year, but in reality, I believe there's no vendor that's going to be able to provide that particular vehicle. If we ordered it July 1, they wouldn't be able to provide it in that next year. It would be just over the year mark. So it's going to push it out two budget cycles, basically, unless we get extremely lucky. Back onto the rescue truck, actually, I got to cover this too, but one of the things that we're designing it with is a higher tech rescue equipment for extrication tools. One of the big things that we find is our hydraulics are old now, and they do need to be replaced, but technology has proven to be our friend. Battery equipment now, one, is easier to use. You don't have to have a hydraulic pump, cart that and hose lines around with you to run that piece of equipment. And we're more effective with the battery tools because, believe it or not, a battery tool is more effective and efficient now, stronger, if you will, than the hydraulic tools that we're accustomed to. So the stuff that we have that has 30, 40,000 PSI cutting strength at the tip, can shatter board on steel, is being outdone by battery equipment. And the longevity of the batteries is greatly improved, and the tools that we actually have our sights on can take a regular DeWalt battery. It's a 24-volt battery, so it's not a super expensive battery. That's just one example of what we're looking at with this vehicle. When I use the term rescue pumper, I think it's important for you to understand too that the cabinetry of this vehicle is set up differently, and it's engineered to handle this equipment. The tanks on a truck are usually a T-shaped water tank. This is an L-shaped tank. Ladders will sit on edge and go sideways through the tank area, be totally enclosed. It just makes a better and a safer vehicle in the end. We really do believe that engine one would be preserved for quite some time after that and still be a viable piece of equipment. Now, when I talk about this, the utility 7 truck, that's one of them being replaced, it has been out of service for over 60 days this year alone due to mechanical issues. These are ongoing and repetitive issues with fuel systems and electrical issues. For the past 2 years, it has not passed its mandated UL pump test. Barely. Will sneak by, but it has not passed it officially. So it's basically has to be a derated pump, and it's because of mechanical issues with the truck, not the actual pump. So we're entering into that phase with that vehicle being that age that it just needs to be considered at this point for replacement. One point I just realized that I forgot when I'm talking about the payroll. That's our biggest increase. And the thing that's important to mention in there is that not only is the union's potential bargaining agreement amounts in there, but also the 90,000 for the 2 personnel, and our administrative assistant was an additional expense for this year when we added her just last season, but she's 30 hours a week and it's basically $30,000 of that increase as well. So I'm kind of wrapping it all up. Again, thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions for fire? Teresa?
Bruce, you're putting in for 2 additional full-time people.
Correct.
Okay, and I think Dawn had said something that a grant, yeah, too, is going to cover that too. You are coming down on different items. Aren't you going to have to pay for stuff for these 2 new people?
There is some items that we've come down on. We're also looking at the a little bit better, even though the cost of the turnout gear may be going up, we're looking at better buying power by standardizing our equipment across 6 towns and being able to buy more in bulk. So there's one of the things that we're looking at. We are a little bit nervous about the other expenses, as I said earlier. There's so much unknown out there right now. I can't tell you that same turnout coat we're spending $1,000 on tomorrow, maybe 12.
No, right. That's why I was surprised to see that you came down,
Yeah.
especially with 2 people.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, there are certain things we did. I think we went up in heating. I don't know what our fuel costs are going to be yet. We're trying to gather some intel from our surrounding towns ourselves and see what those departments are going to do. In talking with friend today in Wyndham, he said that they're planning on a fairly significant fuel increase in the fire department, like 30-40 cents a gallon minimum. So they're going to approach that in their budget. It's I don't know. I just don't know where it's going to go.
Nope.
This war is just compounded things now, and that's the thing that's making me so uneasy.
Okay.
I'm sincerely hoping we can fit everything within our line item. We try every year. We try.
Any other questions for fire? Okay, let's go on to emergency management.
I'll keep mine on then.
Okay.
There is no specific budget for emergency management. It is lumped in underneath the fire department. So that's basically where that all falls. Working with the COVID stuff, we got a $15,000+ reimbursement out of the federal government. We're currently working on a smaller one than that because a lot of things became very much free to us. So a lot of our but protective equipment for a while became free through the emergency management agency at the state, and we took advantage of that, got masks and gowns, etc., all with no cost. So, we don't have a great deal of money that we can collect, but obviously we're working on that actively, and we'll continue as long as the feds are paying. We'll put together a plan to get it back from them.
I don't see any questions, Chief.
All right, thank you.
I've been asked to add debt services to this agenda. What's that?
It's the fire.
For the fire department. Do you want to speak about it?
Oh, you might as well take it as a whole, Bob.
Okay.
All right, debt service. So based on what the fire CIP has in its reserve account presently, I suggested that, we not take any more than 230,000 out of that. It will be, after it's funded, the 75,000, it will be at 313,000 come the end of fiscal year 22. So I made the suggestion not to totally deplete it and then finance the 500,000 for the new rescue pumper over a 10-year period. As you know, interest rates are on the rise, but I do have, I did get a couple of estimates on what that would cost per year to finance the 500,000 for 10 years, keeping in mind the interest rates more than likely will go up. I did, you know, the bonds that we have outstanding, they're gonna mature in FY '26. One has a declining principal balance and the other one, I don't know what the financing term is, you know, for to be consistent from 1 year to the next.
Level. I think she's frozen.
Yeah.
There she is.
No.
Rose up.
Sorry, am I back?
Yes.
So, and the other debt is there. So that's basically it. The new debt for the new Rusker pumper is included there.
Rolf?
Yeah, Don, at what dollar level should we be looking at self-bonding instead of going to the bond bank or whatever, like we did before? I mean, if we're looking at it, you got $500,000 on the fire truck. If we've got other items, are we better off to look at consolidating a total bond and going out and bonding against ourselves, because we still have the AAA rating. So last time we beat the bond bank by about 1.5 points.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in general, you know, using the bond bank is going to probably be a higher rate, an easier process. It's a more, you know, I guess, complicated process by issuing our own bonds, but you do have that benefit in the rates that you get, particularly with our, you know, AAA bond rating. So I think the larger issues should always probably be, you know, local issues. And if you wanted to consider, we do use actual bank financing for real short-term stuff. But I think the fire truck is significant enough where it may be something we want to, you know, issue ourselves, if that's the question. But we would probably want to analyze it one against the other, you know?
Yeah.
So it's figure out what's the best thing to do is, but in the past, it has been to use our rating and to get the better, I guess, financing that way. There are costs, you know, you got to add the costs in there. There are costs to that you don't have with the main bond bank. So I think we should do an analysis and see which is better, but it's probably going to be bonding ourselves.
Any other questions on debt service? I see none. Public comment? Do we have any public out there?
The only one that would qualify as public would be Bob Jones.
Okay.
And Bob Jones has been invited to, I guess, be a part of the committee subject to selectman appointment. I don't see his picture there, but he's there, I think. There he is.
Bob. Thanks. What's that? I don't. Let's go to Budget Finance Committee comments. Do we have any? Dennis?
Well, I'm just curious, when the chief talked about the rescue, does that get added in automatically because it was missed, or do we have, how does that process work? This 75,000 that's usually in the CIP for it, that was eliminated or missed?
We would make an adjustment. I mean, that was an error between the request and the finance office. So we would put that back into the next iteration of the budget. Yeah.
Okay, just curious.
And of course, it's all subject to review and approval by the board, but there are going to be some adjustments up and down. This is a particularly peculiar year that way. I mean, as I said, we've got to figure out what we're going to do when the library comes in about that. And, you know, I think we have some things that we can, you know, talk about taking out of this budget for sure. But that's going to be, I guess, when we get to the deliberative process. I have some suggestions on that, but we're not there yet. But it wouldn't happen. This one's an error omission, correction of an error omission.
Well, the reason I asked that question is if we're going to be looking at a combination engine rescue and also an ambulance, and going along with the previous question of bonding, would you put those two together?
You could do that.
I mean, if you're talking about that same length of time or whatever, it's just, would that be the, the right time to do that?
The question I would have for the chief would be, I mean, on an ambulance, you typically would have a, at least a 10, maybe a 15-year bond. What's the life of the ambulance? It's more like 10, right?
Correct.
So I think if you could do that in a 10-year bond, that might make sense, as Ralph just pointed out. I mean, to figure out which is the best way to go. Maybe you should put those two capital items together. Possibly.
Thank you.
But we can look at that as a way to, spread out the cost and reduce the budget.
Thank you.
Good suggestion, Dennis, I think.
Any other budget finance committee comments? Any select board comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Thank you. See you at the next finding meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Planning Board for Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. The board does for Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. The board does have a quorum and we will start with roll call. Ed, would you start us off?
Ed Kranich.
Kevin Woodbury.
Mike D'Angelo.
Mark Childs.
The board does have a quorum and we work from an established agenda. We have the approval of the minutes for the February 9th, 2022 meeting. We have some new business. And then the old business is a tabled application for Raymond Hills LLC. Followed by some planning communications, some code enforcement communications. Somewhere in here, I guess we'll just touch on the ordinance, if there's any issues on the ordinance reviews that we are working on. So our first order of business is then the acceptance of the February 9th, 2022 minutes. Does anybody have any additions, deletions, corrections?
I have a question on page 2, the second to last paragraph. There's a reference to someone named Phil. I don't know who that is. Alex, that was something you stated. Who's Phil?
And that's the town attorney.
Okay. You think we should just add his last name so people know who it is?
I can do that if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments on the minutes?
No.
Move to accept with the change, adding Phil's last name.
Second.
We have to do it's a voice vote because we're on Zoom. Ed?
Yes. Approve.
Approve. Greg?
Yes.
And Mark?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so the motion passes unanimously. And we're on to some new business. Jen does say no, but I have received communications from Kyle Bancroft that he has resigned from the board. Job plus family makes it really difficult for him to get to the meetings. So that is now a vacancy, and I think we do have somebody, Sandy, in the works that would like to join.
Yes, we do. I will
Okay.
get in touch with them and
Thank
I'll,
you.
the application.
Yeah, perfect. And then maybe get that to us for the, and invite that person to the next board meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Okay, old business. Our Raymond Hills LLC project. And we have no Jim. Or do we have a Jim? I'm showing no Jim.
Jim.
No Jim. Okay. So, for the project, we are pretty familiar with the project. I think then the best way to approach this, Dustin, you have Jim's latest memo?
Yes, I do. Yeah, the March 8th.
Yes, March 8th, for tonight's prep for tonight's meeting. Okay.
Yep, I do.
Okay. So I think first thing we have to do is we need a motion to take it off the table. So could I get somebody to make that motion?
I move to take the application off the table.
For consideration. Second, any discussion? All those in favor, voice vote again, please. Ed,
Aye.
yes, we're all- it is off the table. Dustin, I'm thinking with we are lacking Jim. The best way to approach this is to go through Jim's memo and address those issues that are in there. Vice kind of how we normally do the intro for both. Does that sound okay with the board?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yes.
Yes.
All right. So if we start off with Jim's memo, I think it's just page 2. Item alpha.
Yep. Yeah, so on, so since we were last in front of the board, we had presented quite a bit of information, right before the last meeting. So I think this memo basically goes through and reviews that information. So, on page 2 on Jim's memo, on part A, I spoke with Jim today about this. He just wanted to make sure that, any conditions that were attached to the state permits for the septic system are included on the subdivision plan. So we do have a note on there related to that. So it was more just a make sure that that information was on there. So I believe we have addressed that comment.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think he had anything under B and C.
Well, I think if B and C was are the water, I think you've met that, right? Fire department's okay with the gallons per minute flow. Wayne, are you okay?
Yes, we're okay with the fire flow.
Okay. And I agree. We're all set with item C. So item delta.
Okay. So moving on to item D on page 3, on soil and on-site monitoring during construction. So if that's something that Jim's firm wants to do, or if that's something that we need to get a third party involved with.
For environmental type stuff, which just sounds like it is, we've used the Cumberland County Conservation Commission to come and monitor. Does that sound okay with you, Dustin?
Yep. Yeah, we can do a contract directly with Cumberland County Soil and Water. That way we pay them to do their inspections and they send us the bill, or if they want to do it as an escrow. And we'll coordinate that with Chris Baldwin. That's fine.
Okay. Is that okay with the board? Any problems?
Sounds good.
Okay. Echo, unreasonable public congestion.
Yep. So on that section, there was one comment that Jim had put in here, just mentioning that there was another driveway just to the north of the entrance that he wanted shown on the plans. When I talked to him today, he thought that was just a leftover comment from a previous memo, because there's only one driveway to the north that is on Suzanne Boris property, and it is shown on the subdivision plan and the plan and profile drawing. So I think Jim was satisfied based on our conversation today that that's already been addressed. And then otherwise, it was just DOT's issued their driveway entrance permit, so we're not anticipating any congestion or traffic-related issues.
Excuse me 1 minute. Bob, I just spoke to Jim. He's working on signing in now.
Oh, perfect. I think let's just keep on going. I think we're doing fine. Foxtrot, adequate soil sewage waste disposal. It's private waste disposal, right? For trash.
Correct. So we do think it's appropriate that there be some sort of a condition of approval or a note that just states that, trash hauling will be private. No anticipation that it would be, town provided, dumpster removal services or anything. So.
And the cost associated with that is going to get rolled into the condo document?
Correct. Yeah. They'll have to pay for that. They'll have to go out and contract for it, every year or whatever they do it. So that'll just be completely separate from the town, and they'll pay for it 100%.
Okay. And the septic systems?
Yep. Yeah. Jim just had some concerns just to make sure that there was adequate separation between the buildings to be able to get in and around the leach fields, to be able to pump the septic tanks and things like that. So when he and I talked about it today, maybe he'll hop in between them. So there's plenty of room to move in and around with like a small excavator or a skid steer if they had to go in and repair a septic system. And we have a dedicated access road that'll be like a reinforced turf road that's being built in between units 14 and 15 to get out and around up towards that engineered septic system, and then around the stormwater filter basins down to the outlets of those so that they can all be maintained.
Okay. Was that his concern about the drainage behind you?
In and around those units, because there is some drainage that runs down behind those buildings, but where we have reinforced ground back there to do some maintenance.
Okay. As far as the item golf, unreasonable burden of the ability of the town of Raymond to dispose of solid waste sewage, I think for that one is all right.
Yeah, I mean, this condo type, all the roads are private, so we didn't see any big demand there. Certainly have been working with fire department to make sure they have adequate access into the facility, so it wouldn't be an unreasonable burden for emergency service to be able.
Stormwater, so we're all set there?
Correct. Yeah, DEP's approved. Yep. And then section I has to do with the scenic and natural beauty of the area, and we did consult with all the state agencies for Maine Historic Preservation, Maine Natural Areas, and just to make sure there wasn't any registered areas in and around the proximity. We did actually go out as well once that additional land was acquired next door. We went back out and basically surveyed that entire lot as well, just to make sure the survey.
Jay.
So in the second paragraph of section J in the review section, it just references a note to be added on the plan related to the driveway curb cut access to Krista Tish's property. And so, we're in complete agreement to construct a driveway in that in the location where we had provided a sketch to the town, kind of showing where that driveway would go. The reason we didn't show it on the final plans was that we just didn't want to have it be something that's on like a subdivision plan. But to the extent that we want to include any sort of commitment, is fine with us. I know it's some sort of agreed upon language that would allow this curb cut to be installed and provide access to that rear lot, but it doesn't necessarily. But we think it would be appropriate to have that condition on the plan that just states that lot can access Honey Hill Lane, but that any building permits would have to be reviewed in the future.
Justin, what about the road maintenance costs? Is the two properties that are going to have access to those roads part of that process of
right now, the way that the condo is maintaining that road, you know, that's something that, you know, until such a time there's a dwelling on there, I don't know that we need to completely responsible for maintaining the road. So that's how it's worded. So Jim did have one other comment just to make sure that we had a boundary survey completed, so the town can have it for their files. The survey that it was the same surveyor that performed the survey on our lot and the 60-acre lot next door, and that survey will be great. You're right. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think item L doesn't apply, I believe, during busy development. Other than that first little section of roadway that comes in, the rest of the development is more than is outside the shoreline zone. Yeah, so that first couple hundred feet of road coming in is inside the shoreline zone, and so it just needs to meet the slope requirements, which it does. Right. To deal with affecting the quality or quantity of groundwater and aquifers. We've got all of our, we completed HHE 200 census, which includes all of the leach fields that are proposed on the site, showing that we contain the safe drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter of nitrates on the property without crossing over the boundaries. Over Oscar P. There are no wetlands on the property. We did have a reviewed, and we provided a letter to the town from a wetland scientist indicating they've looked at it and that there aren't any wetlands. Well, let's skip down to Q, Quebec. Yeah, so on Q, the concerns that Jim and I talked about today is it's really around the construction monitoring side of things and erosion controls. He just wants to make sure that if groundwater is encountered during construction, that there's adequate measures put in place to deal with that groundwater, both from a initial dewatering standpoint and also from a like a long-term removal of groundwater in the area of some of the sub-bases of the gravels. So the way Jim and I discussed today as kind of what we thought would be the best way to do it was, just to have, in this case, Cumberland County Soil and Water would be doing going to have groundwater issues, and if you are, where those locations are going to be. It's just one of those situations that as you get into construction, you may open up a vein that channelizes some groundwater and you have to deal with it. So while there is a hill here, it was more, you just wanted to put everybody on notice that that's something that needs to be looked at, and it's something that we're very interested in handling water during construction and for the long term. Okay. I think that wraps up Jim's comments on the first section. Yep. For the board, does anybody have any questions? The first part, the review. All right, Dustin.
You talking to me?
Yeah. No. Yes. Yeah. I was talking. I want to make sure you're still awake, Greg.
Oh, you caught me sleeping, huh?
Meeting is something we addressed in the application, but there were items that I don't know if it really makes no difference. We could do it right now.
On the number of you, just want to pull it back up.
Okay.
Yes, hi.
Hi. If you've been talking, I assume you've been talking with our town attorney. Have you discussed how?
Discuss it with Phil. I put a couple emails out to him and I haven't heard back. I think he was on vacation.
Phil said that that language is fine from his perspective.
And that's what I had proposed, so it's fine with me as well.
5.
Hey.
And Bob, just to go back to that, Phil had said it was fine to exceed the 25 as long as they put in writing the waiver request, what they were looking for, and you guys approved it, obviously.
Right.
So the cursed lot has to kind of stand on its own because it'll have its own zoning requirement. So that one should just be exempt anyway. So just go with 25 and we'll exempt because we have the note for the cursed lot that we agreed to.
I mean, as long as we get to the same place, I would feel a little better if we did it. The kind of connects the dots a little more rather than saying that there's an exemption where we otherwise fit in. I mean, the big picture is if Krista ends up developing that lot, she just doesn't want to have to go back to you all for approval
with the possibility.
Yeah, because if we go to 26, it actually pulls that lot into the
25 for the development, 1 for the addition, 1 potentially for the curse lot.
But with that language, we really don't need the +1, right?
Yeah, I just worry that when we write it up, we just have to be careful. That's all, because we're saying that the curse lot split at some point down the road. We say 26, we're including it as part of the subdivision. That's
right.
all.
Okay.
Maybe we just say specifically that 25 lots in the subdivision and then the additional church lot. We actually explain it verbally.
Yep. That makes me feel a little better. Same accomplishment, just wordsmithing.
That rear lot is actually a separate tax lot. I mean, it's map 51 lot 22B. So you could even reference it as its own separate tax lot if you wanted to do it that way.
As long as that lot meets all configurations as a lot in the zone, yep. Has all the lot frontages, all the setbacks, everything like that. I don't know that right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so for the board, the road extension is not a waiver, is not a big deal. We've done that before, and I don't see us having any problems doing that again. It's the language of the waiver, and personally, I think that might be better that we have that language in front of us that we're voting on twice meeting, so it would not hold anything up. But seeing it in writing in front of us,
I agree 100%. I think we ought to have that language in front of us.
Mike?
Yeah, I want to see the language before we finally approve it. Is it worthwhile to approve the concept today, since this is just a preliminary approval tonight? Approve the concept of these
waivers?
Yeah, of the waivers pending the final, write-up in
the language.
Text.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, and I'll let Dustin, I took you, I think all of us are going to vote for the waiver. It's just a matter of the language that is a vote that we intend to, but I think it might be, just take our word for it. I think everybody's in favor of it.
Yes, my question is to the board, and I know, I'm sorry I missed the first few minutes here. The only big item you have.
1,000 foot dead end road requirements. What are we extending it to, or Alex? Of that waiver request?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the very end of the cover letter is for Article 10, Section 385, and Article 10, Section 385, and Article 10, Section 386.
Who did I not get? Mike, Kevin, did I hear you?
Yes, aye.
Okay, I vote yes, so the motion passes, that waiver is approved. So Jim, just as a recap, for those that we addressed.
I think the only thing that is probably going to be stepping those down, but we just need to see that prior to construction.
Street connection with there's basically 2 lots who also have, we can attach whatever we want to it. But I think that the other item had to do with the access to that land. So
we waive the requirement for a second road connection based on the application.
I should be able to document that pretty good in the file.
For the motion, and then if we get to that, we'll come back and we'll do that motion. But, sound good, Jim? Can you also go through the site plan?
We went through all the stuff. I was hoping we could get some fencing. Your water consumption of a lot of utensils in your home drops. And I don't know if they actually provide it, but I think capacity in that pump station before you start running into problems. If everybody was, flushing.
Maybe the type of generator that kicks on automatically and has a few.
It is, but
I agree with Mark, Dustin. I think we got to have something in there that isn't.
I think we had put this in writing in the last application, and if it wasn't clear, I apologize. But so we're proposing to build is to be able to mount all the electrical controls for the. Also, there's a bunch of alarms and things like that where for the for the advanced treatment unit, we'll have a permanent generator that sits in that shed that it can just go right on the hookup. So all you have to do is put it outside and turn it on.
I disagree with that too.
I agree.
yeah, well, 100%.
So I think, Dustin, it's an automatic charge generator.
These pump stations, now have controls that they can do that.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. That's what we'll do.
I think it's.
Okay, continuing on. Special features, but I know there's a curse lot or a curb cut into the curse lot. Where that curb cut is where currently they have this all fit. And then there's another, there's a pretty substantial reveal of, probably 15 feet and 12 feet. So those aren't little walls, those are good sized walls. And Dustin had talked about.
When that gets built, when that driveway is built, the side slopes will actually, replace that retaining wall, which we're showing along that property. That is something that we did talk with, I talked with Bill Kennedy about it today, and that's something that in order for us to build that sidewalk, there needs to be some kind of mutual agreements, whether it's in the form of a lot be built with the side slopes, and that we would kind of just work that out with them separately in order to build that driveway. How looking at some, stone placement and use along that side. And so it's something that we're going to just work with her on. It's not something that's, necessary for the project, but it's something we've committed to and agreed to. And it would just basically replace that wall. So that was the reason why we didn't show it on the final plans, is because we felt that it would have needed some sort of easement to demonstrate that we could build property. So that's why we've kind of kept the two separate from an approved plan set versus this driveway entrance location that we've agreed to do.
Issue correctly, and from what Dustin's saying, is that we're and Mr. Kennedy representing this Kirsch. Is that pretty much what the discussion is?
Yeah, I mean, the way that we've drawn up the plan for the curb cut is, the way we looked at it was that this is how that driveway would be her property. So that plan was of the subdivision project.
Pretty good vertical drop, and we do have a little bit of safety forward with the guardrail. At what point and who's responsible if Kish comes back and wants to do this? Is she going to be responsible for taking up this guardrail and moving this block wall? And how do we know when and if this ever happens? To me, it's, in that section of road, if you look at the plans, there's guardrail and retaining wall. It won't be a cheap driveway at that point.
So, Mr. Kennedy, are we not building this road cut at the time we're building the road?
To it.
And I know, frankly, I mean, I think that is my preference as well. So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I think it should be.
I do think we should see that on the plan set.
On the plan. What is the board? I think Jim makes sense. Is the board okay with that?
That really is impacting a lot, not part of the subdivision. However, another part of me says that
With, we're going with a revision to the plan to show the road cut placement and the grading that's required for the road, Jim?
Yeah, we just want to see the access and the grading to serve the Kish lot.
Which means we're going to require some sort of agreement between.
And that's up to the final design, you know, if they need to push into the lot, we'll need to see, are you going to do a step wall for those back units or?
Yep, I think what makes the most sense for those is that we basically just provide a straight, 10, 12-foot vertical wall.
Alex, is there a code requirement for rail or restriction?
A spot where someone could be. We treat it just like building code drop.
So we need some kind of
grade difference, then we usually require some.
Also under that, you just want to move on now, Bob?
Yep.
To that open space. And I know there's all kinds of existing trails in there, but it might be just beneficial just to outline the access point to go to that open space, that wedge that's dedicated for the open space in the back. H, exterior lighting.
Out in the notes, which would take care of that. And then the final thing was making sure that the condo declaration also has.
So we don't typically get into the content of the document, condo docs. We just make sure they're in. Then we had talked about that we'll need a survey of the, so when we have our construction, pre-construction meeting, they'll provide us a construction management plan.
Okay.
And I think that is pretty much it because we've gone over the wall at the Kish lot.
This is not a public hearing, but I see that Jennifer, you've joined us. You have a question for us or, and then with the only thing hanging that would be the verbiage for how we're going to handle the two road cuts, the odds and ends.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, step walls.
Step walls.
Yep. We got walls and then we want the auto start for the pump station. So
for the board, it's sounding like a preliminary approval vote for this evening and then final approval when we get the rest of the stuff in, or we could go with final approval and with the whole list of conditions, which would put all those things into conditions that we're waiting for. This, Dustin, I know you probably
plan set, so we don't have two plans. And we'll work with Jim on the extent of, guardrail or anything like that that's needed. We'll make sure he's happy with the final layout of that plan with the grading. And then as far as those stone walls behind those two units, we'll just step those up the hill. We don't need to have a big, backyard area like we're showing. I'll just step those up the hill so we don't have tall.
It seems pretty well in order.
And that the part of the curb cut that goes into my client's property that you all were going to reseed it afterwards. So
you hold the cards because they need to get the easement from you. So you do hold the cards for them to execute this. So you two can work out what construct.
Figure, I don't want yeah, I'm just trying to be upfront about it, but yeah.
And I don't personally care whether it's boulders or a guardrail, but you know, we gotta have some kind of, we've got a pretty big vertical drop there.
Boulder, small rock, actual physical surface of the driveway. We're going to build it with gravel so that it's stable and you can drive on it, but we are going to loam and seed over the top of it afterwards. So it's not going to be just a big gravel, you know, road going into her property. It'll all be seeded, but it's agreeable to all that.
Thank you.
Dustin, plans.
Yeah, really, I mean, what ends up happening are holding windows and schedules and things. And if we were to get an approval tonight, what that would tell us is that we have a laundry list of things to do, that the town's not going to tell us that we can commence construction until everything is signed and done. But by getting a vote, there's just things that could happen. And now when the things happen and we're not, you know, it's just those things do happen. And then it's a huge ripple effect through the project.
I don't think that
next meeting.
Yeah, we understand that. I mean, but we're not going to be putting up units for me, but we can't offer units.
But as far as the
clarification, so
I agree with that.
So then can I get a motion for?
So, yeah. Well,
Yeah, it sounds as if we just knocked that punch list out, that the board is basically
back to in person.
I think we have not discussed that.
The planning board members, you just come into the office and sign the plan, you know, the hard copy in the office when we have this next meeting, so that when you vote on it, you can come in and sign the plan when you're ready. So
I thought that palm tree. I thought that palm tree behind you was a.
I'm not
to revisit.
Yeah, and Justin, you know, you can. I mean, obviously, you can show the easement area on the plan and then reference that.
And that one did go to the attorney. He had a comment if you look at the 21 of the PDF. And so he didn't really have any red flags at his first look through of this, but what he did, so him and I are going to work on this later